Chapter 1975. After breakfast, everyone began to strengthen the tent. The wind was getting stronger. Fortunately, they chose to stay at the top of the mountain instead of the valley. The valley could shelter them from the wind, but it couldn't hide them from the snow. When the sky was completely dark, the wind blew and snow fell. The horses stood next to each other to defend against the wind. People ran out. One of them was responsible for holding the kerosene lamp with both hands, while the others swept the snow off the horses' backs. Every once in a while, the men of the tribe would come out. Similarly, one of them would hold the lamp, while the others would use shovels and wooden sticks to clear the snow on and outside the tent. The elderly, women, and older children were not afraid when they heard the noise outside. In fact, they were glad that they followed the Tang dynasty's army. Otherwise, more people in the tribe would have died in this snow. The Tang dynasty's army was good. They didn't care about their own tribe's things and rushed to the front when there was a problem. The sound of the wind whistling was mixed with shouting. It sounded so reassuring. The men who went out to clear the snow went into the big tent. Several families lived together, and there were no special activities for men and women at night. "Brother, how's it going outside?" A woman came forward to help pat the snow off the man's body. The kerosene lamp was hung in the middle of the tent. It was dimmed to save fuel. "We'll go out in 2 hours. It can't be piled up." "Is it cold?" The man looked at his family. "It's not cold. We filled our water bags with hot water before we went to bed. There are so many people. If we didn't leave a few small holes, we wouldn't be able to breathe." The woman shook her head and helped the man take off his hat and coat. The other women followed her and went forward to help. Sleep," said a girl who was tucking in her brother's coat. "Sleep. They'll wake us up in 2 hours. We'll go out again." The man came over and tapped his daughter's forehead with a finger, smiling. Those who were asleep were woken up at dawn. They didn't know when the wind and snow stopped. The morning sun didn't give them much warmth, but the reflection on the snow was dazzling. Breakfast was leftover stew from yesterday. There were no bones in it, so they continued to stew it and used it to make fried noodles. After tidying up, everyone went on the road again. Everyone was given a pair of leather goggles. There was a gap in the middle of the leather, and there was a rectangular piece of sunglasses inside. The sunglasses were fine without them. Lee made them according to the method of the Eskimos. He provided sunglasses that could be fitted with any animal bone, wood, or leather. The Turks, Tubo, Khitan, Shi, Bohai, Shirway, and other places did not know how to use this method to deal with snow blindness. At 3:00 in the morning, the school stopped. The horses ate the night grass, which had been fried with soybeans. After daybreak, they ate a few more mouthfuls of hay. The horse felt that it was enough and pulled the plow forward. They realized that when they were especially tired, they would have been powder and egg powder to eat. It was very fragrant. Ma was very smart. Just like the horse that Lee used to act with him, he was a veteran actor. When he saw the others lying down one by one, Ma took the initiative to walk over. "It's my turn. I should be in this position. I'll lie down and play dead." If another actor came over and lay on top of it, it wouldn't be a problem to stick an arrow on its body. When this set of scenes was done and the director shouted, the person who was pressing down on it got up, and so did it. She turned around to look for her master. Where was the promised pepper and sugar? "Hurry up, remember to put 2 eggs in the trough when you eat." In the morning, when I was acting, someone fell beside me. The wooden shield in his hand hurt a lot. Do you think it's easy for me? The military horses that followed the team also began to have this kind of intelligence. When they were moving in the snow, they used small steps, afraid that there would be a ditch in front of them. If they didn't stop in time, the people on the sleigh behind them wouldn't be able to jump off in time to pull them back. God knows how deep the ditch was. The team moved forward and divided into rows. The horses at the back followed the horses in front and adjusted their positions after a while. The ones at the front were the most tired and needed to move the snow. The southwestern barbarians used wooden skis when they were on flat ground and going downhill. Some of the people who had joined the tribe before also followed suit. In some places, they learned waist-deep. Stepping on the skis on the snow, they moved. Even if it was uphill, the skis were more useful. They moved sideways. It was better than falling down. 3 hours later, before noon, the team stopped to rest the horses. In the leeward area, they could still see the tips of hay in the snow, which meant that it wasn't deep. Everyone got off the sleigh and cleared the place, exposing the hay. The horses ran directly over to eat. Some of the southwestern barbarians rode the horses that hadn't pulled the sleigh before to search for traces of animals. After discovering them, they looked at the footprints to see what kind of animal it was, its size and number. It was best to encounter a roe deer. They formed a group and shouted when they chased after them. As soon as they shouted, the roe deer stopped and looked back. In fact, they could encounter anything, but they were afraid that the other party would run away. If the northeastern tiger dared to come over, they would kill it without hesitation. What tiger could charge through the military formation? Others used long poles with hooks to find withered branches and hung them up. The branches fell down together with the snow. This could be burned. Each of the southwestern barbarians was very skilled. It felt like they had practiced before and were specially trained to deal with the situation in the northeast. Pieces of land were cleared and cooking was done. It was almost noon when they were done. After the people finished eating, the horses rested and could continue on their way. The chief of a tribe that had joined before found Li Endong. There is actually a tribe in front. I don't know if they are still there. I saw them when I was hunting before. They have more than 500 people. How did you know? Li Endong asked. Trees. He said that his tribe has 4 big trees side by side. Look in front. Are there 4 trees? The others are short. The man pointed to a place. He could only judge by the important things. He couldn't have gone too far. Summer was different from winter. He looked at the mountains one after another. Oh! Li Endong nodded. It's snowing heavily. I'm sure they are in trouble. There are more than 500 of them. The chief was smart. He could see that the people of the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty didn't want the tribe's things. They wanted people. If they don't want to, we can't rob them. Wait a minute. As Li Endong spoke, he saw people and horses on the snow. They were small and stopped there. The people seemed to be waving their clothes. He picked up the binoculars and looked. The southwestern barbarians waved their clothes a few times, pointed behind them, and waved. They are indeed in trouble. Men, go and rescue them. We want these 500 people. Li Endong turned his head and shouted. After a few seconds, a group of horses rushed out, pulling the sleigh of 2 or 3 southwestern barbarians. The people waving their clothes mounted their horses, turned around, and ran away. I'll give you part of the credit. When we reach Luoyang, I'll give you extra things worth 1,000 taels. I'll make the decision. Li Endong didn't want to dispel their enthusiasm. They were right. There was indeed trouble. Iron pot. We want an iron pot. And a military coat. It won't be cold to sleep. The chief directly wanted to change the items. What military coat to sleep in? There are bedding. We'll even give you an iron pot. How can you live without a pot? When we reach the place, we'll give you 1,000 taels. You can buy it yourself. What you think now is different from what you see. You won't be able to imagine life there. Li Endong hated that he couldn't impart the scene in his mind to the chief. You want an iron pot and a military coat? Chapter 1976. The leader understood what Li Endong was trying to say. It was mainly because he hadn't seen the world. He didn't find it embarrassing since he was a member of the legendary Li family Zhuangzi. He asked, "How much is 1,000 taels?" "1,000,000 taels. It's enough for your tribe to eat for 20 years. Eat as much as you can and eat until you die." Li Endong used food as a comparison. He didn't use a bicycle, a kerosene lamp, or a clock. He also didn't mention the housing prices in Luoyang. 1,000 taels couldn't buy a house for a tribe. It definitely wasn't enough. When the other party heard that it was 20 years of food, he was dumbfounded. "That much? I believe you." The leader felt a little drunk. He swayed back and said this to his tribesmen. "Is it okay for you to say that?" Li Endi came over and asked. It was purely a lie. How could he use the current food prices to compare? "I'm not lying. Shall we go over?" Li Endong raised his chin. "Let's go. There are more than 500 people." Li Endi decided to go over. The southwestern barbarians didn't know the language here. After interacting with them for a long time, they could only communicate with simple sign language and individual words. Before they came, they had specially learned it. There were several groups, but their group of 5 had the best results. The 2 of them took a sled and pulled by 2 horses. When the 2 of them arrived, they saw a group of people crying. The wooden houses collapsed one after another due to the heavy snow. Many people ran to the sled and hugged the military coats that the southwestern barbarians had taken off to warm themselves. There were also people hugging each other, their hands red and swollen. Is it possible that some people used their bodies to support the wooden hut when it collapsed and died, while their children survived under their bodies? Liandong's eyes were red as he asked with a trembling voice. The southwestern barbarian who had waved his clothes shook his head vigorously. "No, they ran out yesterday. How could they dare to stay in the shacks when it snowed so heavily? Their things were buried, and their sheep froze to death. There were originally 22 horses, but there were only 13 left. 9 of them collapsed. There were too few of them. They couldn't squeeze together to warm themselves against the wind and snow. They can't dig anymore. Their things are buried and they haven't eaten." "Ah!" Li Endong and Li Endi heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They thought they were dead. It's easy to deal with their things and not eating. There's food. We have more people and tools. We'll help you dig. The horses and goats are dead. Skin them and eat their meat. If they were alive, they would be put into the team and given some good food to raise them. This was not a problem as long as they were not dead. The Li family Zhuangzi only looked at the people involved in disaster relief, not their assets. Then, the 2 of them laughed. They were very happy. No one died. Someone was unhappy and brought a knife over. You can still laugh. Everyone in my clan is like this. The Sinan barbarians immediately surrounded him. What were they doing? You want to fight? It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me. If they're not dead, everything else is easy. We'll help you dig them out. We were worried that some of you would die. Shouldn't you be happy that we're all alive? Li Endong knew that he shouldn't laugh. The other party was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the group of people who were helping to dig and nodded. I'm happy. Yeah. You guys can't dig anymore. Your hands are all swollen. Come with us to eat. They can dig first. Li Endong invited. We don't want your things. We're from the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty, Li Endi added. The leader glanced at them again. It was unclear whether he was convinced by the other party's strength and numbers, or whether he believed the 2 of them. He nodded and called his people to eat. When they arrived on the sled, the leader was completely relieved. There were so many horses. They really didn't care about the things in his clan. There were also people from other clans that he had met before. He went over to ask. His clansmen began to soak their hands and feet in warm water. They felt numb and swollen, as if they were being gently pricked by needles. When they rubbed soap, there were basins of black water. They simply put them in separate tents, burned braziers, and left ventilation for them to wash and scrub slowly. The leader and the other 6 leaders went into a tent to wash. They mainly chatted and familiarized themselves with the situation. The 6 clans had clean clothes for his clansmen to wear temporarily. When his clansmen finished washing their clothes, they could change into them. After a full 2 hours, more than 500 people finished washing. They washed their hair and shaved their scalps with a griddle. Their wet hair was wrapped in a towel and rubbed back and forth. Their hands and faces were smeared with skin cream. Their fingernails and toenails were all cut. Except for their red and swollen hands, everything else had changed. The others didn't eat. They went to help find things. The dead animals were processed into leather and food. Don't worry about frostbite. When we return to Luoyang, Dongzhu will give you medicine to soak in. With supplementary treatment, there won't be a relapse next year. Li Endong shouted with a loudspeaker. He already knew that the leader of this clan had been persuaded by the other 6 leaders to return to the Tang dynasty together. If they didn't go, after this heavy snow, there would only be 300 people left in a clan of more than 500 people. All their things were buried. They didn't even have food to eat. They had been busy digging since last night. They were tired, cold, and hungry. After that, they might fall sick. A clan of 1,000 people would be gone just like that. If it was a major disaster, not to mention a small clan like theirs, even in the Tang dynasty, millions of people would die. Just like the plague of locusts in Shandong in history. Shandong was east of the Taihang Mountains. After that, there was a drought in Guangzhou. They had to go to Luoyang to eat. Guangzhou was not just Chang'an, but also not just the capital government. In the northeast, there was a snowy white wind. Except for those who directly froze to death, starved to death, and died of disease later. Many clans were still around in the autumn, but they were gone in the spring of the next year. The history books didn't record it because this place was too remote and far away. The leaders of the local clans knew that there was only one path in front of them, which was to follow them to the Tang dynasty. They could go to the Bohai Sea, but would they have a good life there? Would their clansmen still have a status in the Bohai Sea? If they relied on others, they would have no dignity. Since they had to follow whoever they followed, why not follow the Tang dynasty? In the same situation, would the people of the Bohai Sea help them dig out things and return them to them? Or would they let their clansmen take a bath, change their clothes, and prepare delicious food? Looking at the people of the other 6 clans, they had fewer people than them. Why were children so cute when they blinked their big eyes? Boss, you'll definitely be happy, right? Li Enan asked the other 4 people during lunch after lunch. If they found too many people, would they become Dongzhu's burden when they went back? It's only about 2,000 people in total. Even if our Li family Zhuangzi raised them for free, we can still afford it, not to mention they can still work. Li Enshi looked at him as if he was worried for nothing. How could 2,000 people be a burden? How many people were there in the capital government? After Dongzhu allowed others to come over, how many more would the number increase? Had it been arranged? Now that Dongzhu was going to Luoyang, the population there would also increase, not in the thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands. If the consumption is high, we can exchange less things with the Bohai Sea. Li Zhong considered the exchange of resources. Aren't people the most important thing? 2,000 people who are familiar with the situation in the northeast. We can teach them well when we go back. It's more important than exchanging things, Li Enshi added. Chapter 1977. Because of the new situation, they didn't travel today. Everyone lived in the ruins. The newly joined tribes felt the warmth of a big family. For example, the breastfeeding children. The women helped to dig, but they were exhausted. They didn't have enough food and were anxious, so they didn't have enough milk. The women of the other 6 tribes helped to feed the children. They didn't worry even when the wind blew and snow fell at night. The juiciest parts of the prey caught by the southwest barbarians were specially given to them. They only put a little salt to increase their milk. They could also eat wild vegetables first. They couldn't lack vegetables, so the horse milk was their extra meal. The old people worked hard to do what they could. They knew the consequences if the military forces of the Tang dynasty didn't come. After the heavy snow, there was a shortage of food. The old people who couldn't work hard were taken to the wild and given some food. It was usually a meal. Some sensible people didn't need others to take them and quietly left at night. The people who slept with them listened to the movement and lay there for a long time, unable to fall asleep. This year, it was different. The Li family Zhuangzi's team was too strong. They always made sure that everyone had enough to eat. They had to work hard and not be an eyesore. The old people usually beat the grass they dug out from the snow with sticks and softened it for everyone to use. The old people who were strong took the older children to the place where the grass grew and were responsible for digging the snow. The children held small knives in their hands to cut the grass that was not hard. They tied it into small bundles and fed it to the horses. The women helped to cook, tie, and plow. The men tied ropes to climb trees. They used long poles to break the dead branches and selected good places to cut them into sections to be firewood. The things they dug out from the houses were uniformly managed, especially the food. The newly joined tribes had no objection to this. As long as they could eat their fill and reach the Tang dynasty alive, it was enough. When most people were resting, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi took out dried ginger. It looked like powder, but when it was real, it was cut into pieces the size of rice grains. After it dried, it shrank into grains smaller than sesame seeds. They boiled it in water in a large pot. Soon, the dried ginger was soaked and turned into large grains of ginger soup. Everyone drank it to warm their bodies and avoid getting sick. This was just an ordinary ginger water with a little salt, but the group of people actually felt happy after drinking it. The older child, Mo Agon, who was good at handling animals, still had deer blood on his hands that had not been washed clean. He carried half a bowl of ginger water to the adults. He hesitated for a moment and asked Lianzhong, "When the people there get old, do they just dig a hole and bury them?" "You mean passed away? Dead?" Lianzhong nodded. "Let's keep the corpse for a few days before burying it." "He's not dead. He's alive, but he can't work." Mo Agon shook his head. "Don't worry if you can't do anything, as long as you can talk. The older you are, the more valuable you are. When you see His Majesty, you don't have to salute. Even if there was only one stool, if His Majesty didn't want to sit, the old man would have to sit. The yamen still had to pay, mainly for food, once a month. If you're sick, the yamen will send someone to take you in for treatment. If there's an old person in your family or if you're not old enough, you'll be exempted from paying the rent." Lianzhong explained how the elderly were treated in the Tang dynasty. The older they were, the more valuable they were. To be able to live to 90 years of age, their entire family would be able to enjoy happiness. Some could even live for 5 generations under the same roof. The fact that the elderly lived to such an age proved that the children were filial. If the children couldn't get the qualifications for the local imperial examination, they would directly prove their filial piety and go for the imperial examination. If the men and women of a family were over 80 years old, the imperial court would set up a memorial arch for them. This family was filial. As for the elderly who were 70 years old, the local yamen would visit them from time to time during the New Year and other festivals to ask about their well-being. This would prove that he was good at governing the people. "Look, he's still alive at such an old age under my rule." If the 79-year-old fell sick, the officials would be more anxious than the family. "Hold on until you're 80 years old. I'll get you ginseng." Lianzhong spoke like he was telling a story. Mo Agon was dumbfounded. The older, the better. No work. Can there be a family member who doesn't work? Send someone to take care of the elderly. Give cloth and food. When my father goes to the Tang dynasty, won't he be thrown out in the heavy snow? Mo Agon wanted to ask about the treatment of these people. He would go later. Who dares? The retired emperor is still alive. Is throwing the elderly an insinuation that the retired emperor is too old and should die? Lian Zhong's accusation proved that the retired emperor would not be thrown out. Who could bear such a big accusation? It was a disaster. Ah! Mo Aegon's eyes showed joy and then worry. My father's legs hurt when it's cold and he can't walk. I carry him on my back. Can I be exempted from the rent? Where will you get the rent? You go to school in the Tang dynasty. Your father's cure is probably not good. My family's Dongzhu has a way to make him less painful. Ah, I don't pay the rent. Tell me more about what the old people in Zhuangzi usually do. Mo Aegon wanted to hear more. He was full of fantasy and longing for the future. The old people in Li family Zhuangzi. They do whatever they want. Some are willing to make soles for shoes, and some are willing to make baskets. Those who do such things are limited every day. It's tiring to do too much. They play chess, bask in the sun, watch children play, and dry vegetables. At other times, they exercise. In the winter of Chang'an, they wear protective gear and skate. In the summer, they pick mushrooms in the nearby mountains and dry them. They can't stay idle. It's not good for their health if they don't exercise. They all want to live a few more years and see the Tang dynasty. Lian Dong's eyes turned red as he spoke. He lost all his relatives and was sold as a slave. He was sold since he was a child. He couldn't remember the past. Perhaps the family who sold him was still alive. If only he could find them. There was no hatred in his heart. He thought that they encountered difficulties that couldn't support him at that time. At least he was still alive after being sold. Now he was living a good life. It was probably the person who gave him away. How did the person who picked him up turn him into a slave? Thinking about it, he raised the back of his hand and rubbed his eyes. He smiled and said to Mo Aegon, "You came at a good time to meet my family's Dongzhu in the Tang dynasty. This ginger is delicious. It's a little spicy and a little sweet. Does planting ginger make money?" Mo Aegon couldn't understand some things for a while. He drank some ginger water and asked about planting. How should I put it? Those who know how to plant are called jiangzisheng. Those who don't know how to plant are called jiangzisheng. The two jiang are different. Because he introduced to the child that those who know how to plant ginger are called jiangzisheng. A large pair of jiangzisheng was called jiangzisheng. Those who don't know how to plant ginger don't have many jiangzisheng after planting the jiangzisheng. One spoke patiently, and the other listened carefully. The leaders of the 7 surrounding tribes began to arrange for people to take over the old man's work. They didn't dare to let the old man be tired again. Live and work hard to live. If they could live over 70 years old in the Tang dynasty, even if they fell ill at 60 years old, they would still benefit. Originally, they didn't want their relatives to be abandoned, but they had no choice. Everything was for survival. The longer their family lived, the happier they would be. They could even get money. As long as there was a way to live, who would be willing to kill their parents? Wouldn't they be old one day? At that time, should they leave silently? Chapter 1978. Use a military shovel to shovel the snow. It's not so sharp here. The ula grass is tough. If the snow is removed, the grass will be fine. On the snowy ground with ula grass, the old man taught the older children how to use the military shovel. They couldn't do heavy work, but they had rich life experience. After seeing the military shovel, they immediately thought about it. They learned how to deal with the ula grass buried in the snow and taught it to the children. Like the old people who helped the Li family Zhuangzi watch the weather, they were not very smart, but they had experienced too much. The old people here were no different. When they were young, they used to watch their parents go out under the moonlight at night and never come back. One day, they walked out by themselves. Like an elephant herd, the old elephants walked, and they left the herd. The young elephants who couldn't keep up with the herd would be abandoned. The locals followed the laws of nature. When the Tang dynasty was not in chaos, they followed the laws of man. If there was no locust plague in the east of Taihang Mountains and no drought in Guangzhou, how could the Tubo and later Turks have a chance to breathe? For 5 years in a row, the Tang dynasty was forced to change from strategic attack to strategic defense. These 5 years were Li Yi's 5 years of operation. He made some arrangements. The locals didn't have Li Yi. They still felt that it was unreal. A group of soldiers sent by the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty was willing to take them to the Tang dynasty. They didn't rob or kill, and they didn't even touch the women. The old people who taught the children didn't feel tired. They wore warm clothes and had enough food. How could they not work? While they were working, someone ran over and asked them to go back and have a good rest. "What do you want to do?" an old man asked a young man here. "Ah, Wang, the older the people in the Tang dynasty, the better. Give them cloth and food." The young man didn't avoid it. He said clearly that they were very important. "Oh, it's not so tiring. We haven't reached the Tang dynasty yet. Everyone has to work hard together. If we work more, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi will be more relaxed. If we don't work hard, we will be looked down upon in the Tang dynasty. Go and tell Ajin that we can live." The old man's temper was quite stubborn. He didn't listen. How tiring could it be to cut grass here? She watched the child grow up and cut the grass for an entire afternoon. The amount of grass she collected was enough to feed 20 horses. Don't just stand there. The Li family Zhuangzi's soldiers are of great help. We cannot become a burden. The old man added. The young man touched a child's hat, turned and ran away. The child turned his head and shouted, "Ada, don't fall." "Aya." From his voice, he knew that something had happened. The young man climbed out of the snow and continued to run. Falling on the freshly fallen snow wouldn't hurt anyone. Once one fell, one would fall into the snow. At that time, Li Yi had a little guy who was 60 to 70 centimeters tall. When it was snowing heavily in the north and northeast, he had to carry his little legs as he walked. As he walked, he went astray and tumbled into a small ditch or a pile of snow, and disappeared. Children would still be confused if their own adults or other passers-by were to drag them out. Now that the snow was so thick, even if Darren fell into it, he would disappear. In the afternoon, before the sky darkened, everyone returned to the camp. The hunting teams of the Southwest barbarians also returned one after another. There were roe deer, rabbits, red deer, wolves, foxes, bears, wild boars. In the eyes of the Southwest barbarians, there were no protected animals. Anything that could be eaten and skinned was a good animal. Among them, the fox was alive. Its whole body was snow white, and it was held by the neck and playing dead. This kind of fox is too rare here. It should be a red fox, like the red panda and nine-knot wolf in Zhuangzi's novel. This kind, it's in the book. It's very difficult to encounter. Take it back and raise it. It's written below how to raise it. It's not like a sparrow. It's bold and timid. Bear, shouldn't it be hibernating? Did you disturb it? It's quite pitiful. Alright, bear skin and paws are good. 21 wolves, big and small. Did you destroy the wolf's den? When Li Endong saw the white fox, he hurriedly looked for information. In the book, there were all the animals that should exist and could appear. There were colored pictures of different states. If someone wanted to buy this book, he wouldn't agree for less than 100,000 yuan. Even if Dong Zhu said that he could sell one book for 10,000 yuan, he had a few books with him. The locals came forward. They had seen the white fox before, but they couldn't catch it at all. It only appeared in winter. A white animal ran in the snow and disappeared. How did you catch it? Mo Agon asked, preparing to deal with the animal. He was curious. He had seen it twice. The first time, he thought there was something wrong with his eyes. The second time he saw a fox standing on a tree. It couldn't be that there was something wrong with his eyes, right? It was different in color from the snow. It's stuck in the tree hole. There's thick bark. Its head went in to eat the squirrel hiding inside. There's snow around. Its body is warm. The snow melted and the bark swelled. It didn't eat the squirrel. When it wanted to retreat, it couldn't. When it went in, the bark was smooth. When it retreated, it was reverse. The leader of the Southwest barbarians who caught the fox said that he had learned a lot of knowledge and was very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a leader. He said and let go. The fox fell to the ground amidst the exclamations of several people. Turning around, the fox climbed up his trousers and stood on his shoulder. There were exclamations again. Why didn't it run? Go back and let Dongzhu raise it. When I caught it, I stuffed it in a leather sleeve and tied it on both sides. Its head was exposed. When we went to catch something else, we used our muskets. When the bear came out of its own accord, we shot it down. Wild boars are stupider than bears. They run slower in the snow. When they see us, they rush. After we shot them, the fox became obedient. Feed it some meat floss and it won't run. When you carry it, it won't move. When you put it down, it will come to you. On the way back, it jumped on the horse's back and didn't run. It's smart, he said, and took out some meat floss and handed it to the fox on his shoulder. The fox opened its mouth and bit it. It jumped down and found a place to lie down and eat happily. How can wild boars be stupider than bears? Mo Aegon ran to the fox and squatted down. The fox took the food and moved to the side. It looked at him and continued to eat. Bears can jump and stand. They are more flexible in the snow. Wild boars rush. The snow is deep. If they fall in, they can only show their heads. The leader of the Southwest barbarians said that the two were different. If there was no snow, the bear would have to avoid the wild boars. Did you see the tiger? Li Enan asked. Yes, a big tiger. When it saw us, it roared. When we moved forward, it turned and ran. The leader was regretful that he didn't hit the tiger. The tiger was too cunning. Make a cage and put the fox in it. Dongzhu will like it. Put it in the zoo. Lian Bei looked at the fox eating the meat floss slowly. He was afraid that the fox would find a chance to run away. So the fox was picked up and put into the cage. Only then did it understand that it couldn't get out. That night, they didn't move forward again. Everyone rested. The internal organs of the animals were braised in a big pot by the Li family Zhuangzi. It was such a big pot. Otherwise, no one would eat it. Some of the internal organs were poisonous and didn't taste the same as meat. For example, large intestines were usually not delicious. Chapter 1979. The intestines of the animals were first rubbed with sand, turned over, and continued to be rubbed. When there was no special smell, they were soaked again, blanched with clear water, and finally braised. Although it was called braising, it was actually stewing with less water until the pot was dry. This was the most suitable way to braise without proper conditions. As everyone ate, they found that braised intestines were more delicious than stewed and roasted meat. There were not so many seasonings locally. If they hunted a wild boar, the intestines would be fed to dogs. It was too exhausting for people to eat delicious intestines, especially large intestines. If they had the time, it was better to hunt wild game. Should they put some salt and cook the intestines directly? Braised intestines are delicious. Unfortunately, there is no fire. The braised intestines in Zhuangzi are the most delicious. Lianxi tasted the soup and missed the food in Zhuangzi. Generally, Zhuangzi would make a braised intestines every 10 days or so to gather enough intestines. Intestines were not all braised. Why couldn't they be braised? There were also sauced and soaked intestines, so they were divided. It was not easy to gather enough intestines to make a braised intestines in Zhuangzi. It was the first time for the local tribesmen to eat braised intestines. The intestines of the animals were all frozen and stored. Now that there were enough intestines and they could share them with everyone, they set up a big pot to braise them. They could not find shumai, so they just ate braised intestines with other things. You are the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty, right? You are so powerful. Mo Aegon liked to get close to the people of the Tang dynasty. He was not very sociable before. He was not sociable because he was talented and arrogant. If he was arrogant, everyone would ignore him and he could not play together. When he gradually understood the knowledge of the Li family Zhuangzi and the survival skills of the Southwest barbarians, he began to try to get along well with other partners. He could see that the 5 people of the Li family Zhuangzi could not defeat the Southwest barbarians who had the same number of people in battle. The Southwest barbarians processed animals faster than him, but they were very respectful to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was talented and worked hard to learn. In the past, there were more than 200 people in a tribe. Who did he learn from? What did he learn? He always listened to the adults' praises and became arrogant. After coming into contact with stronger people from the outside world, he realized that his little bit of ability was not enough. The southwestern barbarian warriors lived in the jungles and adapted to the winter in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty. They also received special training. In the past, they fought for their masters and themselves. Some of them were slaves. Those who were not slaves were considered small leaders, leading the slaves to fight. They didn't gain much from each battle until they were captured and held captive. At that time, they were very worried that they would be taken to the Tang dynasty and killed. They didn't expect that not only did no one kill them, they even helped them bring their families over. Their abilities were not ordinary. Now that they had made a lot of money, they were not restricted from going out. The people of the Tang dynasty were very kind to them. Therefore, the tribes in the northeast believed that the southwest barbarians were strong because of their combat prowess, while the southwest barbarians knew that their strength lay in their foundations. They had a new belief. When their children were enviously told by other children of the Tang dynasty that their father was a warrior of the Li family Zhuangzi, how could they not be satisfied? Even if they could leave the Li family Zhuangzi in the future, they would not leave. It was easy to leave, but hard to come back. Mo Aegon didn't know the beliefs of the southwest barbarians. He felt that they were powerful and should learn from the Li family Zhuangzi. At this moment, he said to the leader of the group who hunted the bear and wild boar, "Learn from them and see how they lead a group of people. We are not strong enough. The strongest are the guards of the winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi." The winged knights selected the best ones and then trained them. Many of the guards of the Zhuangzi are disabled. They survived after fighting with the enemy. Most of them are bouncing soldiers. If they are on alert, we are all afraid. The leader told the truth. They were indeed not as good as the winged knights. The southwest barbarians were short, while the winged knights were tall and strong. The short ones among the feathered forest flying cavalry had to be special existences to guarantee that they had the ability to kill. For example, they didn't need to aim. They could shoot wherever the wind blew within dozens of steps. What's a bouncing soldier? Mo Aegon always had endless questions. When two armies face each other, they will charge in formation. Once they are in a stalemate, the crossbowmen behind both sides will shoot at the enemy's back. The shield soldiers are responsible for blocking the arrows. At this time, the bouncing soldiers will come out. They don't wear armor. They are bare-chested and barefoot. They only wear short pants. Then, they bite a short knife in their mouth and hold a short knife in their left and right hands. They will jump into the stalemate. With a pounce, they will stab the enemy's body. Then, they will turn around and leave. Then, they will roll on the ground and continue to kill. After a while, they will jump to the crossbowmen behind the enemy. They will not be in formation, but they will take advantage of the gaps. Even if the enemy suddenly opens up a space, they can jump in with shields and spears. If they are accidentally shot, they will throw the knives in their hands. They will shoot the enemy. They are best at exchanging injuries for lives. When they find that the enemy's knife will not kill them, they will take the initiative to go forward and be stabbed, opening a bloody path for the army behind. They are as strong as the formation breaker. You have not seen them. When they are vigilant against you, you will be afraid with just one look. The leader of the Southwest barbarians said. It seemed that he had been frightened before. He used this kind of expression to ease the pressure he had been under. Mo Aegon had not experienced a big war scene. He could not imagine the tragedy of the confrontation. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head. I still think you are strong. I have not seen the others. Thank you. In fact, I also hope so. Unfortunately, the Winged Knights. Hey, Lien, North, South, East, West, and Central, are you there? We saw the Southwest brothers. Where are you five hiding? Come out. The leader was just about to continue speaking when a shout echoed in the mountain stream. After forming a resonant sound wave, the snow on the trees fell. Who is it? Lien Dong shouted back. It's me, Fan Fan. I am responsible for you. I am too idle, so I came to find you. The other side shouted back. Fuck. Lien Dong cursed. Then, he shouted excitedly, come here, it's time to eat. I guarantee you haven't eaten. What are those people doing? Fan Fan shouted. They want to go back to the Tang dynasty with us. Today, we are too busy. The sentries were not dispatched. You took advantage of the loophole. What loophole? It is more reassuring to meet the brothers on sentry duty. Let's go eat. In the shouting, a group of 100 people appeared. They did not have horses. Each person only carried a large backpack from the back of the neck to the butt. You came here just like that? Lien Dong asked in surprise when he saw the appearance of the Winged Knights. What are we going to bring you? No, it's too damn tiring. We rushed all the way. Let us catch our breath first. We brought the telegraph. Oh, you don't know. When you came out, it was not there. It was amazing. Dongzhu made it. Originally, we should have been waiting for you at the Bohai Bay. We thought that there was nothing to do. Let's take a few more steps. Fan Fan smiled and said to the villager in front of him. Chapter 1980. Yes, you just need to walk more. Okay. Come over. Lien Dong had nothing to say. The team led by Fan Fan was the first batch of Winged Knights. This group of people was personally led by Dongzhu and received inhuman training. As an enemy, facing such Winged Knights, they could not let down their guard as long as the other party was still alive. Tying people's hands and dragging them to death with horses was best not used on this batch of Winged Knights. They would think of ways to shorten the distance between the ropes and then pounce on them. What was the use of tying their hands? Their elbows could not be wrapped with ropes. Their heads, necks, and teeth were just decorations. Of course, such a situation was very difficult to occur unless they used a net and many people's lives to hold on to the Winged Knights. Otherwise, if you pointed knives and arrows at the Winged Knights would not allow themselves to be captured. Trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded by a circle of crossbowmen, the Winged Knights would rather be shot into hedgehogs than kneel. Do you see? This is the Winged Knights. The leader of the Southwest barbarians said to Mo Aegon, who was drooling in shock. How did they catch up? There are no horses. Mo Aegon could not understand. Don't they have skis and poles? They know our approximate route. At most, they will chase us to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The leader was not surprised at all. It was Fan Fan. His 100-man team was full of generals. Come and eat. If anything happens to you, Dongzhu will be heartbroken. Lien Dong shouted. Don't show off. I know you are strong. Eat, ha. quickly warm up and report to His Majesty and Dongzhu. We are soldiers outside and do not take orders from the Emperor. Fan Fan called out to the people in the team. They were indeed very tired. They had forcefully marched all the way and treated it as a special training. Now they needed to recover. It was not good for the country to pretend to be heroes. The 100-man team unloaded their bags and looked for hot soup to drink. 5 minutes later, someone took out a telegraph machine. It was ticking. Fan Fan introduced it to the others. Dongzhu came up with something that can transmit messages over long distances. It's fucking awesome. From here, it could be sent directly to the seaside, and then to the opposite shore of Bohai Bay. From there, it could be sent all the way to Luoyang. We're using a second-generation telegraph machine now, which consumes a lot of electricity. It's best to use it at night, but it's fine now. Can you contact Dongzhu? So far. Li and she looked at the telegraph. That's right. It wasn't there when you came out, but it was there later. There's also a phone line. If you can pull it over, you can hear Dongzhu's voice. Fan Fan did not need to keep it a secret. So what if others knew? He simply couldn't understand the logic behind it. Did you encounter any wild beasts along the way? Li Enan asked. Seeing a tiger pee on a tree in front of us, how can we tolerate that? We will gather up the bark and the earth around it when he is not looking, and we will put them beside us when we are on our way, so that we will be safe. Actually, we can kill it. There's no need for us to do that. We just want to catch up to you and contact Dongzhu at any time. Fan Fan talked about the strategy when the team encountered a situation when they were chasing, and it was to achieve their goal first. If the tiger saw them, it could kill them if it wanted to. The tiger seemed to feel that they were not easy to suppress, so it left some urine on the grass and trees to mark out its territory. When the tiger walked further away, they went over to collect the other party's things. The wolves were useless and did not dare to come over. Unlike lions, where lions lived, there were hyenas, and both sides killed each other. Hyenas usually used the method of licking or biting the lion's tail. When lions dealt with hyenas, they usually bit off the spine at the back. They did not kill the hyenas directly and let the hyenas drag the remains back. This was the situation in Africa. Later, someone brought the tiger to Africa and released it into the wild. Many people wanted to know who was stronger between the lion and the tiger, and the result was revealed. The tiger released in the wild directly divided its territory, and the hyenas died when they went over. Lions lived in groups, while tigers lived alone. Its territory did not allow other carnivores to survive safely, and they could only live without purpose. Where tigers were released in Africa, there were no other large carnivores. They were all killed or chased away by the tiger. The tiger's reaction was faster than the lion's, and it was the only one. Hyenas? They were directly destroyed, and there was no competition between them. Later, the local people could not stand it and cleaned up the tiger. This thing could not blend in with the local ecological environment. Later on, when lions came to Li Yi's era, they were usually made into stone sculptures and placed at the door. Under the lion's paw was a ball, and under the female lion's paw was a small lion. But no one put the tiger at the door, one left and one right. The tiger was usually drawn and placed in the main hall, with the white tiger in the middle to guard the house. The door was set with 2 lions and the tiger in the middle. This was a feng shui layout, and the lion could not be in the middle. Why did they set up the lion? Because lions lived in groups, it meant that the family was united, respecting the elders and caring for the young. Seeing such a sign, those who knew the business understood that the family was powerful and had many people. When they went in and saw the tiger down the mountain, they understood even more. The family had people in the imperial court and could dominate a region. As for those who did not understand, they did not need to understand. The key was that some people did not understand, but they still made such a scene. How powerful was their family? Did they know what it meant to be a lion in the middle? If you did not understand anyway, you could carve a dragon. The locals did not understand so many rules. They only knew that the last 100 people arrived with their bags. If they did not use horses, what did they eat on the way? Do you want to eat meat? Mo Aegon was bold and spoke to Fan Fan again. Fan Fan wanted to make a joke, such as, "I'll eat you," to scare the other party. He held back and said patiently to the child, "We ate a lot of hibernating snakes. It's dangerous to dig out the snake's nest in winter. We're used to it. Then there were wild boars. We killed one and ate it for a long time. The cold weather can freeze the meat. The night before, we had dinner with 2 bears. They were woken up by us and wanted to attack us. We threw the meat, and they ate it. When we ate the meat, they came forward. They like to eat cooked meat more. With some salt, they can roll around." Fan Fan was telling the truth. They had indeed brought 2 bears with them to eat. They were the blind bears. Blind bears had high IQ. There were many blind bears in the animal show. They had other food to eat and did not want to hurt people, unless it was a person alone. If there were more than 2 people, the bears would not attack unless they were provoked. 100 winged knights. The bears knew from their eyes that they could not bite them. This group of people was not afraid of them. If they bit them, they would be killed. "How much food do you have left? Count it. You can replenish it." Li Endong called Fan Fan and the others to eat. If the other party had less meat floss, he would make it now and consume a lot of lean meat. The message has been sent out. Dongzhu will give instructions in an hour at most. We will eat whatever everyone eats. Starting tomorrow, we will go hunting. It's great to meet you. There are many people, and the logistics base is stable. When we go hunting, we don't have to worry about our backs. You will be on the road tomorrow. When you listen, set up the tent. Fan Fan was not the kind of person to show off. As soon as he saw the situation here, he quickly joined in. The battle team was most afraid of instability in the rear. Other enemies did not matter. Chapter 1981. After the meal, the winged knights found a secluded place to hide from women. He took off his clothes and rubbed snow on his body. He took a bath and froze. His entire body was red like a cooked crab. He wiped himself dry with a towel, put on his clothes, and returned to the camp. Fan Fan and another person waited for the telegram. The others fell asleep and did not care about anything. Some local men secretly went over to take a look and came back to tell others. They knew how to rub snow. When one's hands were cold, they would grab a handful of snow and rub it hard. They had never rubbed their bodies on their bodies before. It was cold. Could they not bathe? It was normal not to bathe in winter. Luoyang, drunken immortal residence. Li Yi was looking at the sweet potatoes in a daze when the telegram arrived. He wanted to roast the sweet potatoes, but Luoyang was not cold now. He felt that something was missing when he ate the sweet potatoes. More than 2,000 locals want to follow me. Catch a white fox for me. We will reach the Commander-in-Chief's office in 2 days. Li finished reading the telegram and continued to look at the sweet potatoes. There's only one white fox. I didn't say whether it's male or female. How will one live in Luoyang? Princess Yongmu was concerned about the fox. The fox had no companion and was all alone. Don't be afraid. We'll see what breed it is when we come back. When the Yellow River has water, we'll go out and find a few more. Is it an Arctic silver fox? Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. It was easy to catch a fox. They could go to the Arctic through the Bering Strait. They could bring back a batch of polar bears and raise them in the zoo. It would just consume a lot of ice. It snowed here last year. Snow can stay on the top of the mountain. The higher the mountain, the better. If it snows, we'll go to the cemetery of martyrs and the pear garden behind Tianshu to sell roasted sweet potatoes. If we don't go to Mount Song, what if there are monks and Taoists who want to harm us? Princess Yongmu said according to previous years, they were not selling now. Reply to the telegram. Say, when we reach the Bohai Sea, we can trade slaves. We'll wait, Li Lang, the telegram has more words. It won't delay. Princess Yongmu reminded him. Oh. He told them that when they arrived, they would see if there were any slaves for sale. It would be even better if they could buy a family of slaves. While they were at it, they would also buy horses. When they saw their craftsmen, they would ask them if they wanted to go with them. Don't take too much of the beast's fur, we don't lack it. As for the pine nuts, take them, they worked hard to get them. Ginseng and velvet antler as usual, gold and silver were also needed, and the rest were exchanged for food for the journey. They picked wild honey to exchange for water for everyone to drink on the way, so that they wouldn't suffer. Once you reach the location and see Dezwarong, contact him via telegram and see if he needs anything. Li changed to a more understandable language structure. People were more important. One more person coming to the Tang dynasty meant one less person coming to the Bohai Sea. The local monarchy was the same as the Tang dynasty, with slavery and feudalism. Now, all the slaves that could still be bought in Luoyang had been bought. The moment Li arrived, the Li family Zhuangzi took action. The price was fair, and the people who bought and sold slaves did not raise the price on account of the many people who had been taken away a few days ago. Because some of those who were taken away were their peers. Confiscating all of their peers' slaves was a big deal, wasn't it? The slaves and the craftsmen underwent the same lie detection procedure, including the craftsmen's families. The palace maids and eunuchs at the side wrote it down, turned around, and ran out to deliver it to Li Longji. We'll have hot pot tonight. Cut these 2 baskets of sweet potatoes into slices and cook them. They'll cook very quickly. As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a smaller sweet potato, rubbed it, opened his mouth, and chewed on it. First, he chewed off the dirt on the outside, spat a few mouthfuls of saliva, and then chewed on it. Dongzhu, cut it with a knife, Qing Song reminded. There's no feeling when you cut it with a knife. Just eat it like this. In the future, many children will sit in other people's sweet potato fields and steal sweet potatoes to eat like this. I have to write in the newspaper to be careful of germs and bugs in your mouth. Li Yi finished speaking and continued chewing. It was delicious, but unfortunately, it wasn't other people's sweet potatoes. Li Yi's arrangements were passed to Li Longji, and Li Longji continued to soak in the hot spring. When the ministers heard the news, they all came over and entered the pool to talk. Fan, in the Bohai Sea, winter is hard to endure, and it's the same in the northwest of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, there's enough food, and after the Yellow River freezes, it's convenient to transport it through the ice. Song Jing wanted to say that Fan ran around blindly and asked him to wait at the seaside, but another group caught up with him. As soon as he said these 2 words, he suddenly sobered up. The winged knights were not under his control. The southwest barbarians and the Li family Zhuangzi's farmers had nothing to do with him. This time, they belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi's trade with the Bohai Sea. The border trade had not formed an orthodox mutual market, so they could not collect taxes. They could only bring things back and collect taxes when the Li family Zhuangzi sold them. Li Yi did not sell ginseng, pine nuts, horses, tussock cocoons, and deer antlers. When gold and silver were brought back, they were directly exchanged for exchange certificates. The place where the heavenly soldiers lived and the people along the Yellow River lived better lives. This is your Majesty's grace and the fate of the Tang dynasty. Sui followed the words and praised Li Longji. Saying a few more words of praise would not offend anyone. This subject suddenly remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi has as much money as there are exchange certificates. This money, most of it has been invested, right? Bai Gu thought about the situation of gold and silver being exchanged for exchange certificates and trembled in the hot spring. He was frightened. My collateral is in the Li family Zhuangzi, and it's not a small amount. Later, the imperial court will follow suit and issue banknotes of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji reminded Bai Gu that this was a transition. This was a transition. Brother Yi's money was all out in the open, and he did not hide it. Most of the exchange coupons were used to purchase military supplies, and the rest would be converted into tax every time they were traded. Then, the Li family Zhuangzi would pay for the construction of roads and bridges, like the Yellow River Bridge. The imperial court's money was used elsewhere. The agreed expenses would be paid with taxes in the future, and the bridge did not belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was used by the people, unless Brother Yi collected a bridge toll. Yes, the imperial court needs to make more money. When the time comes, use the exchange certificates earned to exchange for banknotes of the Tang dynasty. This will consume the cost of producing banknotes. Bai Gu was worried as he spoke. The more exchange certificates printed, the more money they would lose. Everyone's money was money. How should they deal with it? They could not suddenly withdraw the cost of exchange certificates from the Li family Zhuangzi just because the imperial court printed banknotes of the Tang dynasty. Ask Gang Ro. He knows. What should we eat tonight? It looks like it's going to drizzle. Zhang Jiuling was the most simple. When he encountered something that took a lot of effort, he directly threw it to Li Yi. Yes, ask. Bai Gu looked at the little robot. Hot pot tonight. Just now, Dong Zhu said to put sweet potato slices and cut them thicker, the little robot replied. This old man said to ask about banknotes, Bai Gu emphasized. Ask when we eat hot pot tonight. Dong Zhu is eating sweet potatoes now. He has no time. The little robot was very intelligent. Has the telegram been sent? Bai Gu changed the topic. I didn't send the telegram. How would I know? The little robot turned its head and shook its head. You stay here and you don't know the situation? Bai Gu grasped the key question. I know the situation, Your Majesty. I will report to you at any time in the future. I sent it, Your Majesty ordered. The little robot became very obedient. Let me tell you, see, I am very cooperative. Bai Gu, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. Bai Gu explained to Li Longji with a bitter face. Chapter 1982. When the crescent moon did not rise, the surroundings were dark. The torches on the pine branches in the camp burned and made crackling sounds. Even if the pine branches were wet, once the front part was lit, it could still slowly burn. The people in the northeast ate hot pot around iron pots. After the meat was frozen, it was easy to slice it. Piles of meat were thrown down, including the mushrooms that had not rotted yet. Some salt water was put in the bowls. Everyone scooped out the meat and mixed it in the bowls a few times before eating. Tomorrow, they would travel in the snow. Tonight, they would nourish their bodies. The local tribesmen had not eaten 3 meals a day for a long time. They usually ate 2 meals. When it snowed heavily and they were not active, they would eat 1 meal. The winged knights carried their bowls and walked near the locals. They scooped meat from the pots and chatted with the locals in the local language. The Southwest barbarians spoke the local language very slowly. Sometimes, the words could not convey the meaning. It was a foreign language and they had to learn it alone. The winged knights were skilled and could bring out a unique dialect. Under the torches and beside the bonfires, the Southwest barbarians took turns patrolling. They were mainly focused on the dark areas outside. The Sinan barbarians' heart was calm. The Yulin flying cavalry had arrived. The locals were even more relieved. They had never seen a soldier standing guard for them. These soldiers were different from the soldiers who were going to the place to revive the king. The soldiers there sometimes went to their own tribes to exchange things and bullied them. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were good to their own people. They never robbed, beat, or occupied women. They did not want women who were sent to their door. Let's get in touch with Dongzhu. Dongzhu said in Luoyang that we should go to the place to exchange things. Try to get enough food to eat on the way back. It's best if there's honey. Don't be afraid at that time. Eat your fill on the way. The big ship is waiting by the sea. We are the soldiers of His Majesty and the people of the Tang dynasty. You now belong to the people of the Tang dynasty. If there's danger, we'll go first. Fan Fan held a bowl and talked to the leader of the largest tribe, Jin, about the main purpose of the army. Are you afraid of death? Jin felt the change in the southwest barbarians after the arrival of the winged knights. In the past, the southwestern barbarians had taken care of their people like adults taking care of children. Now, the southwestern barbarians were like children. With adults around, they were not afraid of anything. If a 100-man team could be called a 5,000-man team, what did this 100-man team represent? The winged knights are not afraid of hardship, nor are they afraid of death. Fan Fan gestured with his chopsticks. What does winged knights mean? As long as they had a way to get meat, they would eat it. Just like pandas, if you gave pandas meat, pandas would definitely eat it. At dawn, the leftover meat from last night froze into lumps in the pot. They continued to light the fire and boil it. Li Endong and the others arranged to take out fried noodles and dry rice and put them in bowls to wait for boiling. Everyone first packed up their tents and things and put them on the sleigh before eating together. They could eat as much as they wanted. When they arrived at the place, there would be food there. They just needed to process it a little. After eating, the winged knights were responsible for riding, patrolling, hunting, and scouting. Yesterday, when they were looking at the horses, they had a choice. Each of them rode 3 horses. When they went over to lead the horses that were led followed happily. Some of the horses that were not led actually threw a tantrum. Fan Fan carried the 3 horses and came to Jin. Let's communicate and learn from each other. It's not about winning or losing. He said it first so that the other party would not be embarrassed. I know. You don't need to use the reins. You can directly climb up by holding the horse's neck. Jin explained the movements that Fan Fan could do. At least, that was what he thought. Fan Fan smiled and patted the horse's neck. It's too high. I can't go up. The horse seemed to understand his words. It moved its 4 legs and directly knelt down, lowering its height. Fan Fan directly stepped on it. There was no need to flip. How tiring. The horse stood up and flicked its tail, looking very excited. Fan Fan patted the horse's head, and the horse's front legs suddenly raised. Fan Fan's legs clamped the horse's stomach and his waist was in. His body was parallel to the horse's back. He patted the horse's neck again, and the horse's front hooves fell. At the same time, he jumped up and stood on the horse's back. Let's go! Fan Fan shouted. The horse ran out, and the other 2 immediately followed, one on the left and one on the right. After running for a while, Fan Fan suddenly jumped from one horse to another. The horse's speed was just right. He pounced again, and the horse that had been running on the other side happened to come to this side. He pounced to the side and used both hands and feet to turn from under the horse's stomach. He did not touch the reins or stirrups. He relied on inertia and skill to complete it. It was similar to a circus's horse taming program, except that the horses had been trained for a long time. The 3 horses ran back excitedly with Fan Fan on their backs. The other 2 horses raised their front hooves from time to time on the left and right, sticking out their heads for Fan Fan to touch. Fan Fan pressed the horse's back and landed on the ground with a backflip. He said to the dumbfounded Jin, "It's just that you've been training for a long time. It's not a big deal. If you don't care about your clansmen, you'll be more relaxed." Chapter 1983. General Fan is very capable. Jin was completely convinced because one of the 3 horses was his tribe's horse. When he was riding, the horse was not so cooperative. Fan Fan had just arrived, so why was his horse so obedient and smart? The 3 horses surrounded Fan Fan and rubbed their heads against Fan Fan's body. Obviously, they were happy and recognized this person. Fan Fan took out 3 pieces of rock candy from his pocket, one for each horse. It was a little less, but it was still sweet. General Fan, how did you practice? Jean wanted to learn. You should be asking how you fell. Put on protective gear, especially one that protects your neck. Learn the horse's habits, understand the horse's emotions, know the horse's physical condition, and understand the horse's body movements. Be in contact with the horse all day long, adjust the core strength of the body through stroking, eye contact, and dynamic body movements. After a long time, you will be able to achieve the unity of man and horse. The riding skills of the winged knights are only better than the riding skills of the grassland tribes. Fan Fan did not hide anything. He told the other party a set of methods, but the other party could not learn. There were also details. A good rider could tell that the horse was smarter than the panda when he looked at the horse. How many keepers dared to feed an adult panda with food? The panda was silly and would bite people. When feeding the horse, the palm of the hand was flat. The horse knew that it could not bite, so it would lick and eat. When a good horse hit the horseshoe, the horse would raise its leg by itself. There was no need to fix it, and the horse would not kick people. No matter how sharp the panda's claws were, it could scratch the keeper's leg and bleed. Sure enough, there are no bad horses, only people who don't understand horses. Jean sighed. He could not learn. The people of the 7 tribes saw a wonderful performance. They did not expect the man and the horse to cooperate to such an extent. The 3 horses rested for a while. Fan Fan began to put on the reins, saddles, and stirrups. There was nothing before. He carried a bow on his back, a gun on his shoulder, and a pistol on his waist. He went out with the other brothers to patrol and hunt. The pistol was given by Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi. It was the most intimidating and could shoot continuously. If they encountered a Manchurian tiger, they would first use the gun to shoot. If the Manchurian tiger charged, they would change to the bow and shoot. Once the gun was fired, there was no need for follow-up steps, such as shooting the eyes. Riding a horse was more advantageous as it could run and chase. Tigers had a special characteristic, which was that they were afraid of getting hurt. If the prey was particularly difficult to handle, it would injure itself. The tiger would choose to give up if it didn't have to starve to death if the hunt failed. However, the tiger would not give up on the other carnivores in its territory. It had to get rid of them. This was especially true for Siberian tigers. That was why Li Yi had fed the Siberian tigers to the zoo at that time. One by one, the Siberian tigers were eaten until they became fat cats. There was no lack of food, so they stopped fighting. Now that the winged knights had escaped, the entire team relaxed. They were clearly struggling to move through the snow, but there was no sense of despair. Some of the sledding horses think that the road is normal, they pass, and the sledge overturns. The people at the back laughed and pulled out the people who had fallen into the snow. They got on the sleigh and continued to run. Let's hurry up and get to the place, then go back. Hurry up and get to the Tang dynasty. Jean sat on the sled with her 4-year-old daughter in her arms. Tang dynasty, sugar. His daughter said with rock candy in her mouth. Children could not eat sugar, and the matter of tooth decay had nothing to do with her. She needed sugar to replenish her health, and eating sugar brought her happiness because sugar was the easiest thing for the human body to absorb. Like robbers who took hostages, when they asked for food, the police would find a way to send them milk and bread with a lot of sugar. One was easy to make people tired, and the other was able to restore people's mental state and make them less aggressive. Organized robbers were different. They were 2 different things. Fan Fan led the team and tried their best to find wild boars and wolves. Especially wolves, they tried their best to destroy them. If there were fewer wolves, there would be more other animals, which would affect the ecological balance. In fact, if the number of wolves decreased, the local people could get prey more easily. They did not have to guard against wolves. The more wild beasts there were, the more meat the local people could eat and the more fur they could get. At noon, everyone had wolf meat hot pot. The small wolf cubs were too small and were directly thrown into the snow. They were not eaten, so there was no meat. When the wolves in the wolf den were caught, the wolves in the den would finally show a pleading look, especially the female wolves who wanted to nurse their cubs at this time of the year. The winged knights killed without mercy. They were not the Virgin Mary or the existence of feeding eagles. Wolves were sad when they killed wolf cubs, but when the wolves killed human children, did they care about the human's pain? When a pregnant human encountered a wolf pack, which one would the wolf pack let go? The winged knights had no mercy in their hearts. It was best to kill all the wolves in the den. When they found that many wolves in the den had gone out to hunt, they even took out the wolf cubs, including the nursing female wolves, and stabbed them with small knives. They let the female wolves and wolf cubs cry, and when the wolves heard the noise and came back, they would kill them together. The small wolves were too small and difficult to deal with. They did not have much meat, so they were directly thrown into the snow. They would rot and disappear next year. The big wolves were skinned and cooked. The offal was cut up and put in more oil in a big pot, then stir-fried with chili. More than 200 wolves were brought back by the winged knights in the morning. There were traces of all kinds of animals on the snow. In addition, the southwestern barbarians who cooperated with the hunting team brought back wild boars. The people of the tribe were so happy that they cried. So much meat. It was not easy to get some in the past. In normal weather, it would only be enough to feed their tribesmen. If there was a little extra, they would have to exchange it for other things. If it was the army of the Tang dynasty, how could it be so easy to hunt? Dong Zhu is right. Beat the roe deer with a stick, scoop the fish, and the pheasants fly into the rice pot. I don't understand. How can the locals have such a hard life? Hunting is enough. Then we can open up the land, plant crops, raise tussa silkworms, and roaming pheasants and pigs. The leader of the southwestern barbarians sighed. It was all good stuff. It was easy to catch prey in winter. Your original place was not bad. Do you think your family ate well? Li Endong mentioned something that the southwestern barbarians did not want to remember. Not everyone in the southwestern barbarians could eat meat. The southwestern barbarians were Yunnan, western Guizhou, southern Tibet and other places. Were there many resources? Were the local people living well? Since when did having more beasts equate to having more meat to eat? There were also many fish in the sea. Ask the people by the sea if they could eat fish every day until they were full. There are no such weapons. If there are, it's fine. The leader of the southwestern barbarians found the reason. It has nothing to do with weapons. It's the ability to organize. Blow darts, bows, and sticks. It's not difficult to get resources in an organized way. The organization in your place is not perfect. The dried meat you make is easy to spoil. There are also many fruits in your place. How many people make dried fruits and keep them for eating? Li Endong learned a lot and understood why others had a hard life. The Li family Zhuangzi could make the best use of the same resources. Others fought for themselves. We are willing to follow Dongzhu and do things. The leader admitted. His family had come. Chapter 1984. The sweet potato slices can't be cooked for too long. They'll be cooked in a few minutes. Li Yi told the others that everyone in Zuixian house would eat hot pot together in the evening. I received news in the afternoon that Buddhism and Taoism have reached a consensus. They want to officially invite Li Yi to preach on a moonless day. The date is set to be next month's full moon night. Sui picked up a piece of sweet potato and threw it into the pot to cook. He told them about the information provided by the intelligence personnel in the afternoon. Oh, there are still more than 20 days. I guess they're preparing props and training people to play a large-scale illusion show with me. Speaking of this illusion, the royal family has a performance. The old Taoist monks are very skilled in fooling people. If I give them some special tools, they'll be even more powerful. Okay, I've been thinking about what kind of support we need on that day. Where should I choose the location? Li just realized that the other party wanted to play a big game, such as performing a moon landing or something. They don't have steel wire rope, but they can use strong silk rope. Then there must be a place to hang things, such as next to a cliff or a tall building. They can extend a strong long pole outside to hang the rope. If it's snowing heavily and I preach to them on flat ground, they won't be able to use many tricks, right? Li suddenly thought of a sinister idea. You can perform magic tricks. If it's snowing on a full moon, it'll be as if it's daytime. Heaven is in charge of the snow, but he can choose the location. Xiao Yi, let them choose. Let's watch the show. Noble consort Lu wants to see a large-scale illusion show. They can probably choose a place with mountains, buildings, and water. It's convenient to hide people and arrange props. The people who want to watch the show can go to the Martyrs' Cemetery to pay homage to the immortal heroes who fought for the country. Ask the monks and Taoists to go there and tell them who gave the people of the Tang dynasty a good life. Li agreed. Let's play. Pear Garden, Pyongkong Square, and Sigong Square can perform for a few more days. Xiao Yi, the cost of exchanging notes with the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Bai Gu finally found an opportunity to ask. He had been waiting for the whole afternoon. Oh, the Imperial Court's banknotes will be printed out. When the exchange coupons are worn out and need to be replaced, we can directly exchange them with the Imperial Courts. Li Yi said as he fished out the sweet potato slices from the pot. They were cooked. Bai Gu was stunned. After a few breaths, he asked, so simple. What else? If it weren't for the fact that you want to control the cost, you could have just redeemed it. You don't need that little bit of money. Now that the paper-making technology had improved, the new exchange coupons would be used. Only large bills of 50 renminbi and above will be used. Bills of less than 20 renminbi and cents will not be used. The cost of a bill is about 1 RMB. Li Yi continued to talk about how the Li family Zhuangzi's technology was getting more and more expensive. Why so? Song Jing was puzzled. The cost was too high. It's sturdy and won't be easily damaged. The commoners can be at ease with it. If the small denominations are seriously damaged or even lost, they won't feel any heartache. When the Imperial Court issued paper money, the gold and silver shops would have additional functions and start other financial businesses. Especially deposits. The rich people would deposit their money in the banks. Even if the deposit and withdrawal were to be lost, it could be retrieved according to the registered birthplace and fingerprint. It's just a little troublesome. Li Yi pushed forward step by step. He did not dare to suddenly open all financial products, especially stocks and futures. When the Imperial Court issued paper money, crops were promoted in the Tang dynasty. The price of grain fell, and crops became fodder for livestock. With the emergence of banks and the existence of interest, the currency should depreciate. Because there were many things, the depreciation of the currency was offset by the increase in the number of grains and livestock. Before the currency depreciated, a bushel of rice was worth 8 renminbi. After the currency depreciated, a bushel of rice was worth 5 renminbi. According to the calculation of grain alone, the depreciation of 60% was not a problem. In fact, it could not be calculated in this way. It needed to be considered comprehensively. Brother Yi, do as you see fit. Li Longji said. He called everyone to eat and not to think about the future. Now was not the time to ask. Everyone should go back and read. If they did not understand, they could ask Brother Yi. Everyone was relieved and enjoyed the food. The palace maids and eunuchs served and stole food from time to time. They ate glutinous rice sticks and crab cakes. Bai Gu made them for the Ministry of Revenue. He asked for the recipe from Li Yi. The Li family Zhuangzi made a lot for the service staff who could not eat in time. The palace maids and eunuchs put it in their pockets. There were pine nuts and hazelnuts. When they were hungry, they would eat a few mouthfuls. If they were afraid of making a big noise when eating, they could eat sugar. One piece of sugar would not cause hypoglycemia. The ministers and Li Longji did not say anything when they saw this. It was fine as long as they did not delay the work. Hard and soft, the road in Lingnan, with the current technology, can be repaired from Lingnan to the Yangtze River. Zhang Jiling carried his cutlery and sat next to Li Yi. Zhuangzi has sent people to Azhou and other places. According to the actual situation, Zhuangzi bought a lot of land for the local people. Li Yi did not think there was a problem. The road had already been repaired. It was quite good. Train. Zhang Jiling said 2 words. Train. Repair the road in Lingnan. Send more big animals over. Train. That, repair the road first. Try to make it flat and spacious. Li Yi thought of the train track from Guangzhou to the Yangtze River. How was it repaired? How long did it take to repair it? The railway in Guangzhou seemed to be a detour. It went west to Changsha and then turned northeast to Wuhan. It was not a direct route to the Yangtze River. Therefore, it was better to build a normal road. It was a national highway, and the road was big. It can't be repaired. Zhang Jiling was a little disappointed. He saw the convenience of the train. It was really fast. In theory, there is no railway that cannot be repaired. But look at the current situation. With the money and manpower, there are many other roads that can be repaired. It is not worth it. Li Yi advised. Don't think about it. There will not be any railway from Guangzhou in the next 5 years. If you want to repair it, you have to do it in sections. First, you have to solve the logistics problems of the 2 places. Then, you can repair it as it develops. Little by little, one city will be connected to another city and finally form a railway network. Ordinary roads are simple. Horses, mules, and donkeys are enough. If it is difficult to climb the mountain, you can either cut through the mountain like you did at Dayu Ridge or walk up the mountain. Blind Shi's village's road was at Mount Pan. That location is crucial. You can see a large area around it. Okay. Zhang Jiling saw that Li Yi did not agree. It was obviously difficult, so he gave up. You can ask the merchants in Guangzhou to donate money to repair it. No. Li Yi shook his head. They have already paid taxes. How can we ask them for extra money? But the people in the surrounding area can use it. Li Yi was against exploiting the merchants. The people had their annual transfer. When they repaired Dayu Ridge, they took advantage of that opportunity. When the people had nothing to do, they went to repair the road. If they exceeded the transfer time, they would give extra money. When they were working, they would give more delicious food. After they finished their work, they would gain a few pounds of meat. Okay. Zhang Jiling carried the food and left. He did not eat anything when he came over. Why did he have to carry the utensils? Li Yi was quite puzzled. You came over alone to ask, how can it affect anything? Chapter 1985. Zhang Jiling sat back down. Song Jing asked, how is it? Song Jing used to be an official in Guangzhou and told people to build houses with stones. Now, many people started to build houses with stones. But it had nothing to do with him. When he was there, the people couldn't afford to build houses with stones. He always felt that he owed the local people something. The people always mentioned him and said good things about him. He was actually quite thick-skinned. He didn't care in front of others, but he was afraid that Li Yi would look down on him. If he had power, so what if he looked down on him? The key was power. It's difficult to build. Continue to build ordinary roads until the people have free time. There is a lot of rain there. Try to put gravel on the road and press it with a hammer. Every family doesn't pay for the first 20 days. After that, they pay 20 yuan a day. Let the people have a good new year. Zhang Jiling was very happy, even if he couldn't lay the tracks. Song Jing nodded. Yes, the people there loved to work and were treated well. In the past, they worked and brought their own food for 20 days a year. Now, the construction site provided food, and there was meat for every meal. When there was slack, the women in the family would help cook for free and eat there with the children. There was no need to cook at home. How could they bear to eat meat? Song Jing suddenly reacted. Who's paying for it? If we don't encourage the merchants to donate, the imperial court. Long Zhe won't pay. I went to mention this matter. Gongru agreed, so he will pay. Sigh. Zhang Jiling just thought of the problem of money. When he went to mention it, Li Yi responded as if he was forcing Li Yi to spend money. His attitude towards Li Yi was different from other people. He always remembered the situation on his way back to his hometown after he resigned. Li Yi persuaded Her Majesty to send the Winged Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi to provide the cost of building the road. He didn't return to his hometown in dire straits. Instead, he brought a big project. After that, both sides raised and released pigeons. When he went to the Department of Shipping to be the city's ambassador, the Li family Zhuangzi's Baishuwei Corps arrived. They supported it together and dealt with the local big family, the Yen family. Since the Huang clan was a mere figurehead, all of the Huang clan's descendants and officials could only cooperate obediently. Today, he actually made Li Yi spend money again. Should he talk to Bai Gu about it? Let the imperial court take responsibility. Li Yi, who had finished eating the thick melon slices, turned his head and waved at the little robot behind him. The little robot's head flashed a light as it came over. What's up? Is there anyone around Sun Xian? Li Yi asked. N. Dongzhu, are you looking for me? After the little robot replied with a long voice, Sun Xian's voice sounded. Food could be eaten at any time. Things had to be done immediately. Second manager, you just ate 2 mouthfuls of food and went to work again. The little robot said to Li Yi. He enjoys his current status and power. He should pay the same duties and responsibilities. If something big happens suddenly, I won't eat. Li Yi didn't feel sorry for Sun Xian. The second manager in Zhuangzi could communicate with Li Longji face to face. He wouldn't starve to death if he ate a little later. I can't starve and run out of power. The little robot muttered. Is there dust on your internal motherboard cooling fan? Blow the dust off for you. Li looked at the little robot and asked. Confirm the time. My data will be stored on the cloud first. I'm afraid that you won't be able to operate it well and electrostatically break through my physical storage equipment. The little robot's light flickered and promised to take a shower. No, the processing warehouses in the south of Chang'an are all de-static. Li promised. It's daytime tomorrow. It's dark at night. It's not easy to operate under the light. The little robot set its own time. Okay. Remember to remind me. I'll personally remove the dust for you when I have time. Li Yi was ready to do it himself. Okay. The little robot spun in circles to express its happiness. The sun rose later and set earlier in the morning. The leftover meat and bones from the hot pot in the snow last night continued to be stewed this morning. Fan Fan received a telegram from Luoyang, asking if they were safe and told them not to be thrifty. As a result, there were many staple foods for breakfast. The people of the tribe didn't know how to control themselves and ate until they were full. The wind was strong today. There was no snow, and the sun was glaring. Walking under the big hillside, everyone roared twice. The sound echoed to see if there was an avalanche. In fact, this was a hilly area. The mountains were not high. The high ones were bypassed. Everyone was afraid that the loose snow would suddenly fall and the horses would be frightened and run around. The main thing was their 26 horses. The Li family Zhuangzi's horses were not afraid of the sound of explosives. It looks like the wind is about to change. Blow from behind. Speed up. When we reach the place tomorrow, we have to hurry back for the new year. Li Endong opened 100 enamel jars filled with shrimp oil side dishes and distributed them to everyone. Originally, they were going to exchange, but now they could eat by themselves. Chapter 1986. It was the first time for the people of the 7 tribes to taste salted vegetables in shrimp oil. Li Endong and others did not eat them before. Only when Dongzhu gave the order did they take it out. Mo Agon's bowl had a mess of animal meat and soaked rice, with small cucumbers, small eggplants, small cowpeas, and screwdrivers on top. All the small salted vegetables reflected the word small. They were all 1 inch long, and the screwdrivers were not even half an inch long. It was not the kind of mixed vegetables that Li Yi commercialized with cowpeas cut into pieces and cucumbers into slices. Now it was the same as when Li Yi was first there. It was a small thing in the garden, a complete individual. It did not grow long after the frost fell in autumn, and it was only that big. Mo Agon took a bite and liked the taste. He came over and said, "This dish is delicious. Is it expensive?" Li Endong looked at Mo Agon and said with a smile, "In Dongzhu's heart, you are more important than vegetables. Did you want to be Dongzhu's slave in the past?" Mo Agon thought of an identity. "You want to, but unfortunately, not everyone can be Dongzhu's slave. Look at me, our names are almost the same. We are Dongzhu's slaves. Do you think you are more capable than us, or are you more loyal than us?" Li Endong laughed happily, and Fan Fan also laughed next to him. "Is it difficult to be a slave now?" Mo Agon wondered. "When did people not want to be slaves? It's easy for others, but for Li family Zhuangzi, you need to go through many tests. In the past, you were ordinary people. You had a good life, so don't think about being a slave." Li Enbei came over and touched Mo Agon's head. "That big bowl. It's a cup. Can you give me one?" Mo Agon finally said the purpose of his visit. "You have to exchange when you get there. When we return to the Tang dynasty, I'll give you a few and make a set." Li Enbei shook his head. If he did not give them now, he would have more when he went back. "If we go to the king's place with you and he doesn't let us go, can we still follow you?" Mo Agon asked a very practical question. Their 7 tribes added up to more than 2,000 people. Who would be willing to let 2,000 people go? If they stayed here, they would have to exchange items with the other side every year. All the lands under the heavens belong to the king, all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. De Zhuorong was the king of the Bohai Sea and the governor of the Hehanzu province conferred by the Tang dynasty. The people were willing to go to the Tang dynasty, so how could he detain them? Was he going to betray the Tang dynasty? Then we will fight to the death here. Lian Zhong came over and used righteousness to suppress others. De Zhuorong accepted the reward and received benefits. You want to fight to the death? Mo Agon was hesitant. What should he do? I'll send a telegram. Dongzhu will fly over. Whoever refuses to submit to Tutu will die. Then we'll go back. Fan Fan winked at the child. Dongzhu can fly. What is Tutu? Mo Agon did not believe it. The muskets we use reload after each shot. Dongzhu had a type of gun that could fire continuously. It was like shooting arrows without stopping. That kind of gun could kill people from a distance of 1,000 steps, but it was not very accurate. Fan Fan pointed to the musket on his back. There was no need to introduce the pistol to the other party. It was a secret weapon. Dongzhu is an immortal. Mo Agon gave the definition. Yes. Several people nodded together. He was an immortal. Mo Agon ran back to tell the news to the other tribesmen. Everyone was relieved for the time being. Their living standards were low, but it did not mean that they were stupid. A large group of people wanted to go to the Tang dynasty. It was fine if they went secretly, but after running to the royal city, they still wanted to leave. Would the king agree? With the expectation of the future and the unknown, everyone sped up. They arrived at the place early and left after exchanging their items. The sky would get darker and darker. They had bet everything and could not turn back. Regardless of fatigue, everyone moved forward crazily. The children were sensible and did not cry. In fact, they were afraid of being beaten. The adults' emotions were unstable, and the children would be irritated when they cried. Except for the children who were too young, the slightly older ones would know how to control the situation. The survival of the tribe never believed in tears. When it was almost dark and they were ready to set up camp, Jean, the leader of the largest tribe, came over. They said that they should leave at night. The horses should rest. They can arrive at midnight. It's very close. Li Endong did not answer directly. He looked at Fan Fan. Fan Fan began to send a telegram and asked Li Yi if it was okay. Li Yi was not only Dongzhu, but also a miracle-working doctor. In less than 20 minutes, the telegram came back. Rest. Add fine ingredients to the horses. Let's drink hot soup. Those who don't sleep, put ginger powder. Those who sleep, don't. Fan Fan followed the instructions and prepared to drink more water for those who stayed up all night and did not sleep. The others who rode the sleigh could not eat ginger anymore. Why do you spell it like this? Li Endong could not figure out the content of the telegram. When fighting, courage is also important. When the morale is high, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Now the morale is high. We can rely on it but not be stopped. Fan Fan understood that from a military point of view, Dongzhu's operation was definitely not wrong. After the people of the tribe knew, they were excited. They quickly let the horses rest. Let's drink soup and drink more water. We can't stay up all night without water. They used leather bags to fill the hot soup and held it in their arms. After resting for 2 hours, the team hurried on. The moon could not be counted on. They lit a torch and illuminated a large area. The snow reflected the light. They were getting closer and closer to their destination. They met, or caught up with, a group of more than 1,000 people migrating. Looking at the traces on the road, they came from the side. There were old people in the group, which meant that they had not given up. Because the royal city was close, the old people did not have to die. Of course, the weary people who were hurrying along also saw them. They all pulled their sledges, and the other party was dumbfounded. It was like an infantry meeting a motorized army. The gap in equipment was huge. Brilo? Why are you leaving? I'm Jean. The team stopped when they saw others. Jean recognized someone. He jumped off the sleigh and shouted in the snow. There were only a few sleighs in Brailo's team, and they were not well made. Jean. It's Jean. Are you going to Royal City too? The leader over there looked tired and forced himself to ask. Yes. We'll wait for the people of the Tang dynasty to finish trading and then follow them to the Tang dynasty. Can't you do it? Jean used to envy the other party's tribe. There were many people and a small lake, which was Haizi. Haizi was buried in the snow. Trees and snow rolled down together. Fortunately, it was daytime. We found it early. People ran out. Other things, Brailo's tears appeared as he spoke. It was a natural disaster. They encountered an avalanche. Have you eaten? I'm sure you haven't. We have meat soup. Wait for it. Jean turned and ran back. He couldn't control others, but he had the final say in his own tribe. He asked everyone to take out the water bags with meat soup. Brailo saved his life. When they were chased by wolves, there were 9 of them and more than 20 wolves. They chased and followed for a whole day and night. When Brailo appeared with more than 100 people, the wolves retreated. Jean told Brailo's people about the physical exhaustion of the wolves. Then 9 wolves were left behind, and the others ran away with injuries. Wolves were not smarter than people. In critical moments, Ajin calculated the distance and physical exhaustion of the wolves chasing them. In this way, the two sides formed a friendship. Now that the other side was in trouble, he hurried to help. Chapter 1987. Jin's tribe sent something. When the other tribes saw it, they also sent something. Our lives are better. We can't watch others suffer. The team stopped to rest. Bolaro's tribesmen ate hot fried noodles in meat soup. Fires were lit one by one, and the tribesmen surrounded them to keep warm. Jin, you said you were going to the Tang dynasty. Were you caught? Bolaro asked in a low voice. He saw the military forces of the Tang dynasty around him. He knew at a glance that someone had imitated the military coat and sold it. He was reluctant to buy it. A group of people wearing military coats. Was it a matter of buying or imitating? Obviously, they belonged to the regular army. Do I look like I was caught? My tribe was crushed by the heavy snow. They arrived just in time to dig out our things. Previously, they had already taken in 6 tribes. You should have seen them all. They said they were going to the Tang dynasty. We saw that there was nothing we could do. Let's go. In the end, we ate meat for every meal, 3 meals a day. The ones wearing different clothes are the winged knights, the private army of His Majesty of the Tang dynasty. Amazing! Jin was indebted to Bolaro, so he said a few more words to persuade the other party to go with him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said much. If you follow us, we will consume more things on the way. The farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi had agreed to exchange things in the capital to ensure food for the return journey. Are they all? Bolaro asked when he saw the other tribesmen. Earlier than me. Look at you guys in a panic. Look at us. Are we different? Jin saw the state of Bolaro's tribesmen. It was too bad. Looking at them, he couldn't be happy. They weren't enemies. Others were sad, just like when he hadn't met the Li family Zhuangzi's team. He didn't know how to live in the future and how many tribesmen would die. When we reach the Tang dynasty, we will be slaves. Bolaro squeezed out the word chuan between his eyebrows. How can there be slaves? In the past, there was a place to live. They didn't want slaves, they wanted people. Are you going? If you want to go, I'll tell them to count you guys in. There must be enough food on the return journey. Look at my hands, they are whiter than yours. I used soap and skincare cream. Wrap your thumb with their adhesive tape. Look at my shoe. Fuck. You can soften the grass with a stick and put it in your shoes. It's very warm. Jin tried to persuade him. He didn't want his savior to miss the opportunity. Bryro had already felt the difference. The people of the other tribes looked relaxed, and it had nothing to do with the pain after the disaster. Especially the children, they opened their eyes wide to watch the show. Their noses didn't even drip with mucus as they sniffed. The old man took advantage of his free time to weave something with the woman. Is that wool a grass? Wasn't it hard? Would it go soft after a few punches? In addition, there were too many horses, and they were eating the grass that was carried on the sleigh. As the torches flickered, his tribe seemed to be in a different world from the other side. Bryro's people didn't think too much about it. The fried noodles made from the broth were delicious. They didn't feel cold after eating a mouthful. Bryro had been hesitating. He was used to the way of life now. He couldn't make up his mind to give up the land he owned and go to a strange place. Fan was sending a telegram. He didn't care what time it was now. It was an important matter. There were more than 1,000 people. Li didn't sleep. When he got the news, he was drawing the rendering of the Cemetery of Martyrs. The current one wasn't good enough. The Cemetery of Martyrs wasn't a lonely cemetery. It had to be sunny, grand, majestic, and heavy. It's best to have a scooter for children to play in. Let the children play in it. Adults can't do it. It's natural for children to play. In the cemetery of martyrs, the laughter of children is the expectation of the martyrs. Fortunately, there's no sound system now, so there won't be square dancing or anything. The old people work hard to show their value. Their existence is status. Li Yi told Princess Yongmu his thoughts. Aren't the old people afraid of hurting themselves when they dance? Princess Yongmu had never seen square dancing. She thought it was difficult for the old people to dance. It's to play music, hit the drum hard, then take 2 steps to the left, 3 steps to the right, and move your left foot and right foot forward into a cross. It's not related to age, it's personality. This includes a group of people of different ages who walk around other people's houses at night and sing at the top of their lungs. Their purpose is not to train themselves, but to prove their existence through this behavior and force others to agree and accept them. They're showing themselves. As for other people's children crying because of fear, it's not within their scope of consideration. Li Yi showed a helpless expression as he spoke. Then, he became happy. This was the Tang dynasty. No one could do that. Princess Yongmu shook her head. Li Lang is bluffing. How can there be such a shameless person? Where's his virtue? Oh! Children should pay attention to the time and temperature when playing in the cemetery of martyrs. Don't get sick. Arrange for people to take care of the children if they sweat too much. Otherwise, if they get sick, they'll think there's something dirty in the cemetery of martyrs. Li Yi agreed with this suggestion. As for the problem of disturbing the people, it was the law enforcement. The law enforcement department's inaction was the root cause. Telegram, Dongzhu, I've translated it for you. We've encountered another tribe with more than 1,000 people. There's an avalanche. Fan Fan is asking what to do. The little robot next to him suddenly received the message. It could also receive the telegram. As for the translation, it didn't take even a second. Call back. Ask the farmer and the winged knights to tell them about the daily life of the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't exaggerate. Tell them the truth. It's a pity that Hao Lingquan isn't there. Li thought of someone. Hao Lingquan, General Hao. A large group of tribes in Tubo joined the Warm family because of his existence. Next time, he should send Hao Lingquan to Bohai. He thought that he could bring back more people. Fan Fan received the order and called the winged knights to chat. They praised the old man's strong body and bones, praised the man's strong and fiery body, praised the children for being obedient and sensible, and praised other people's wives for being virtuous. Bolaro's people were embarrassed by the praise. They thought that this group of winged knights were good people. Fan Fan took out a piece of candy from his pocket and gave it to Bolaro's youngest son. More than 1,000 people. In the Tang dynasty, there are no ordinary Zhuangzi. Only Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi is okay. Li Yi. What's Li Dongzhu like in Zhuangzi? Bolaro asked curiously. Everyone said that Li Yi was good and good. The Li family Zhuangzi was good. How good was it? Did they also eat 3 meals a day? Could they see meat? How was it? Sigh. I'm angry when you mention it. Our winged knights and His Majesty live in the Li family Zhuangzi, and some of the 16 guards. Fan Fan said as he punched his thigh with his fist. His face was full of hatred. He doesn't treat you well. Sometimes you can only eat 1 meal a day. And you can't eat meat? Bolaro was very concerned about how many meals others ate a day and whether they had meat or not. It seemed that 3 meals with meat was the most beautiful life. It's just that when it comes to food, it's infuriating. They cook dozens of dishes at a time and choose randomly. Sometimes they're not allowed to pour it back if they make a mistake. Then they throw away the leftovers and put them in big buckets. They don't want buckets after buckets. Like the Zhang family village next door, they're much better. Usually, they can eat 6 dishes and they don't pour much. Fan Fan said sadly. He blamed the Li family Zhuangzi for having a hard time choosing dishes and wasting them. Chapter 1988. Brailo, who was holding a bowl, quickly stuffed 2 mouthfuls of meat soup into his mouth to calm himself down. He figured out how to cook dozens of dishes. Roasted, boiled, fried, steamed, and eaten raw. What else was there? They work a lot. They eat well and have strength. Brailo found an excuse for himself. What do you mean by work a lot? Look at Leon over there. The 5 of them are slaves. They work for 8 hours a day. The rest of the time is spent reading, swimming, wandering around Zhuangzi, and eating jerky as snacks. Just like that, they can get a monthly salary of a few kilos. There's no place to spend it, so it's there to rust. Fan Fan's face was full of sadness. He lamented their misfortune and was angry that they didn't work in such a good time. Brailo continued to eat to calm himself down. He swallowed. What about Zhang family's village? It's the same. They live in small buildings and eat cucumbers in winter. The cucumber butt is so long. Throw it away. Fan Fan criticized Zhang family's village. It was too outrageous. So rich? Why? Brailo wanted to know the reason. What else could it be? They are close to Li family Zhuangzi. Because of Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an, the people learned to raise more chickens. They don't even eat egg yolks. They think it's too dry and choke their throats. It's delicious when you eat meat, right? The people don't like to eat it. They buy bones. There's only a little meat on the bones. The most annoying thing is that when they eat while walking, they don't catch the big meat buns and the little babies. They fall to the ground. They're dirty. Fan Fan began to talk about the ordinary people and continued to criticize. Can't you just pick it up and pat it on the ground and blow on it? What about Luoyang? Brailo also knew that Luoyang was another prosperous place in the Tang dynasty. He wanted to compare it. Luoyang? Dongzhu and His Majesty went to Luoyang and were busy making money for the people. Hundreds of thousands of people went there from all over the place and gave things when they arrived. A person can buy dozens of caddies of rice after working for a day. The local eggs are cheap. They can afford to eat 10 of them. When Ajin's tribe returned, they were arranged to be next to Li family Zhuangzi in Luoyang. In less than 2 months, you can change into new clothes and start eating meat for every meal. Fan Fan changed the topic to Ajin and the others. He was drawing pancakes, big pancakes. Brailo stopped eating. They weren't slaves in the past. Slaves? The slaves of the Li family Zhuangzi worked for 8 hours a day and earned several taels of money a month. They want to be slaves? Dream on. If it wasn't for the fact that our winged knights made a lot of money, I would have wanted to become Li Dongzhu's slave. The Li family Zhuangzi has a good life, and Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. Let's not talk about other things. What about old Ma in your clan? Fan Fan tried his best to dispel the other party's fear of the future. You're not a slave, so go ahead. If they can't do any work, kill them and eat their meat. The same goes for dogs. They're old and useless, Brailo answered naturally. The Li family Zhuangzi is not. There are a lot of old people. Take good care of them. When you have nothing to do, you can play chess or cards. The dogs guarding the house don't eat meat until they die. When the working horses and cows can't do any work, you can raise them until they die. Then you can eat their meat. Think about it. The Li Dongzhu treats livestock like this. What would it be like to change to people? Fan Fan made a comparison. He didn't lie. The steamed buns fell to the ground. It was a lie to eat eggs but not the yolk. The Dongzhu himself didn't pick up the steamed buns and picked them up to eat when they fell to the ground, let alone others. That was to say, when His Majesty dropped a steamed bun, The palace maids and eunuchs next to him rushed to pick it up and stuff it into their mouths to thank His Majesty for the reward. Brailo ate in silence, thinking about something. Fan Fan took out a small flat wine pot and a few pieces of dried meat from his arms. He sipped the wine with the dried meat. Brailo smelled the wine. As the leader of the tribe, he could occasionally drink a few mouthfuls, but it didn't smell as strong as the wine now. Is the wine spicy? Brailo swallowed his saliva and craved the wine. Try it. Take a small sip. You must take a small sip. If you can't stand it, hold your breath. Don't cough. Fan Fan handed over the wine pot. He wasn't afraid that the other party would be infected. As long as he could persevere and return to Li Dongzhu's side, it would be fine. Brailo took it and smelled it first. It was too strong. He put his mouth to the mouth of the pot and sucked a little. At first, his mouth felt cold. Then, his throat felt like a knife was cutting it, and it went into his stomach. Boom! The wine spread out. He shivered and then let out a long breath. It was warm. His eyes narrowed. Good wine. Drink it to warm your body. Yes. Fan Fan agreed. The Li family Zhuangzi has a lot of this wine. The Tang dynasty has a lot of grain now, so it's not distressing to use it to make wine. The old grain is still fed to chickens and pigs. The old grain is piled up in the warehouse. It's already moldy and growing hair. There's no way to finish it. Have you seen rice harvested once every 3 months? No way, right? The whole Henan province is growing it. Brailo took another sip of wine and gasped for breath. The grain is piled up and moldy. We used to have food. We don't have anything now. The people of the Tang dynasty who are rushing to Luoyang from other places are on their own. They don't have utensils, tools, grain, or money. The weather isn't very cold yet. Some people only wear linen pants. When they go to the relay station, they find shoes to change into. The relay station gives them food, drink, and shelter. There's a relay station every 10 li. You can use it as you wish. If you hurry day and night, you can even borrow clothes to change at the next relay station. When you reach Luoyang, you can rest for 2 days. Eat, drink, and sleep well. Find something to do. It's 30 or 40 yuan a day. Fan Fan explained in detail. Generally, direct sellers talked like this. We didn't have a relay station in the past. Brailo envied the Tang dynasty's relay station every 10 li. He began to consider the specific problem of hurrying to the Tang dynasty. When we reach your king, no, the king of the Tang dynasty, we'll use other things to exchange for it. Rest for a few days and recuperate. When the time comes, we'll go together. There'll be more sleds. We'll change horses and take sleds to the seaside. There's a big boat by the seaside. Get on the boat and head south, bypassing the peninsula. There's a train station in Haizhou. You'll know how good life is when you take the train. Fan Fan completed his task and tricked a tribe to follow him. Brailo drank another mouthful of wine and quickly finished his meal. He urged his tribe to speed up and hurry on. The southwest barbarians gave them horses to use. Their main goal was to reach their destination. The entire tribe was tempted by the winged knight's words. There was no need for a meeting. At midnight, they rested for another hour to rest the horses. When the sun popped up from the horizon again, everyone finally saw people. They were still more than 10 li away from the city. This tribe belonged to the tribe that relied on Wang's city. Brailo and the others all knew each other. Looking at the people here, it was okay. The heavy snow didn't crush many of their houses. The group stopped to rest and eat. There were too many soldiers and horses. It wasn't good to directly rush into Wang's city. It would scare people. They hoped that this tribe would send a message, and then Wang's city would send people here to welcome them. Although it was a trade team, the Li family Zhuangzi had sent troops here. Who would dare to treat it as an ordinary business team? Under normal circumstances, the Khitans were responsible for transit. Now that they were fighting and bullying the Turks, they didn't have time. This tribe was frightened. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared, each holding weapons. Were they going to rob them? Chapter 1989. Deleka, I'm Brailo. The Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty is here to trade. Send someone to inform the king. Brailo shouted after seeing Deleka through the binoculars. A rider ran over. Brailo, why are there so many people? Deleka shouted before he even got close. They brought a lot of things. Send someone to inform them. They are the men of the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty. Brailo continued to look through the binoculars. It was the first time he used it. It was amazing. Yes, I saw you guys just now. I thought you guys were going to rob us. Deleka looked at the binoculars in front of him. He had heard of this thing before. Unfortunately, it was a military item and not for sale. Otherwise, it would be useful for hunting. The smell of the broth wafted out. Deleka did not hesitate. He found an enamel bowl, scooped half a bowl of broth and drank it. Fan sent a telegram to tell Li that they had arrived. It was just like what he said, they were farming. Because the Sumo water in the west was good, it was the Songhua River, and the king's city was built next to the Hohonhai Sea. The Hohonhai River flowed through the Hohonhai Sea, and the Hohonhai River was the Mudanjiang. With such a big river, it couldn't be for fishing, right? Some places in the Bohai Sea were grazing and raising horses, some were fishing, some were farming, and some were pottery. It was divided into different tribes and regions. The whole northeast of Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning was part of the Bohai Sea. It was very tiring to trade. The distance between each side was far, and there were tribes in between. The king's city more than 10 miles away was called a city, but it was better to call it a gua. A short mud wall was built in a place. In history, tall mud walls appeared later. Currently, the Bohai Sea was not enough to shake the country. When he received the telegram, Li was staring at the tofu soup in a daze. Last night, or rather, before he woke up today, he had a nightmare. He dreamed that many monks and Taoists besieged the Li family Zhuangzi. Most of the winged knights were confused by the witchcraft. He wanted to use the heavy machine gun to attack, but it was always stuck. Suddenly, a dog flew over and bit his trouser leg. He was running and struggling. He stomped on the ground with all his might. Accompanied by the dog's squeaking, he did not want the heavy machine gun anymore. He switched to the anti-aircraft machine gun and fired horizontally. He sat up and yelled, "Da-da-da-da," as he woke up. Princess Yongmu ran in and hugged the puppy on the ground. The puppy glared fiercely at Li. "Dongzhu, do you want to call back?" After the little robot finished reading the contents of the telegram, it asked for the follow-up. This time, the price is lower when exchanging slaves, so it's easier to collect slaves. Don't stay for too long, 3 to 5 days will do. Otherwise, when the slaves from other places arrive, their motives will be suspected. Let's just pretend that we want someone to work on the road and buy slaves. Li said to the little robot, and the little robot reported on its own. Princess Yongmu looked as if she had done something wrong. "Li Lang, I won't hold the puppy in the future. I think it's the most powerful. I'll put it on your bed first so that you won't have nightmares." "It doesn't matter if I have nightmares. You almost destroyed a good dog, or rather, a pack of dogs. It's not easy for hunters. If you want a pet in the future, ask me first, and I'll find a way for you." Li said helplessly. He knew that the hunter wanted to die. The hunter had a good dog, a bitch. It was said that the bitch's grandfather's grandfather was a mountain guard dog. Then, the female dog got together with a male mountain guard dog and had a child. That was not enough. The bitch had 8 places to feed, and a litter of 9 puppies came out. Then the 9 puppies needed to fight, and they would fight when they were drinking milk. In the process of fighting, the most powerful dog would appear, which was the dog that Princess Youngmu held. If this dog could be a mountain guard dog, it would lead its other 8 brothers to form a complete class team. It would be the Wolf King, and among the brothers, a mountain guard dog, the hunter would be rich. Why was the status of the old man sure high among the hunters? There were hundreds of dogs in a village, and 15 mountain guard dogs. That thing was not cabbage, and it was very rare. It was like a horse race. There were many good horses on the track, and they were chosen from countless horses. The puppy was taken away, and its body was stained with someone else's smell. If it was sent back directly, it would lose its status, and the bitch would not like it. So they bathed it with the bitch's urine and the owner's urine, and the owner drank the water vigorously. No! Princess Youngmu did not have the temper of a princess, and she was in the wrong. If it was Princess Jinxian or Princess Yuzhen, they would not care. I hugged your dog because I think highly of you. I don't care how many dogs you have. I'll compensate you with money, and you can use it to buy a good dog. Can't you buy it? In reality, you can't buy it. The offspring of a mountain guard dog mated with a mountain guard dog, and there were 9 dogs in 8 feeding places. What was the probability? Raising a pet, one is lonely, the other is controlling. You hug other people's puppies because you appreciate them. The strong appreciate the strong among the weak. I'll make more dolls for you later, furry. You are not suitable to raise a pet. You will be lonelier after raising one. Li Yi patiently analyzed for Princess Youngmu. He wanted to say the following words, but he did not. He wanted to say that she hugged the puppy because she appreciated its cute and tenacious spirit to offset the pain and cowardice in her heart when she had suffered. Li Yi did not say that. Li Longji used to be so miserable that he could not even eat a bowl of longevity noodles. Princess Youngmu raised a pet like this, and she would definitely have memories, just like how she liked children. She thought that she was strong and wanted to protect her children. Children could communicate, but how could pets communicate normally? She would be lonelier the longer she raised them. The more time he spent on his pets, the less time he had to interact with people. Princess Youngmu smiled. Drink the soup. There are crabs in it. Okay, eat crabs. Li Yi ate the small crabs in the soup to borrow the flavor. There was no meat. The local worthless river crabs were small. The big crabs brought back by the yacht were sold to the rich. Li Longji and the others were tired of eating them. They could only continue eating after a while. Xiao Yi, are you eating crabs? Bai Gu came over with a tray and sat opposite Li Yi. No, I'm whispering to the crab. I told it not to make a sound while eating. Li Yi was very vigilant. Not talking while eating means not talking while chewing. Otherwise, when Her Majesty holds a banquet, everyone will be silent. Bai Gu translated. Oh. Li Yi responded and began to eat continuously. He could not stop chewing anyway. Xiao Yi, you can't make a sound. It's good to listen. Bai Gu did not care. Do I need to have a high-end posture in front of you? Li Yi gulped down the soup. Okay, I ate too quickly and choked. Use the soup to wash it down. Xiao Yi, there are more than 10 million yuan left in the treasury today. How are you going to spend it? Bai Gu came over to ask Li Yi about spending money. He was used to spending all the money every year. In the past, the Minister of Revenue did not have money, but he had to spend it. He read books. It was good enough that he did not run a deficit. If he kept the money, the circulation of money would decrease. Her Majesty is lucky to have Luoyang, the Martyrs' Cemetery, the Tianshu Temple, the Pear Garden, and other places. If the imperial court has no money, people will gossip. Sometimes, political stability is more important than the economy. If you don't keep the money, my lectures with Buddhism and Taoism will be said that the imperial court has no money and has to take money from temples. Li Yi was not in a hurry to spend money. The Li family Zhuangzi had money to spend. The imperial court's money was there for others to see. Chapter 1990. That makes sense. Bai Gu left with the tray. Is it a ritual to talk to me with a tray? Why are all of them like this? Li thought about Zhang Jiuling, who did not eat a single bite when he came over. Li Lang, can you leave behind 10 million to slow down the economic development? Princess Yongmu ate tofu pudding and drank spicy soup. Most of the imperial court's revenue should be invested in infrastructure. The rest should be in education and civil affairs. This year and next year, we will mainly deal with various problems in Hunan province. The imperial court's money can't be found anywhere to spend it. We originally didn't have 10 million left, but we investigated a large number of people. The underground powers of Luoyang and the officials colluded with merchants. They were fined and confiscated. How rich! Li thanked those people. How many times have the newspapers emphasized that you committed crimes? You still don't know how to restrain yourselves. You can't control it, right? Once you accept bribes, people will report you. It was the same as his time. After every meeting, there would be officials who would continue to be corrupt. How can you stop when you want to? If you take other people's money and they report you, you're done for. You can only endure it. That was why he proposed that bribery should be punished severely. The goal was to protect the officials who were corrupt and wanted to turn back. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single clean official in the entire country. If those who were in office and had achievements stopped in time, they could still be saved. The world wasn't black and white, including himself. He still had to bribe people in the Tang dynasty. That's right. Li Lang, Fan Fan and the others went to Bohai. Will they be treated as enemies? Princess Yongmu understood one aspect and started to worry about a large number of people. When there's no important situation, a telegram will be sent once a day with a secret code. If the telegram doesn't come, it means that there's a problem. It's not like there's only one telegram machine. They're being coerced. Just like the carrier pigeons in the southwest, there's a secret code. Tubo is stabilized. The later Turks are forced to Shaohai. The Shi tribe and Khitans are working hard to earn money. If Dezworong can't see the situation clearly and dares to use force, the 10 million left behind by the imperial court will have a place to go. Li Yi analyzed the situation. He believed that the Jin king, Dezworong, knew what to do. Furthermore, the 5,000 southwest barbarians were led by the 100 winged knights. Even if the Bohai Sea wanted to kill them, their plan would be useless. The winged knights were trustworthy, and their first batch of members were very smart. Attack by force? There are more than 5,000 people with firearms. If Bohai Sea doesn't throw in 200,000 people, they can forget about having any effect. If they were forced into a corner, the 100 winged knights would rush straight into Dezworong's palace with the help of the southwest barbarians. Who could stop them? The southwestern barbarians used kukri blades in preparation for close combat. The winged knights had pistols, and when they charged into the palace at close range, they were ambushed by a group of pistols. Just as Li Yi thought, after Dezworong received the news, he led his subjects out to welcome them. Originally, he had a son who was a hostage in the Tang dynasty. Now, his son was still in the Tang dynasty. It did not matter whether he was a hostage or not. His main purpose was to learn the culture of the Tang dynasty and some knowledge from the newspapers, so that he could go back and build his own country at any time. His mind was liberated. The more he learned, the less he dared to resist. This hostage's son had not taken over in history, but now he could take over. After taking over, he just needed to lead the people of the whole place to truly pledge allegiance. The more he learned, the more he understood that the power of the Tang dynasty was not something that could be changed by the will of the people. Li Endong and the other 5 people went forward to welcome them. Fan Fan did not move. He belonged to the Winged Knights, His Majesty's knife and bullet head. Why would diplomacy come to me? Of course, he selectively forgot that he had tried to persuade Bolero before. De Zhuorong was very enthusiastic. They had come to exchange things. Things that his tribe could not use were exchanged for things that were useful. It was not a loss. Especially the antifreeze cream and bandages, which were very effective in resisting frostbite in winter. When the weather was cold, the hands and feet would be frozen, and there would be big blisters and pus after frostbite. It did not seem like a big problem, but in fact, it could kill people. It was known from the newspapers that such wounds would be infected. People would have fever, talk nonsense, and finally die in pain. In the past, some people would die every year because of this. They watched their loved ones die, but there was nothing they could do. In addition, it was even more difficult to avoid death from typhoid. Later, some methods to prevent typhoid were written in the newspapers, and the Li family Zhuangzi was willing to exchange medicine. He could still work hard to learn other things through the newspapers, but medicine was not easy to learn. Every once in a while, a pile of newspapers would be sent back. From them, he learned about the situation of Tubo and the situation of the later Turks. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty had time to rest. So many soldiers were definitely not just for show. Today, 5,000 Southwest barbarians had come. Look at their equipment and number of horses. Sigh. Li Yi's plan was big. De Zhuorong understood and thought it through. He hoped that Xinlua could attack the 3 newly built places of the Tang dynasty. Then, the Tang dynasty would attack Xinlua. It would be best if Japan and Xinlua joined forces to fight against the Tang dynasty. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Right now, he was welcoming them with a smile. Dr. Li, Zhuangzi's people are indeed capable and ruthless. Their faces are dignified, and they are rushing in the snow. De Zhuorong came up and praised first. After praising, he was satisfied. Li Endong and the other 4, if you don't know how to, don't talk nonsense. How do you match words? County King, you flatter us. We are just doing our job seriously, Li Endong replied. Good. What a good job. Some people only know how to be serious and not do anything. It's wrong to be serious when doing things. The more you do things, the more serious you become. In the end, you don't do things well. De Zhuorong praised again. The others nodded, indicating that the king was right. County King, have you prepared the things that Bohai wants to exchange? Li Endong didn't want to talk nonsense. Of course we are prepared seriously. Everyone, enter the city to rest. De Zhuorong sent out an invitation. County King, when we came, Dongzhu instructed us not to enter the city and occupy other people's places. We will camp outside the city. The place is big and convenient for the exchange. Li Endong refused to enter. If the other party did something bad, his team would suffer heavy losses. No matter what you think, in any case, I won't give you a chance. De Zhuorong was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood. He didn't get angry and nodded, do as you say. Li Endong and the others were very suspicious. Was De Zhuorong doing this on purpose? They didn't know, but De Zhuorong was really excited. When he spoke, he was looking at the things in the team. After a rough estimate, he knew that there were more than the previous ones added together. The other party could bring so many things, but it was impossible for them to bring them back. This meant that he had good things that the other party would take a fancy to. The Li family Zhuangzi's people wouldn't leave until they exchanged everything they brought. He would definitely make a profit. A portion of the team began to move toward the city, while the other portion was on the mountain, ready to charge down at any time. De Zhuorong turned his head and saw the people wearing shoes made of grass. A large section of the grass was exposed outside, which was good at keeping people warm. This grass is hard. When it is young, horses will eat it. When it is grown, horses will only eat a few mouthfuls unless there is no other grass to eat. It will hurt their feet if they put it in their shoes. Dezworong said this, but he knew that the grass was different. Chapter 1991. The 5 people of the Li family Zhuangzi acted as if they didn't hear it. If you want to ask about the situation, just ask directly. Our ears are not good to play such small tricks. In the Zhuangzi, His Majesty wasn't like this. His Majesty would find someone to ask, "How did you deal with this grass? It didn't hurt the foot." Then, if the person asked knew, he would answer immediately. He wouldn't think that His Majesty was ignorant. His Majesty didn't need to know too much. He just needed to know how to kill. If one had to die if one didn't know enough, then was there anyone alive in front of the Dongzhu? Hit it with a stick. After hitting it, it will be soft, strong, and warm. Jin wasn't a member of the Li family Zhuangzi. Even if he wanted to go to the Tang dynasty, he was still afraid of Dezworong and answered flatteringly. After answering, he didn't do anything else. Not qualified. He should immediately bring the new leather shoes with Ula grass pads for Dezworong to see, not just stand there. Dezworong didn't have time to care so much. He called out, "Quick, bring me a shoe." Brailo ran over to get it himself. He was also afraid of Dezworong. A new pair of leather shoes with a low top. The Ula grass could form a cover at the top of the shoe and cover part of the calf. Why not make boots? Dezworong was wearing boots. There was little leather. Big boots with fur couldn't be made from the skin of ordinary animals. A rabbit's skin couldn't be made into a boot. The production process was also difficult. The simplest was a low-top leather shoe. It wasn't the kind with a big top. The top of the shoe had leather stitching. If they didn't have money, they would wear shoes made of Ula grass. They would even directly weave shoes with Ula grass. They didn't know that Ula grass could be used like this before. The tribe following the team felt that they had lost 100 million. When the things were brought, Dezworong touched them with his hand and smelled them. He smelled the grass. New shoes. His eyes lit up. This thing didn't need to be exchanged. Li Yi was really powerful. When the people of the Zhuangzi came here, they took out a good heating technology first. His hand stroked the soft Ula grass over and over again and found that he had a few 100 million more. He smiled, "Okay, what's your name? In the future, you and your people are allowed to live near the city." He gave Braylet a favor. "Look, I'll let you live next to me." Brairo was stunned. He looked at Li Endong, who nodded slightly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Grand Prince, we. He hesitated again, afraid. "En?" Dezworong heard it. "You called me Junwang." "Your Highness, we want to go back to the Tang dynasty with them. Dongzhu said he wants us." Brailo plucked up his courage and said, emphasizing the words Huizi and Dongzhu. His meaning was clear. "I'm now a member of the Tang dynasty. If Li Yi knows about this, don't stop me." They were very powerful. Dezworong's eyes widened. Why did his people defect to the Tang dynasty? Li Yi wanted it. Who are you trying to fool? Li Yi knows you. Your Highness, it is indeed as Chief Bo said. My Dongzhu. Li Endong said. It's Bolai, not Bo, Brairo corrected. In fact, it's Brairo. First name. You don't have a surname. Don't blindly imitate the Tang dynasty, Li Endong corrected again. Oh. Brairo admitted. The surname thing could wait until the Tang dynasty to figure it out. Li Endong turned his head and continued to talk to Dezworong. My Dongzhu can contact us at any time, even if we are thousands of miles away. How? Dezworong was the most curious about this. Telegraph. You can try it. It's 2 miles away. Your Highness, arrange people to go to the other side. When you speak, we send a telegram. The people over there send a message to verify. Li Endong told him the simplest verification method. After a few times, the other party believed him. De Zhuorong immediately agreed and arranged a few of his confidants to run directly to the city. At this distance, there was no need to be afraid that the people of the Tang dynasty would cheat each other. After waiting for half an hour, the arrangements were made. The people and the winged knights ran to the other side. Someone had to run back to report that they had reached the place. It was 10 miles away. It took half an hour to go and return. Because they didn't sweep the snow, it was not easy for the people who lived outside the city, such as Leka's tribe, to enter the city. With this difference, the people of the Tang dynasty were 8 blocks ahead of them. After the heavy snow, the people would take the initiative to help clear the road between the 2 relay stations. The people of the Tang dynasty counted on being rescued in time. If the road was blocked, others would die. It was fine if the first snow was not swept, but the first snow of the second snow was even more difficult to clear. Moreover, they didn't get paid to sweep the snow, but they could eat. Usually, there was free soup and black bread. When the snow was swept, there was a small piece of bacon. Even if it was for the free soup, shouldn't it be convenient to sweep the snow? Bohai country didn't dare to provide free soup and black bread in winter. In fact, there was no such thing in summer. In the whole world of Li Yi's time, which country provided free soup and black bread every 10 miles? Li Yi deliberately used this to unite the people and rally the people's hearts. Even if there were telegraph machines in every county in the future, the relay stations couldn't be removed. The relay stations could still transport goods. De Zhuorong had never thought about getting free soup. At this moment, he was full of expectation. Tell them to bring a rabbit over. Also, there are 2 moons in the sky. De Zhuorong made a request for the object. He felt that the other side would send someone to deliver the message anyway. Fan Fan personally operated the telegraph machine. With a ticking sound, the message was sent. About 2 minutes later, Fan Fan said, they asked the rabbit if it was gray or gray. Gray. De Zhuorong looked at Fan Fan suspiciously. He thought the other was lying to him. Fan Fan continued to send the message. He didn't care. What could he do if he lied to him or not? After about 3 minutes, Li Endong handed the binoculars to De Zhuorong and had him look. De Zhuorong raised the binoculars to look. He had heard of binoculars before, but unfortunately, he didn't have one. Now he saw it. 2 horses ran out of the city. The person on one of the horses held the reins in one hand and a rabbit in the other. When the 2 people came closer, they gave each other a meaningful glance and said together, there are 2 moons in the sky. De Zhuorong, he was dumbfounded. Could they really deliver the message? Again. He still couldn't be sure. As a result, the people in the city continuously ran out, carrying different things. More than 2 hours passed. The people here began to prepare the meal. De Zhuorong's eyes shined as he stared at the telegraph machine. He didn't move. It couldn't be said that he didn't move. His hands were moving. They clenched into fists, loosened, and clenched into fists. Just as he was pondering and hesitating, Li Endong spoke, don't worry about it. Duke, isn't this good? But we have to send a message to Dongzhu. Every day, we need to calculate the time. If Dongzhu doesn't get our message, they'll think something happened to us. At this time, Dongzhu began to organize the troops and logistics, ready to set out at any time. If after another 24 hours, there's still no message, the army will move out. Chapter 1992. When De Zhuorong heard Li Endong's words, he suddenly remembered the difference in strength between the 2 sides and knew what he wanted to do just now. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was too scary. If he really fought with the other side because of snatching good things, would he still have a good life? The key was that Li Yi actually had a backup plan. He mobilized the troops without sending a message. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely not believe it. Was war a game? You said that you gathered the troops one day and could send the troops the next day. Ask other people if they believed it. But these words were said by Li Yi's people in Zhuangzi. Would Li Yi do such a thing? There was no need to ask. If he wanted to ask, he would ask how the later Turks were forced to run away. How many people died before they ran away? According to the information sent back, after the news of the later Turks attacking the Shi tribe reached the Li family Zhuangzi, they began to prepare on the same day. Then, Hunan province, Hebei province, and other places began to move. In a few months, most of the tribes around the later Turks were pulled over. Were the soldiers of the later Turks strong? They could only run after being beaten. If Li Yi had not held back, he would not have allowed the later Turks to run over to Little Hai. The later Turks attacked the Shi tribe first, but they were not able to win and were schemed against. The people he wanted to attack were Li Yi's private army and the private army of the Tang emperors. Once the war started, there was no way out. People were doing business with you, but you did not exchange things properly and insisted on snatching good things from the Tang dynasty. You dared to touch the private army of the two people who could not be provoked in the Tang dynasty? What do you want to do? Do you want to tell the world that you are stronger than the Tang dynasty and that the Tang dynasty is your vassal state from now on? De Zhuorong began to wipe his sweat. The weather was too hot. No, he was too happy to be able to feel the kindness of the Tang dynasty here. He could send messages to Li Dongzhu and also communicate with His Majesty. That was great. Yes, he was too excited, so he was sweating. That's great. I want to tell His Majesty something. I want to show my loyalty. Zhuorong was frightened and immediately shouted. When Bryro and the others heard this, they didn't know about De Zhuorong's previous thoughts. When they were happy, they could brazenly and confidently follow the team to the Tang dynasty after the correspondence. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. Li Endong sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he appeared amiable. He never believed that De Zhuorong would sincerely seek refuge with the Tang dynasty. If he were the emperor of this place, he would not be willing to submit either. If there were some places, the ropes would be pulled from above and the craftsmen would be sculpting there. The craftsmen were skilled. When they sculpted the stone tablets, they could carve out the strokes of the characters. Countless people couldn't do it. Li Yi's craftsmen just brushed ink on the stone tablets and stuck paper on them. That way, there would be inscriptions on the tablets. Li Yi took a look at the new cemetery of martyrs of the Tang dynasty and brought wine, incense, and food to pay respects to the martyrs in the cemetery of martyrs. He called the people here first to prepare the things. The people here prepared a lot, especially the food. They planned to eat it at home after paying respects to the martyrs. The food was blessed by the spirits of the Tang dynasty. There was no need to worry about dirt after eating it. Especially the children, whose eyes were clear, could see things that the adults couldn't. For example, in the courtyard at night, when the moon was bright, the child pointed to a place and said, "What's that person doing?" The adults looked over and said, "Where is that person?" The child said, "He's right there. He's walking so fast, like he's floating." The adult's hair stood on end. They grabbed the child and said, "Let's go back to the house." The next day, the adults began to offer incense and burn paper, mumbling. Some big clans had their own ancestral temples, so they went to pay respects and brought the offerings back for the children to eat. Now, others provided Li Yi with a lot of offerings. You use them, and we take them away when you're done. In fact, it's okay to offer incense to you alone, but I'm afraid you're busy and can't take care of it. Otherwise, with you around, the king of hell, the judge, the black and white impermanence, Oxhead, and Horseface wouldn't dare to come for fear of being beaten. The martyrs who fought for the Tang dynasty turned into spirits, so they probably had a lot of free time. The people were so simple. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, some people in Li Yi's time also believed in the cemetery of martyrs. It wasn't up to them whether they believed it or not. When they drank too much, they strolled into the cemetery of martyrs and slept for a while. When they woke up and saw the tombstone, many people would be so scared that they sobered up. When they took a closer look, oh my God, the cemetery of martyrs. It's okay. I was almost scared to death just now. This was the most practical thing, unless the person was guilty. Princess Yongmu was involved. She wanted people to bring back some offerings for her people, such as the women's special forces. Their families might like to eat them. Chapter 1993. Li Lang, why don't we install something here first and mark out a good location so that we can seize the opportunity? Princess Yongmu did not see anything special here, but she knew how to come up with ideas. Li Yi smiled, we won't put anything here. We'll choose it specifically for them and let them perform to their heart's content. Everyone wants to watch a wonderful performance. Buddhism has many tricks, but it needs to be arranged. My tricks are more advanced and gorgeous than theirs. They know that their Buddhism and Taoism are fake. I want them to think that mine is real. Not putting on a water curtain. The water curtain is very real. The most interesting thing Princess Yongmu had seen so far was the water curtain. The water curtain is too low level. It's okay for everyone to perform in Pear Garden and Pyongkong Square, but it's not suitable to compete with them. Li Yi waved his hand. The people already knew about the water curtain, especially the people of Chang'an. If he used the same trick again, it would seem that he was at his wit's end. The people found that the water curtain was like the shadow of a lantern, like a merry-go-round. It was just that the water curtain used some special means to capture the appearance of people and things. It was said that in some places, when it was cloudy or stormy, there would be sounds and pictures on the rock walls. Will it consume a lot of life? Princess Yongmu knew that it would cost her life. Not much. There's still money to be made. We'll collect half of their taxes and take half of their property for the people. We'll make a lot of money. Li Yi shook his head. How could he make a loss? At present, the most important thing in the social development of the Tang dynasty was material. It was fine as long as the spiritual aspect was normal. When the material foundation was better, the spiritual aspect seemed to be good for now. When the scholars of the Tang dynasty dared to draw their swords, the people of the Tang dynasty knew honor and disgrace. There were many foreigners in Chang'an and Luoyang. The people of the Tang dynasty did not look down on them, nor would they bow to them. Many of the ideas of the Confucian school were not out of shape yet. They would not become more and more finished in the future. After a while, we'll have another esoteric debate. Li Yi did not want to only respect the Confucian school. He wanted to restore other ideas and improve the status of the craftsmen. If he taught more knowledge, it would be like the Italian Renaissance, which would affect the whole of Europe. The Tang dynasty was easy to manipulate, and it was followed by the First Industrial Revolution. The symbol of the First Industrial Revolution was the steam engine. Didn't he create it himself? Oh. Princess Yongmu nodded happily when she heard that there was no problem with her lifespan. She didn't really care about other things. Beep, 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 beep. Li Yi's walkie-talkie started ringing. He had brought a walkie-talkie with him when he was outside. There was no other signal interference or influence, so the transmission effect was particularly good. He picked it up and listened to it. Sun reported the contents of the telegram from the Bohai Sea. Got it. I'll let Chancellor Fu and His Majesty worry. I'm busy here. Li Yi hung up. Princess Yongmu blinked. Does Dezworong want to snatch something? She discovered this situation from the message, and her face was filled with anticipation. If he had the guts of 100 men, he would have already merged the Shi tribe and the Khitans into his Xinhua. Li Yi knew that any leader would want to have a super long-distance wireless message transmission tool. When Tian, what do you think will happen if I go to Chang'an and don't throw out a bunch of Linux tools first, but make the telegram machine as soon as possible? Li Yi suddenly thought of a situation and asked Princess Yongmu with a smile. Yao Chong locked you up. My father and His Majesty just think that the things you make are useful. You don't care. Princess Yongmu thought about it and answered. The process of contact was different, so the result was different. Actually, I have to make farming tools first. I have to raise 42 students first, which are called scholars. Then I make small tools to use in farming, which is called farming. As for selling soy sauce, if anyone wants to rob me, I'll give it to him. There are many ways to make money. But I have to stand at a high enough position. Otherwise, I can't use my strength. If I'm too low, no one will listen to what I say. Li Yi recalled the situation at that time and pursed his lips into a smile. So Li Lang, you have gained a lot. You walked step by step as if everything was arranged. Very impressive. Princess Yongmu praised sincerely. Who in the world is more impressive than my man? Even the Empress's man is not good. My Li Lang doesn't want to be the emperor, but it's not that he can't. Actually, my biggest gain is meeting you. With your beauty by my side, I have nothing to ask for in the world. The timbre of Li Yi's voice changed. It was deep and magnetic. Princess Yongmu lowered her head slightly, then suddenly raised it again and looked into Li Yi's eyes. Their faces were getting closer and closer. Li Yi's hand was on Princess Yongmu's waist, and Princess Yongmu's hand was on Li Yi's shoulder. Then, beep beep beep, beep beep beep, both of them let go at the same time. Li Yi picked up the walkie-talkie, and a voice came from it. Dongzhu, Bai Zaifu asks if you want to charge Dezwaron for sending messages by telegram. Li Yi gritted his teeth. Ask him to ask His Majesty. Don't tell me about this kind of thing in the future. Li Yi sighed and put away the walkie-talkie. Ask Bai Gu to join the regiment. Princess Yongmu's face was still red. She took the initiative to ask Bai Gu to join the regiment. No one can take over now. When he has trained enough people, even if you don't let him join the regiment, he will ask to join. Li Yi's mood suddenly became better. Look, even Princess Yongmu is helping you now. That's right. The regiment is still the best. For example, Yao Chong and the others are in charge of patrolling the Tang dynasty. They don't have too many things to worry about, and their benefits are not bad at all. Most importantly, they can follow Li Lang at any time. They can eat and drink well. I guarantee that their children will work hard to learn the books you wrote. When the time comes, one of them will be an official. Princess Yongmu admitted that the regiment was better and more comfortable. Of course, she was the most comfortable. She didn't have to care about anything, and her status was high. Originally, her position was not bad. She was the eldest in this generation. The other members of the imperial family did not count. They had to be from the same father. Those below her were all her younger brothers and sisters. It turned out that because they were girls, they were not as popular as boys. For example, Li Tan was the eldest son of the imperial family, followed by the second son born in the same year. But after meeting Li Lang, who cares if he was a prince or not, he had to stand aside. Her mother had become an imperial concubine. A mother's status depended on her daughter. Let's go. Let's take a walk and look around. Li pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and walked to the side of the river in front. The wheels of the aircraft were pulled down and pulled. When they reached the river, Princess Yongmu pointed at the river and asked, "Are there big fish in such a small river?" "There are big fish. Very big fish. They are very fast." We ran over to look at the terrain first. Li looked at a few dried reeds by the river and said softly, "Ah." Princess Yongmu's eyes turned and stared at the reeds. She covered her mouth and laughed. After laughing for a while, she pulled Li Yi to another place. After walking for more than 100 meters, she said, "There are no such reeds here." Did they dive from the water? Yes. Otherwise, how could he have fooled them? They worked hard. Lee laughed. Artists who could leave their names in the history books, how capable were they? I'll see you in a few days. Record it, edit it, and make a movie. Lee wanted to see it for himself. He didn't correct the mistake in Princess Yongmu's words. First Madame Gongsun was referring to her family's ranking. First Madame was the same as Datang. She wasn't the equivalent of an uncle, the difference was too big. Let's go. If they went anywhere else, they would run into their people again. Fly for them to see. Only then would they feel pressured. They will show their best skills, and I will record it. All kinds of angles are valuable information. Lee said as he adjusted the aircraft and stood on it with Princess Yongmu. The aircraft started, and the two of them flew into the sky. They hovered for a while and disappeared into the horizon. Many monks and Taoists appeared from different places and looked up. When Li and Princess Yongmu were out of sight, they looked at the people around them and swallowed their saliva. They were shocked. Amitabha. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings. The monks and Taoists looked at the two of them in the sky and said their catchphrase. They knew that their techniques could fool people. Today, they saw Li flying with Princess Yongmu. If you want to use a thin rope, there must be a high place beside them. The two of them were on an empty ground, and it was high. How high could it be? Flying? Flying with someone? They had only heard of it in the past and thought it was a trick. Today, in front of all these people, the two of them left with a whoosh, flew away. How were they going to play this game? It seemed that they had to think of more ways to stop this kind of flying. Li and Princess Yongmu did not care how frightened the others were. They returned to the cemetery of martyrs. They continued to find people to make offerings and then distributed the offerings to others. When the two of them were looking for a place to land, many people appeared below them and looked up. They were the people nearby and had brought their offerings over after hearing the news. Wasn't Li Dongzhu here? Li Dongzhu's incense had not finished burning and could burn for a few hours. They took the opportunity to bring some offerings and pray to the heroic spirits and Li Dongzhu before bringing the offerings home. They did not have large incense sticks. They were thin. Li and Princess Yongmu landed. The people ran to the empty ground. They wanted to go forward, but they were afraid of being misunderstood. Li looked around and was ready to exchange for a stab-proof board and a pistol. He shouted, "Everyone, come over and talk." The people looked at each other. Unless it was someone they were familiar with, everyone looked like a bad person. Li Dongzhu, just talk here. We're afraid we'll be arrested. An old man shouted loudly. Don't be afraid. Come over here. Today, I'll return to my mortal body. Look, I've flown. Li also shouted back. The people smiled happily and continued to look at each other as they moved forward. When they got closer, there was a woman holding a baby. Princess Yongmu took the initiative to take the baby. The 1-year-old boy began to smile. No one knew what he was happy about. Li Dongzhu, we saw monks and Taoists coming. They have many tricks up their sleeves. You must be careful. The old man who shouted just now looked around and said to Li, Princess Yongmu and I saw it. It's okay, it's easy to deal with. Old man, your bones look strong. Come, there's a stone table and a stone stool. Let me take your pulse. Li became a doctor again. He was used to it. Done. The old man was happy and let the godly doctor take a look. The two of them came to the stone table and sat opposite each other. Li looked at his clothes. In order to fly, it was tight. He didn't have a white coat or anything else. He rubbed his hands together and a white coat appeared in a flash. Under the stunned gazes of the surrounding people, he put it on and took out an inflatable pulse pillow from the pocket of his white coat. He blew on it and took out a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor. This should do it. He had both Chinese and Western medicine. Not to mention the others, even the 1-year-old baby in Princess Yongmu's arms was staring with his mouth open and drooling. He thought it was fun. How did he do it? Where did he put it? The adults understood that it was a trick of the gods. Some people were very straightforward and directly knelt on the ground. Get up, don't kneel. Li Yi said with a solemn expression. First, he listened to them and then took their pulse. The kneeling people were pulled up by the people beside them. Li Dongzhu didn't allow them to kneel. They could just stand. Chapter 1995. The Prince of Bohai guards the border for the Tang dynasty. Therefore, I have a reward for the trade team. I hope the Prince of Bohai cares for the people and doesn't let the people of the Tang dynasty live in hunger and cold. In the drunken immortal residence, Li Longji sat upright and spoke. The little robot's light flashed and helped to send the report. It was very fast. Bai Gu lowered his head and looked unhappy. When he heard Li Yi's reply just now, he smiled and said that Xiao Yi was doing something bad and was unhappy to be disturbed. In the end, noble consort Lu said that it was not normal for Xiao Yi and Yuan Yuan to be intimate. It was better for them to sleep together. Unless Yuan Yuan was going to marry someone else, there was no need for other etiquette. Princesses were actually special. If her husband died or the princess was unhappy, she would still be married to another man. After marrying, she could enter the palace if she wanted to. She did not need the consent of the man. It was different from ordinary girls going back to their parents' home. If the man wanted to follow, he needed to apply. He could only go if he was allowed to. When it came to Li Yi, there was no such thing as marrying. It was even more impossible to see whether the emperor agreed or not. Li Longji lived in his son-in-law's house. He ate and drank his son-in-law's food and used his son-in-law. He also needed his son-in-law to give him ideas. Bai Gu was depressed. It was just a joke. What if Princess Yongmu was unhappy if you spread it out? It did not matter if he offended Xiao Yi. He was used to it. She would still wash her teeth when she needed to. If he offended Princess Yongmu, he would understand just by looking at the 3 shopkeepers. It was scary. After Li Longji finished speaking, De Zhuorong wrote back to express his loyalty. He was willing to ensure peace at the border for the Tang dynasty and educate the people. Could he let his son say something to Didani? Didani was a bodyguard, the kind that was close to him. In fact, he did not need him. He was very relaxed. Most of the time, Didani was learning things from the Tang dynasty. He should have gone back at the beginning of the Kaiyuan, but Li Yi came out of nowhere and he continued to stay. Today's situation was special. He, who was reading, was called over. She told him that the Li family Zhuangzi's group had arrived at the Bohai Sea and had met the Prince of Bohai Sea. He was so excited that he telegraphed to his father in the middle of the city, but when he spoke, he felt that his words were incoherent. One was asking questions while the other was answering questions. De Zhuorong asked if the weather was hot. De Menyi answered that the sun had risen. Li Longji sat there and listened. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you guys have a secret language too? Very smart. Beside Fan Fan, De Zhuorong couldn't laugh. He was sure that this was his own son. The winged knights couldn't possibly know the code. Oh my god! How far is Luoyang from here? It only took a short while for him to get a reply. On the battlefield, presumably, the Tang dynasty scouts were hiding, watching the enemy troops set off, and waiting for 4 hours before reporting back. The city was surrounded by the enemy, and news could not be sent out. They could only send telegrams. If the enemy wanted to encircle and attack the reinforcements, it would be guaranteed that they would be attacked from both inside and outside. If they wanted to use speed to attack, they could only rely on their own troops to have an absolute advantage. There would be no confrontation or stalemate. After confirming the secret language, De Zhuorong began to ask about the specific matters of the Tang dynasty. De Men-yi told him everything he knew. He even told his father many things that ordinary people didn't know about the Tang dynasty. He wasn't afraid that he would reveal too much and offend the emperor of the Tang dynasty, because the Tang dynasty didn't need to be kept secret. The Tang dynasty relied on strength to speak. If I let you see, you've seen everything. You can't learn. Do you see the train? Give you a steam engine locomotive and you have a train. Do you know how much it costs to lay the tracks? Do you know the technology to smelt the tracks? If I give you the technology to make the tracks, do you know how to lay them? Do you know the requirements for the road surface? This is not a question of trains. It involves the entire system. Where there are rivers, are there ferries or bridges? What are the ferries like? How do you build a railroad bridge? A steam engine locomotive needs to burn coal. Where do you dig coal? The Tang dynasty is so strong right now. If I let you learn, you should learn as much as you can. De Men-yi felt the strength of the Tang dynasty and his helplessness in studying hard. At the same time, he was glad that he stayed in the Tang dynasty. De Zhuorong listened and suspected that he was dreaming. What kind of railway did the Tang dynasty have? It only took half a day to go from the seaside to Chang'an. Moreover, the amount of goods that could be transported at one time was equivalent to thousands of large carriages. If it was his own Jinghua, he could transport goods from the seaside. Why would he worry about the people living a bad life? De Zhuorong was envious and jealous for a while. He didn't hate, and he didn't dare to hate. He and his son talked, while Brailo, Ajin, and the others listened. They heard about the Tang dynasty from De Men-yi's mouth, so it was credible. The more they listened, the more excited they became. Oh, the Tang dynasty was so powerful. They brought their people to the Tang dynasty. As long as they worked normally, they could live a good life. When the telegram ended, De Zhuorong was a little absent-minded. He turned to look at his other son, De Wu-yi. De Wu-yi was always unconvinced by others. He had shown political ability since he was young. De Wu-yi was the eldest son, and De Men-yi was the second son. When they sent hostages to the Tang dynasty, it was the second son, De Men-yi, who was sent. Even if he died, it didn't matter. The eldest son was there. De Wu-yi was now involved in all kinds of things and had more exchanges with the officials. At the same time, he was very talented in military command, just like his father. He would inherit the throne in the future. When he would do so would depend on when De Zhuorong died. De Wu-yi felt his father's gaze. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. He thought it would be 1 year. Or 2 years. The Tang dynasty suddenly became powerful. What did it look like? Like the red pine. It had been growing like this for many years. One day, it suddenly bore pine nuts. Then, 2 years later, the pine nuts began to be abundant. In De Wu-yi's eyes, the Tang dynasty was like this. It was good before, but what happened in the last 2 years? The Tang dynasty crazily sent troops to Tubo. They changed their previous strategy of focusing on defense and not occupying the border. The Tang dynasty occupied the source of the Yellow River and began to build a city. When Tubo had just surrendered, Qi took Zhu Dan and followed Princess Jincheng back to her parents' home. The later Turks wanted to attack the Shi tribe. Under normal circumstances, whether they could win or not, they would confront each other in the end. The Shi tribe would go to the Tang dynasty for help. Who would have thought that the military forces of the Tang dynasty would participate in the battle? Before the confrontation, many baggage and troops moved. Now, he had just received the news that the later Turks were defeated and went to Shanghai. 2 years, just 2 years. Now, 5,000 Li Yi's private soldiers arrived with 100 winged knights. The telegram showed up. Could it be that the next place the Tang dynasty would occupy was Ada? This is something to be happy about. De Wu Yi said insincerely. What could he do? Compromise for the greater good. He could not show any intention of resistance. He would think of a way after the exchange. My lord, we just made some simple food. It will take a lot of time to go back to the city. Why don't we have a bite? Li Endong said. The food was not made by him. It was made by Sinan and Beizhong. It was a small fry. In the Li family Zhuangzi, almost all the older people could cook, regardless of gender. Men were better at cooking. Because Li Yi cooked, the atmosphere was like this. Chapter 1996. The southwestern barbarians took turns to eat, and the 6 tribes who were returning to the Tang dynasty also ate. De Zhuorong naturally couldn't eat from the big pot, so he ate stir-fried food. He stir-fried wood ear and meat with a lot of minced garlic. Garlic had strong cold resistance, so it was fine as long as the temperature wasn't too low. When garlic was preserved, it was considered good if the temperature was 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. Ginger couldn't be preserved as it was afraid of freezing. In addition, there were dried eggplant slices that were slightly soaked and stuffed with meat between the 2 slices before being fried. The local red pine mushrooms and pheasant were made into a clay pot, and the dried thorny sprouts were soaked and then stir-fried with meat slices. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup. The soup was actually pheasant stewed with mushrooms. In addition, there were 4 small plates of fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, Sichuan pickles in glass bottles, and pickled cabbage. Then, he poured some white wine and blanched it. Everyone was ready to eat. The staple food was Chang'an's rice cooked with japonica. Red beans were added into the rice to make it bean rice. My lord, the conditions are simple and there aren't many dishes. I'm sorry. Li Endong apologized to De Zhuorong. De Zhuorong, De Wuyi's eyes darted around. He was also shocked. In the current situation, the Li family Zhuangzi could actually cook a sumptuous meal. They had rushed all the way and hadn't rested much when they arrived. Thousands of people had hot stewed food to eat, and there was a pile in front of them. Was this enthusiasm or a demonstration of strength? Did it mean that they could fight at any time and didn't lack supplies? It's indeed too little. My lord, please don't mind. If it was in Zhuangzi, if my lord came personally, Dongzhu would definitely cook. Even on normal days, there were dozens of dishes to choose from. There were no less than 10 types of staple food. It's not easy to go out, so I really can't treat my lord well. Please forgive me. Li Endong placed the tableware and apologized. The Baishui court didn't do a good job and wanted to cry. De Zhuorong looked at Li Endong in a daze and wanted to tell him, you should stop talking. I haven't seen these dishes at my place either. Fortunately, he knew how to use chopsticks. He had drunk the strong liquor produced by the Li family Zhuangzi before, so he knew how to take small sips. The 5 Li family farmsteads chatted with De Zhuorong from all over the place. Whatever De Zhuorong said, they followed. When De Zhuorong opened his mouth to speak, they immediately listened. Fan's 100-winged knights spread out. They didn't eat the stir-fried food, but they drank some wine to relax. The other tribesmen who wanted to go back to the Tang dynasty with Li Endong chatted happily with the people of Dreksa. They told each other how to smash the gula grass. I heard that in the Tang dynasty, when the same snow was encountered, some people left a part of it, and some people around volunteered to help remove the snow. When we get there, I don't know if there will be heavy snow in Luoyang. If there is, we are willing to help. There is hot soup and black bread there. We don't need to spend money on salted vegetables. Ah, Jean continued. He was full of expectations for the future. He even thought about how to lead his clansmen to work when they arrived at the place, just like the other people of the Tang dynasty. Do you really want to go there? Don't you want your own place? Dreksa asked seriously. Our own place? Where is our own place? Without them, we don't know how many people will die. If we follow them to the Tang dynasty now, no one will freeze to death in winter, and there will be no shortage of food. Our clansmen are few. If there are a few more heavy snowfalls this winter, how will the survivors live? Jin had long known that his clansmen could not die because of winter. He did not want to be a king. Living anywhere was still a life. It's the same for us. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi promised us that our children can study and go to school. They don't need to spend money. They will see what we can do and arrange for us to work. The money we earn is enough to eat and there is meat. The leader of the previous tribe, Zahama, said. He did not want to go back to his original place now. He did not want to go at all. It was such a hard day to follow the team, but they ate better than when they were at home. At night, there were people to help keep watch while they slept. Their own tribe sent young people to participate in the patrol. The children and the elderly were in good health, especially the children. They ate well and were getting fat. Living anywhere was still a life. If the Tang dynasty was willing to accept them, they would go to the Tang dynasty. Dreksa, are your clansmen okay now? If you think someone will freeze to death this winter, then, come with us to the Tang dynasty. Brero suddenly persuaded Dreksa. He was not a fool. He knew that the head of the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to bring more people back. They also wanted to buy slaves. The slaves could go with them and exchange them for food. There would be no problem on the way. Chapter 1997. Is it okay? Licha was tempted. Just the stew he was eating now, he felt that the stew he ate before was not as good as the one he ate now. If it was someone from the Li family Zhuangzi, they would tell him that it was because there were green onions, ginger, and seasonings in it. It was all dry. There was no cinnamon, but there was a lot of seasonings, namely star anise. It was packed in a small gauze bag. After stewing, it was taken out and used again next time. The original taste of the food was delicious, but it depended on what it was. Cucumber was like this. It was better to eat it directly than to mix it with pepper powder. If there was no seasoning or salt in the fish, it could be said that it was fresh. But how many people could bear to eat it every meal? The winged knights could, but that was not the ability to live. It was the ability to survive. In survival, many people could do it. Or rather, they did not know that something had other tastes. This was also not a problem. They could eat it since they were young. Didn't you see that they could send messages to the other side? Our 6 tribes have more than 2,000 people. It is not a problem. After they finish eating, if you want to go to the Tang dynasty, you can ask Li Endong and the others. They will send a message back. Li Dongzhu will receive the message. If he says it is okay, then it is okay. No one can stop him, and no one dares to stop him. At this moment, Brero was thinking of himself as someone from the Tang dynasty. He was helping to recruit people. Jinghua, or Bohai, was made up of many ethnic groups. His rise was because Wu Zetian sent people to attack him. In the end, they lost, and de Zhuarong gained prestige. Later, the Turks also fought, and the Tang dynasty could not do anything about it. Just like Li Yi's time, many countries were afraid of a beautiful country that was full of racism. The people of Li Yi's country were not afraid of war. When other countries saw the beautiful scenery of a beautiful country, they were afraid of its military power. The people of Li Yi's country knew that they could not fight, but defending was not a problem. Because of the war at Yalu River, their country won the strategic war at the cost of their lives. After that, the country next to them helped the other side to fight and still won. Although that country thought that he was powerful and provoked Li Yi's country was still defeated. It was this kind of airport war that made the people of Li Yi's country not afraid of war. We know that you are powerful, but we are not afraid. We can win even if we pay the price. Our military strength is constantly improving. We can't go over and attack you for the time being, but if you come over, as long as you're within the range of our missiles and rockets, you're nothing. If you have 11 or 12 aircraft carriers, how many missiles can your battle group carry? Do you know what a supersaturated attack is? You can stop 1,000 missiles or extended-range rockets, 10,000 missiles, and 100,000 missiles. Bohai C's confidence was like that. They had won before, and now they were asking for peace. But the situation is different now. Tubo and the later Turks have been crippled, and only your Bohai is left. Do you think you can still win? There was no nation in the hearts of the various tribes. The Bohai Sea itself was made up of many tribes, and they relied on Zhuorong, who had survived the era of Wu Zetian. Daleka was able to become the leader, so he wasn't an idiot. He thought that Zhuorong probably couldn't make it. Moreover, this year's winter was hard to endure. It was snowing, and he didn't know how many times it would snow. As he thought about this, he fell silent. He drank wine and ate. Halfway through, there were more dishes, and everyone continued to eat. It hadn't been so lively in a long time. They ate until night time, and Zhuorong said that he wanted to sleep here. Everyone, including De Wui, had the same idea. To put it bluntly, they drank too much and didn't want to move. Princess Yongmu also didn't want to move. She was brought back by Li Yi, and she wore a swimsuit and entered the hot spring. She drank some wine and sat beside Li Yi. She leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Lang, my stomach hurts. It will be done soon. You drank 2 bottles of wine on an empty stomach. It's from 2 years ago, and your stomach is sour. You usually eat regularly. It's late now, and you have to find beef skewers. The cows in the village can't be killed. There are many in Luoyang, and people die every day, not to mention cows. It takes time to bring them back, skewer them, and roast them. Li Yi hugged Princess Yongmu's waist and tried to make his voice as calm as possible. Princess Yongmu took medicine. She was flying in the sky without a helmet, and the wind was uncomfortable. Her nose and mouth were itchy. She took Huaxiangjingqi, which used ethanol as a supplement. There was no such medicine in history. When Li Yi came, the Li family Zhuangzi began to make it, including pills. This medicine was said by Li Yi to be non-prescription, but it was a special case. If you wanted to buy it, you had to provide all your personal information. Li Lang, my stomach hurts, Princess Yongmu said again. Li Yi was about to emphasize that she would be fine after eating, but he suddenly reacted. He put his hand on Princess Yongmu's stomach and asked softly, "Are you better?" "Yes." Princess Yongmu leaned more comfortably. She tilted her head back, blinked her big eyes, and opened her mouth slightly. Li Yi lowered his head and opened his mouth. He moved closer and closer. "Xiao Yi, your people in Zhuangzi sent back news that another tribe is coming to the Tang dynasty. You." The voice suddenly sounded and disappeared. Li Lang, Song Jing should also join the group. Princess Yongmu looked for the source of the voice. She recognized who it was. Little robots, within a radius of 500 meters, don't let anyone come close if the sky hasn't collapsed. Li Yi knew the source of the voice. It was separated by a pool with a screen wall. His voice was very loud. So what if it was Song Jing? Even Li Longji couldn't. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head, and then Xiaolan, the barbecue skewers were sent over. It was not suitable to eat chili at night. On the other side, Song Jing quietly moved away. He was like Baigu. He was not afraid of Li Yi being angry, but he was worried that Princess Yongmu would be angry. Li Lang, another tribe is joining. Princess Yongmu finished scaring Song Jing and talked about business. Song Jing's shout was very timely. He expressed his happiness and told Li Yi the good news. It was a kind gesture. This shows three problems. First, the military force of the regime is binding. Second, the propaganda power. Third, the economic development power. A country with an army, a channel for propaganda, and a way for the people to make money is stable. The higher-ups can't be lazy, or the grassroots will be corrupted, especially the law enforcement officers and departments. Li Yi understood Song Jing's feelings. The more people there were, the happier the ministers were. And the stricter the higher-ups were, the more honest the people below were. For example, when his country started to deal with the law enforcement officers, some people thought that they were awesome because they were the Jingcha. They found a reason to summon them, but it was actually revenge. Then they sued, and the local police department even appealed. In the end, the higher-ups said that they would withdraw and not appeal. They would deal with the previous law enforcement officers. Why? Because the department that said that they would not appeal was afraid of being investigated. They were not clean. They hated it. If they didn't deal with the trouble below, once the central government came, they would be dealt with. I embezzled and took so many bribes. Now that the country is investigating, I'm hiding. The police under you are using their power to avenge private wrongs. They have been sentenced by the court and still want to appeal. What if the media catches up with me? So, I'll make the first move. Don't make a fuss. I'm scared. I'll deal with you first. I hope this will end. The media will stop talking. Li Yi understood. This was propaganda and control. The people had a scale in their hearts. No one was a fool. Chapter 1998. Before dawn, it started to drizzle. The people got up early to eat so they could go to work. Sun Exayan didn't accompany Li Yi. He was busy directing the craftsmen. The Li family's farmstead recruited 2,039 new households, all of which were families of craftsmen. According to the household count, each household might not only have one craftsman. After the test, everyone passed, including the families of the craftsmen. There were no problems. Every household must have a certified craftsman. Their skills were different. Even the worst carpenter could make 1,000 work-step bed. With this foundation, they would learn things quickly in the future. Li family Zhuangzi didn't have time to slowly train people who couldn't even pick tenons and tenons, except for the children of the craftsmen. Li drank a glass of water before getting up in the morning. His body functions were normal and he didn't eat anything for breakfast. There was leftover beef from yesterday. It was just right to make braised beef. Princess Yongmu liked it. Li ate it as well. The staple food was rice. In the end, except for the children who could eat tofu pudding, spicy soup and other things, Li Longji and the others ate the same as Li Yi. Li Yi was very active and sat with them. There would definitely be something today. He couldn't avoid it. Brother Yi, Longze and Guangping said last night that the Bohai Sea can be accessed by boat in winter. Li Longji indeed had something to ask. It was related to the Bohai Sea. In the past, it wasn't easy to get there by boat. It was too far away to fight a war, let alone fish. Yes, but I'm not sure if a good natural harbor can be frozen in winter. That place in the south is guaranteed not to be frozen. Li Yi said as he waved to a small robot. The small robot slid over. Li Yi adjusted it and projected it on the wall. A map appeared. He pointed to the location of Zarabino port. It was closer to Yenji than Vladivostok. Large ships were suitable for anchoring in Vladivostok. The Tang dynasty's current ships were enough to reach Zarabino. Look, it's all mountains. It's more than 190 miles away in a straight line. It can't be so simple to take the mountain road. A line appeared on the map, connecting the Bohai Sea to Zarabino. In winter, if you want to transport things, you have to bypass the island of Shinloa. Isn't it difficult for our team to cross the mountains? Su Yi stood up and looked at the map on the wall. Zhang Jiling said, "Tell Dezwo Rong and the others that our ship is docked there. It's not like there aren't other tribes on the way. The dried fish made by the tribes at the seaside would be sent to their king's city, and they would be able to leave as well. What do they need in winter? What can they offer?" Zhang Jiling was not afraid that the road ahead would be difficult. He was only concerned about the exchange of goods. This. Li Yi frowned. What could be exchanged in the winter of the northeast? It would be fine if it wasn't snowing, but now that it was snowing, everything would be covered. Then it wouldn't be snow. The longer it was, the more solid it would be. I think there are still pine cones left. We can shoot them down, but the ones that fell to the ground are covered by the snow and can't be found. The rest were living creatures, such as pheasants, rabbits, roe deers, minks, weasels, wild boars, black bears, Siberian tigers. There's a local pheasant called Filong, which is actually called a hazel grouse. It tastes good. Hebei province also has it, and there's still a lot of it. If you want to eat barbecue and lack charcoal, let the people in the Bohai Sea braise it and ship it back. Forget it, there's a lot of wood in the Tang dynasty that can be used to burn charcoal. For example, north of Luoyang where the road needs to be built, cut down the trees and dig up the roots. They can be used to make furniture, coffins, charcoal, and hard firewood. There's no need to ship out worthless things. Li Yi really couldn't find anything good. It was fine in autumn, but there was nothing in winter. It was difficult to pick medicinal herbs, such as lingji. There was no need to ship the Ural grass to the Bohai Sea. There were Ural grass in the newly occupied areas of Inner Mongolia and Mongolia. I just remembered that there were no such things when I was a Zaifu. Yao Chong suddenly sighed. Everyone listened to Li Yi's explanation and looked at the projected map with different expressions, but they were all surprised and reminiscing. In the whole world, only we have it, right? Lu Youqiu looked at Li Yi again and confirmed again. It's guaranteed. Others don't have Xiao Yi. Bai Gu followed. He reacted and got used to it. Xiao Yi gave him the map. As long as you asked Xiao Yi about the situation of the place, Xiao Yi would immediately tell you. You could ask him about coal mines, iron mines, gold mines, and copper mines. As long as you could ask, he would answer you. Tubo and the Turks didn't lose unjustly. Their understanding of their own place is far less than Gang and Ro's understanding of them. Zhang Jiling cleared the name of Tubo and the Turks. Who could withstand the war to this extent? Not to mention the weapons made by Gang and Ro, normal weapons, with Gang and Ro providing information support, it was very difficult to lose. I've long said that whoever gets Xiao Yi will get the world, Li Dan said from the table at the head of the table next to him. Go in winter. Go to Xinlua and the Japanese Empire and see what they want to exchange. The Navy will take turns to go out as training. Li changed the topic. He didn't need others to say anything. He could guarantee that he would get the world. However, not everyone could get it. The people outside couldn't count on it. There was no such thing as losing an opportunity. When he came to the era of the Tang dynasty, no matter where he was, he had to think of a way to return to the land of the Tang dynasty. Brother Yi, Xinlua. Li Chengqi was drinking early in the morning and sat at the same table as Li Dan. Let's deal with Bohai first. Xinlua is easy. There are people from Xinlua in Bohai. Dezworong seems to be one of them. After we're done, we'll train the people from Xinlua and let them return to Xinlua. If Xinlua doesn't want to fight, we'll use other methods to slowly turn Xinlua into ours. If they use their weapons, then. As Li Yi spoke, he continued to adjust the small robot and the projection turned into a map of Xinlua. The small robot's light flashed. I'll mark out a suitable place to stop the ship in Xinlua. Build a port or build a canal. The port on the map appeared, and the lines of the canal were marked in red. This wasn't the canal built by the Koreans, but the canal next to Li Yi's country. If it was built, the territory would be divided. Just like how Thailand didn't build the Kra Canal, most of the people living on the other side believed in Allah. After the canal was built, what if those people wanted to be independent? Of course, there was external pressure. For example, Singapore was counting on the Strait of Malacca to survive. Once the Kra Canal was built, it had nothing to do with them. If the Tang dynasty occupied Xinlua, no, that wasn't right. Xinlua took the initiative to accept the Enlightenment. There wouldn't be a situation where the territory was divided because of multiple canals. Okay, let's eat. You go in charge. Li Yi finished answering the question and said to the small robot. The small robot turned off the projection. I'll stay beside you. I just charged it this morning. It'll only consume a little. Do you still need to blow the dust and oil? Li Yi was concerned. This was exchanged with his lifespan. The robots that were bought with money were all meticulous. No need. Dongzhu, you go ahead and eat. If someone sends a telegram or a message through the walkie-talkie, I'll tell you. The small robot's head turned left and right as if it was shaking its head. The light in its eyes flickered a few times. Chapter 1999. It's probably nothing. Everyone who has something to do is here. Dongzhu, Xuanxin, you shouldn't have raised the flag. After the little robot finished speaking, Xuanxin's voice was transmitted. Dongzhu, some craftsmen's children said that they don't want to go to school. They want to learn the skills passed down from their families. Take them to the workshop where the steam engine and my diesel engine are made. Let them look at the blueprints and calculate the gear difference. Li pursed his lips and used the most violent method to solve the problem. Don't go to school, right? Come, including your master, let's visit the real technical workshop. Don't learn. If you don't learn, you won't know anything and won't be able to keep up. Let's see if the ministers learn. Let's see if the future father-in-law of the Tang emperors learn. I'm learning. Do you think the methods passed down from your family are powerful? Come, you're amazing. Create a combined mirror workpiece by hand. Is this difficult? Let's change it to something simple. I'll give you a ductile iron rod, a handle file, and a half shaft. I want a set of bearings. Craftsmen don't know mathematics, physics, or chemistry. What's the use of having you? On the other side, Xuanxin smiled. Dongzhu was going to strike a blow. There was a lot of knowledge in the workshop. The most powerful thing was the mother machine lathe. The powerful craftsmen studied how to make the mother machine more precise every day. The parts were made batch after batch. If the precision was improved a little, it would immediately be used for the mother machine. Normally, a mirror made of copper amalgam was a bronze mirror, which could reach the level of a glass mirror. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to make and polish it manually. Using the first-generation lathe made by the mother machine, the second-generation lathe made by the mother machine, and the third-generation lathe made by the mother machine, it wouldn't even be used for a day. It was clear how powerful the mother machine was. In order to improve the precision of the mother machine, the craftsmen didn't care about how much money they were rewarded. They only wanted to realize their own ideas. Some craftsmen talked in their sleep about how to improve the mother machine. The most terrifying thing was that several craftsmen were sleeping in the workshop and could talk to each other in their sleep. If it was Li Yi would understand. When he didn't exist at first, the soldiers were sleeping on the battlefield. Suddenly, one of them shouted in his sleep, "The enemy is charging at Highland 325. The person sleeping next to him naturally shouted, "Machine gunner in position." Several people responded at the same time, "We are in position." The observer shouted, "The enemy is lightly armed. Where are the heavy machine guns?" Heavy machine gunner, yes. Observer, dynamiter. Dynamiter, get ready to charge and explode. Vitality, help me suppress it. Goodbye, brothers. It looked like a joke, but it really did exist. Li had never shouted something like that before, but when he was focused on something, it would happen the moment he closed his eyes while sleeping. He had won the Chinese chess championship in elementary school and junior high school. When he was engrossed, he could see the chessboard when he closed his eyes. Most of the time, it was a screen horse versus a river patrol cannon. He liked to use horses. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were in such a state. After the craftsmen finished their meal, Sun Xian led them on a tour. Ma Jian was there too. He had entered Zhuangzi in advance. His donkey had recovered. In theory, the treatment time for acute pneumonia was not up yet. Perhaps the antibiotics were too powerful, or perhaps his baby was stronger. Anyway, the baby had completely recovered. Once he recovered, he always smiled and smiled at everyone. The baby's smile could warm people's hearts. Ma Jian's whole family was happy. If Li Yi did not allow him to kneel, he would have gone to the door and kowtowed. Ma Shi was holding her youngest son and feeding him. She just turned her body slightly. No one blamed her for it. In the Tang dynasty, when a woman was breastfeeding a child, she just had to turn her body to the side when other men were around. Men would take the initiative to look away. This was called etiquette. Feeding a child did not care about the occasion. If the child was hungry, he had to be fed. Ma Dan and Gooden went to school together. Ma Shi's house had not been renovated yet. Ma Jian was thinking about how to do it. He did not lack wood and did not need to buy it himself. As for tools, Ma Jian was pushing a big box at the moment. Below it was a universal wheel. He had been thinking about this wheel for a long time. It was very useful. He treated the tools inside as treasures. Brother Ma, can't you put this in your workshop? No one will steal it. This is a 4th-generation tool. The mother machine has been upgraded. It can be used at any time. What is given to you is yours. You can't lose it. There are even better ones. Sun Xian said to Ma Jian that he had to bring his tools with him wherever he went. It was heavy. Which generation of tools are sold in Luoyang Palace? Ma Jian thought for a moment and let go. Someone pushed his toolbox away. The 7th generation is for ordinary people. Those who are slightly more professional and can reach the level of a quasi-craftsman are allowed to buy the 6th generation tools. Those who have formal documents can buy the 5th generation tools. You belong to the Li family Zhuangzi, the 4th generation. But you can use the 3rd generation tools. After you are familiar with them and divide the work, you can come into contact with the 2nd generation tools. Sun Xian introduced and led a large group of people into the workshop that made steam engine parts. A small steam engine, a steam engine with wheels used for plowing and road transportation. How many parts did it have? Look! The craftsman who had just passed the examination seemed to have entered the Grand View Garden. Ma Jian had seen it a few times and even learned from it. But every time he entered this place, he was still in awe. The other craftsmen who had just passed the examination were dazzled. They had never seen a lathe before, and there were so many types of lathes. This was not the mother machine. The mother machine was protected by the craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Ordinary people were not allowed to come into contact with it. Let's put it this way, Bai Go, Song Jing, Su Er, and Zhang Jiling can't enter. This was because they did not need to see the mother machine. This was a technical problem. Wouldn't it be easier to ask Li Yi? The mother machine's house was alone. There was water around it, like a moat. The craftsmen who had just entered Zhuangzi saw the 1st generation of machines. The metal operating platform, the gear structure lifting equipment, tapping, drawing, cold rolling, hot rolling. The lathe workshop that had spanned thousands of years was like science fiction to the craftsmen who had just entered Zhuangzi. It was equivalent to Li Yi's movies. It was normal for planes to fly out at supersonic speed, so it was not science fiction. Science fiction was Space Jump Countdown, 10, 9, 8. There were data and perspective drawings on the wall. In the eyes of the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty, this was science fiction. Looking at the drawings, they were depressed. They could not understand. Not to mention designing it themselves, even if the drawings were placed there and asked you to draw according to it, you would not be able to draw it. My Dongzhu said that the children do not need to go to school, but they need a simple examination. All the children of the craftsmen in the village have to learn, as long as they can make it. I'll give you a thick metal rod and a set of strong hand files. The children will make a small hammer alone. It does not have any obvious bumps and depressions. Then, the arc of the hammer will be normal. If you can make it, you don't need to go to school. As Sun Xian spoke, he took a small hammer that was next to him. Li Yi was a graduate student's examination at that time. University undergraduate students had a lot of theoretical knowledge. Less than 1% could make a small hammer perfectly. Fortunately, the examination did not need to be perfect. Chapter 2000. Beautiful small hammers were placed there in a pile. There were many craftsmen, so they had to pass them around. Beside them was a set of files, indicating that the hammers were made with files. When the craftsmen saw the files, their eyes lit up. Good stuff. When they looked at the small hammers, they began to frown. The iron rods were placed at the side. The hammers were made with such iron rods, and the tools were a set of files. Cutting, drilling, modifying, grinding, and then polishing. Of course, there were also paper, pencils, rulers, compasses, and other things that could be used for drawing. One end of the small hammers was sharp, while the other end was round. This made it difficult for the craftsmen. It was not difficult for them. They could do it with their hands. If the children did not go to school and wanted to do the same thing, how long would they have to practice? Ma Jian picked up a set of files and touched them. He smiled. They were not as good as the ones in his toolbox. If he had a set of files before coming here, he would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Now that he had better ones, the ones he had now were just a so-so. Are you making things difficult for the children? A local craftsman, who was quite prestigious, gathered his courage and asked Sun Xian. He now belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. He had even put his handprint on the Li family Zhuangzi. He could only enter and not leave. He could leave, but he had to die. The older children of the Li family Zhuangzi like to play with making tools. They can make all kinds of tools, and they can even make more beautiful ones. They design, draw the blueprints, measure the iron rods, and slowly process them. Usually, they can make it in 3 months. The main thing is that grinding is tiring. There are no other tools, so they rely on the files. Sun Xian was not angry. If there was a problem, then there was a problem. The Li family Zhuangzi was not a tiger's den. No, the Li family Zhuangzi was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The true dragon was there. Let's go to the school. Sun Xian looked around. There were many people he could not see. There were too many. More than 2,000 people. It was a large area. The Zhuangzi could not fit them all. Most of the people of the Li family Zhuangzi had moved to Luoyang. The planting technicians left by the Ba River led the 16 people who stayed behind and the people from the agriculture temple to plant the greenhouses. The villagers adapted within a day, not for any other reason but because Dongzhu was here. The place where Dongzhu lived was the Li family Zhuangzi. The children were arranged to attend the Shang school, while the adults were familiar with the terrain. After confirming the location of the surveillance camera, Li Yi exchanged for a better surveillance system. He had a longer lifespan. After capturing a group of people, his lifespan increased by a lot. The craftsmen followed Sun Xian to the school district. There were buildings, sports fields, pastures, pavilions, canals, shallow pools with fine sand, swings, merry-go-rounds, seesaws. There were soccer fields, basketball fields, badminton fields, and billiard fields. Billiards used ivory. Anyway, no one cared about it now, so it was not illegal. The purpose of billiards was to train the child's concentration, angle calculation, and body coordination. There were even glass balls for him to play with. Glass balls had 3 uses in the industry. One was to blow out light bulbs, another was to press cloth, and the last was to be used as a ball sealing component. For example, a one-way valve. If a glass ball was placed inside and water flowed in from one end, the glass ball would be broken and the water would flow through. When the water flowed in from the other side, the glass ball would be pushed to the opening, and it would be sealed. The remaining function was to play with glass balls for the children to play with. The opening was also fine. It looked beautiful. The craftsmen went to the school, or rather, the school. The place was too big. One by one, they began to think about sending their children to study. This school was so beautiful. Next to the sports field was a viewing platform with stairs. The craftsmen all sat down, and there were many empty seats. They dared to swear that they had never seen such a school in their lives. They had never dreamed of it. There were many carved words at the door. How much knowledge should there be in the world, and how much knowledge should there be in the world? The former should was should, and the latter should was response. First seen on the mountain path of books. If you want to ascend to heaven, you can see it in books. There are changes in the 4 seasons, and there are changes in the 4 seasons that can defy the heavens. Line after line of words were full of dominance, telling everyone that studying could defy the heavens. The craftsmen saw soccer balls, basketball balls, and pig blisters used as the insides. Thin leather was stuck on the outside. They did not know the concept of school districts, but the school in front of them made them know that people were different from young. Especially the craftsmen who were not from Luoyang. In their original lives, their older children had to walk a long distance to study. This was the situation after the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund invested money in the school. Otherwise, they would have to stay in the school. It was not that such children could not become promising people. The children were talented and hardworking. They would always be able to stand out. The Li family Zhuangzi, who had entered the school, had the same talent and hard work. What about the children of other families? It seemed that even if their children learned secret family skills, they should go to school. The children were in class. The curtains on the glass window facing the sun were drawn to block the sunlight. Some of the children in physical education class were on the sports field. They first practiced a set of boxing and then played freely. The children played soccer and chased each other. The indoor physical education class taught some technical movements that required protective measures. The craftsmen took turns to watch. After watching these, they scattered to other teaching buildings. The classrooms in some buildings were made of glass. The top floor was a skylight painting studio. Some had large mirrors. The children had dance classes. There were also music classes. Some people gave lectures and played the guqin and piano. There were also 4 musical instrument buildings. There were a bunch of pianos, guzheng, drums, trumpets, violins, huqin. After walking around, they finally arrived at the handicrafts room. There were also many of them. The children made handicrafts, magnets, copper coils, alcohol lamps, 3 acids and 2 bases. Steward Sun, tomorrow, no, today, I will let my child come. The prestigious craftsman kneeled. He did not need to let his child make small hammers anymore. Seeing such teaching, he felt inferior. At the same time, he was glad that he was a farmer of the Li family Zhuangzi, right? When he signed the contract, it was written that he would nurture his child well. Nurturing his child well was uncertain. Feeding him well was also considered nurturing. Who knew how much Zhuangzi would spend on nurturing his child like this? After seeing the workshop, he had to learn. Otherwise, he would not understand. The child is already here. Do you think it's okay if you don't agree? Your words are useless. You don't even understand the workshop. How can you keep it a secret? Sun Exayan was not polite. He was the second steward. The moment the craftsmen pressed their handprints, he could not help himself. Good, it's good that he's here. Study hard. If he dares to learn badly, I will beat him to death. The craftsman promised. What right do you have to beat him? The child is Zhuangzi's child, not just yours. If you hurt him, who will treat him? If you kill him, Zhuangzi will lose manpower. These children will be like me in the future to take charge of affairs and manage people. Sun Exayan did not give him face. I am the boss now. Are you not convinced? You can't hit your child as you wish. After we nurture him well, we will let him be a steward in the future. Ding ling ling, the bell rang. The class was over. The children walked out of the classroom and went to the nearest small canteen to eat. It was time for lunch. Chapter 2001. The children's snacks were rolls. There were no fried dough twists with milk. They were the soft kind. That kind of method was used for convenience. Now that there were more people working. Stir-fried vegetables and pancakes. The children could roll whatever they wanted to eat. There was also a tea egg and a small bowl of fungus and carrot bone soup. The children found a place to sit down and eat slowly. They were not in a hurry. It didn't matter if they saw the adults coming. How dare you snatch my rolls? Help spread the word. If there are any children who don't want to go to school, we will allow them to choose freely before they come into contact with too many secrets. Stay or leave. Sun Exayan said to the craftsmen around him. When the children began to eat, he asked someone to help roll 2 rolls for him. He didn't eat in the morning. He had been busy. He was so hungry that his stomach was sour. The craftsmen said to each other. The more they spread the word, the more realistic it was. Either listen to them and stay or get lost. Roll me a roll. Don't make it spicy. Don't roll salted vegetables. Ma Shi was also hungry. She had breakfast. She was breastfeeding and carrying the child. Now she was a little hungry. Before lunch, she was hungry when she looked at the rolls. Before she entered the Li family Zhuangzi, it was very embarrassing. After she became a member of the Li family Zhuangzi, she could eat whatever she wanted. Previously, because she didn't have enough breast milk, she gave the baby porridge as a substitute. The baby didn't have enough antibodies, so he got sick. When she was in Li, there was data that showed that the probability of a healthy mother getting sick after breastfeeding was much lower than that of a baby fed with milk powder, no matter how expensive the milk powder was. There were antibodies in breast milk, but not in milk powder. If there were antibodies in milk powder, there would be a problem. Should they feed the virus vaccine? Should they inactivate it? Inactivating it wouldn't work either. Inactivating it didn't kill the virus, but other germs and toxins to preserve the virus. If the virus was killed, could it still produce antibodies? The baby fell asleep. He slept very soundly in his father's arms. Ma Jian was a craftsman. He was muscular. Needless to say, his arms could wrap the baby with just one arm. In fact, he just raised one arm and put the baby on it. It was stable. He didn't even need a baby carrier. His arm was flat. Ma Shi could sit on it. Women liked this kind of physique the most. Of course, it wasn't all. Some women liked young men. They liked their little men to put on makeup, draw their eyebrows and draw their eyes, be gentle and weak, have a childish voice, and be obedient and submissive. Generally, such women were tall and sturdy, with a broad heart and a plump body. They had a plump head and a plump face, lush body hair, and a rough voice. This kind of man and woman, one was born together. There was no other way. It was normal, and there was no need to discriminate. The other type belonged to the acquired type. The men were mommy's babies and the women did not know how to exercise and control. Blacksmiths had good physiques, although they couldn't compare to the winged knights or Li Yi, who had deliberately trained. Li Yi mainly trained his explosive power. His muscles looked normal, and they were not the bulky kind. Ma Jian himself did not know that an unmarried woman in charge of making rolls had taken a liking to his body. He carried the baby in one arm, but he was not tired. It's okay for you to eat salted vegetables. You have enough milk. Ma Jian's heart ached for his wife, so he let her eat salted vegetables. He was learning and collecting wood at the same time. Wood was different from wood. If he made something for others, he would make it according to the wood that others gave him. If it were him, he would look at the type of wood, the time it was placed, and the texture. Some of the wood had large boils. Should he remove them or grind them down? Where should he use them? What kind of wood should he match the texture with? This was all knowledge. He couldn't fool his own family, right? Ma Shirk chewed on a roll. I'm eating. Other than the fixed time for me to breastfeed my baby, I work and sweat the rest of the time. Then I drink more bone soup. The salt that is eaten will be expelled. Our family's donkey loves to drink it. His heartbeat and other body reactions are fine. It's fine if there is some salt in the milk. He's not a few months old. Ma Shi ate a roll. The other party knew the situation and tried to match the fat, lean, and vegetables well. Some of the children in the Li family Zhuangzi did not like to eat fat. They did not lack fat. Okay, all the plans for Hunan province have been completed. I'm exhausted. It's harder than when I was in the capital. Li Yi tapped on the keyboard for the last time. His body leaned against the back of the chair as if he was about to collapse. Princess Yongmu quickly served him ginseng tea. She liked to see Li Yi working seriously. Li Lang, why do I think it's better than the capital? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi's operation and found a problem. Because the rivers here don't freeze in winter. At the same time, it's closer to Haizhou. When Tubo and the later Turks are no longer strategic targets, economic development should be the center. Luoyang is more suitable than Chang'an, especially in terms of industrialization. Because we need to exit, it's much closer to Luoyang than Chang'an. Li Yi admitted that his plan for Luoyang was better than Chang'an, but it did not mean that Hunan province was better than the capital. The capital not only had a water network and public transportation, but also had a breeding industry, especially rabbits and pigs. This was different. Chapter 2002. The telegram sent by Zhang Xiaosong was more detailed. Su Lu suddenly crossed the border with 20,000 cavalrymen. They didn't attack the city but only hunted beasts. They wanted to attack a small village with thousands of herdsmen when it was snowing. As a result, the village became a small town. When they saw Su Lu from afar, they hurriedly lit smoke signals and sent telegrams. Huge Stone City and other places immediately sent troops. Su Lu stared at the disguised scouts and found that the situation was not good. He hurriedly ran back to report. As a result, Su Lu ran. He should be wondering how he could see the smoke signals when it was snowing. No, the scouts who were guarding the next place where the smoke signals could be released came back and reported that there was no smoke there. The 20,000 cavalrymen didn't kill a single person. They all abandoned their prey. Otherwise, they were afraid that they couldn't outrun the pursuers. As a result, on the way back, accompanied by rumbling and shouting, they left behind more than 3,000 people to escape. As he walked back, he met Zhang Xiaosong, who came back from Tubo and wanted to visit him. Zhang Xiaosong's team also had some game. After receiving the telegram, they contacted Huge Stone City and other teams about the situation. After knowing that Su Lu ran here, They buried the explosives in advance and caught Su Lu off guard. He turned around and sent a telegram to the imperial court, asking if they would attack. If they did, he would be able to organize his men. Bai Gu, Su Yi, and the others were analyzing Su Lu's purpose. It was snowing heavily and the road was not easy to travel. What could he gain? Maybe he ran to the Tang dynasty to look for food because life is not good. Su Yi couldn't think of any other reason. There are no beasts there. Why would he give up what's near and seek what's far away? I think it's a test to see if the Tang dynasty's military strength is empty. Song Jing analyzed that sometimes taking the initiative to attack might be because of fear. Isn't it better to use scouts? Why would he need 20,000 cavalrymen? Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Where's Xiao Yi? Bai Gu saw that others had said everything that could be said. He didn't have any other ideas, so he asked where the key person was. She's here. Li Yi pushed a small robot in. From his face, he didn't look very happy. We won the battle. More than 400 were killed, and more than 2,700 were captured. There were also some horses that were frightened. Bai Gu could only think on the bright side. Su Lu was at a disadvantage. 3,000 was not a small number, and the relationship between the Abbasid Caliphate and Su Lu was one of mutual benefit. Once Su Lu's strength decreased, the Abbasid Caliphate would attack. It's normal for him to win. It's not normal for Su Lu to come. What was he trying to do? Now that Tubo was stable, he would not give him any more benefits. The salary that the Tang dynasty used to pay him had also been stopped, as well as military funds. The cavalry he led should be, Could it be that they have internal problems and he wants to win a battle to consolidate his ruling position? Li Yi thought of a possibility. There were no spies there, so he could only guess. Brother Yi, Zhang Xiaosong requests for a fight. Li Longji was considering the question at hand. Should he fight or not? Go back and rest. The soldiers have done meritorious deeds. Some of them have not been home for a long time, and their families miss them. Li Yi waved his hand. He did not want to fight. It was cold and tiring to go there in the middle of winter. He touched the little robot's head. Tell Zhang Xiaosong that we will not fight this year. Send 2 steam engines to him and see if they are useful. After the Yellow River freezes, walk on the ice and head north, then west. Continue to plant the local cotton. Next year, see if we can send them sunflowers that produce more oil. Also, plant a large number of sugar beets. We can extract sugar and make rock sugar. It will take some effort. In the future, the Tang dynasty's demand for oil and sugar will increase greatly, including preserved fruits and edible watermelon seeds. As Li Yi spoke, the little robot sent out the report rhythmically. The speed could not be fast, otherwise, the person receiving the report would not be able to handle it. The telegraph machine is too amazing. How did Li Yi come up with it? On the other side, Zhang Xiaosong, who had won the battle, carefully touched the telegraph machine. Treasure! With this thing, they could run away as they wished and ambush as they wished. Hundreds and thousands of miles apart, he could contact them in an instant. The winged knights received the signal and wrote down the numbers. The person next to him translated. Zhang Xiaosong's soldiers were bandaging, suturing, and disinfecting the wounded of the assault cavalry. The dead were dug and buried, and the living were part of the labor force. Snow fell from the sky, and the people in the village came out to help. We want the weapons and clothes of the dead commandos and the dead commandos, everything. In winter, leather boots, leather clothes, and hats were all good things. After cleaning, they were added salt. In fact, the pH balance was broken, and then the precipitation was salt. If the amount was small, there was no good way to deal with it. If the amount was large, they could deal with it together, and it would be the same as new. As for the saying that the dead people's things were unlucky, there was no such thing as long as they could be used. There were also dead horses. Horse meat could be eaten, and horses were even better things. This was divided among the soldiers, and the local people helped to clean up. At first, when they saw a large group of cavalry gradually appear in the snow, they were scared and afraid that they could not hold on. The beacon light was a psychological comfort, but in fact, they knew that other places could not see it. The winged knights that came over said to send a telegram. Drip, drip, drip. The main forces of various places began to gather and charge over. They had already prepared the water. If the ice was frozen, they would melt it instead of boiling it. If Su Lu brought people to attack the city, they would pour water and mix it with snow. It would be difficult to walk. When the snow stopped, it would freeze. Come, attack the city. We are not prepared to go out, so we will stay in the city and think of a way to remove the ice when the main forces arrive. Then, the winged knights said that Zhang Shaosong was not far away and could provide support at any time. When the main forces arrived, Su Lu might run. Sure enough, Su Lu's army ran away and was ambushed by the war god on the way. Li Dongzhu, you can't fight. Quickly bring the soldiers home. Su Lu probably won't dare to come again. When he saw you, he was not convinced and his people were afraid. Li Dongzhu also said that he would send 2 steam engines for us to see if they are useful. They are mainly used to dig wells. They are quite expensive and don't need to plow. We have many horses, so we can plow once we harness them. Jia Guixing, the person in charge of the winged knights, translated the contents of the telegram to Zhang Shaosong and told him to stop fighting. Go home and rest. See where you need water. If there is no river nearby, you can dig wells. Getting soil was also good. Digging wells, with a steam engine, you can save a lot of effort. I want to learn telegraphy. Give me a few telegraph machines. I have a lot of use for them. Zhang Shaosong did not object to Li Yi's arrangement. If he did not want to fight, then so be it. If he sent troops now, it would cause Su Lu to suffer more losses. But his own people would also be in danger. If there was a sudden heavy snow and his troops ran to other people's territory and got trapped, maybe, I will contact Li Dongzhu. Jia Guixing nodded. It was not easy for him to make a decision. He had to ask, even if Zhang Xiaosong's position was very high. Some of the other people who were packing up came over and stood there to listen. They listened to the sound of the telegram. This thing represented stability. With it, news would spread quickly. Chapter 2003. The children asked the adults to drag the dead horse to the telegraph machine. There was a temporary shed here. They listened to the movement while dissecting the horse meat with a knife. They cut it into pieces the size of ping-pong balls, but they were not round. When they went back, they would wrap it in horse meat and skewer it when they got home. They were actually in class when Su Lu came. With so many people, they were not in the mood to study and had to prepare for battle. If the city fell, they would be captured as slaves and live a life worse than death. They did not understand the principle, but they knew that it was made by Li Dongzhu. Their lives were good now. Raisins could be sold for money, and it was easy to make. After ripening, they would be hung in a place where the sun could not reach and dried in the shade. There was also wine. With gauze filtration, it could be fermented once and twice. It could be stored in jars and sold for a lot of money. Now that there was a good thing to quickly transmit information, they would not be afraid of Su Lu in the future. After Jia Guixing finished translating, a child came over with a piece of meat with bloody hands. Uncle, do you eat meat? It's still warm. It's not cold at all. Jia Guixing, he hesitated for a second, just a second, and opened his mouth. Thank you. Ah! The child happily stuffed the meat into his mouth. He chewed hard. It was not delicious. Not delicious did not mean that it could not be eaten. It was normal for winged knights to eat this. He was also part of the first batch. It was a blessing to have meat to eat and be familiar with things. Do you want salt? It's a bit fishy and hard to swallow, but it's hot. The child rubbed his hands on the snow, shook his hands, and took out a small bamboo tube from his small pocket. There was salt inside the tube. No, this is fine. I'll wait for everyone to eat together. Jia Guixing wanted to eat cooked food. He could eat raw food, but it did not mean that he liked it. It was like not being afraid of death in a war, but it did not mean that he wanted to die. The child nodded. I know you don't want to eat raw food. Actually, I like to eat cooked food too. I came to you to ask for your help. Tell Brother Dongzhu. Tell him that my name is Piranyahan. I thank him. I will thank him with the other partners. Okay. Jia Guixing was slightly stunned. He then began to read the words. As long as we have enough mobile troops, it doesn't matter whether we attack or defend. When we fight, it's about the mobilization of troops. If Su Lu still came to fight, it meant that there was a serious internal problem. I feel that he should go and attack the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate. That place is easier to fight, and there's no need to ally with them. There's nothing embarrassing about attacking them now. The Tang dynasty has given him so many benefits, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. He thinks that his position is worth others to rope him in. A large map was projected on the wall. Li Yi used a small stick to mark out the location. There was also a weather report beside it. It was not easy to fight in the local area. Su Lu had fought once, and it was snowing heavily. It was impossible for him to come again, even if he did not lose any troops. Dongzhu, there is a child named Piranyahan. He said that he and his companions thank you. The little robot in charge of the projection spoke. Arrange for people to send the skincare cream there. Zhuangzi doesn't need to pay for it. Zhuangzi and Chang'an will pay for it. Find a businessman to send it. Li paused for a moment. Then, he continued to point at the map. After we plant a large amount of cotton, the Tang dynasty will be able to digest the demand. We don't have enough people to pick the cotton, so we can find a way to hire people from the western regions. Regardless of age, gender, or age, as long as they participate, they will be able to earn money or exchange things. Set up shacks in the local area for them to live in. Encourage businessmen to buy slaves. Then, at the cotton production area, I'm preparing to establish a handicraft industry. Old Bai, why are you sticking so close to me? You're blocking me. You, the imperial court will cooperate with me to establish a handicraft industry labor-intensive industrial zone. Businessmen buying slaves doesn't mean that they will participate in the industry because it's too far away and difficult to manage. Once the businessmen have established a handicraft industry in the local area, there will be people who will betray the Tang dynasty for money. We'll only buy the slaves provided by the businessmen, and then tell the slaves how many points they need to earn before they can become free people. Li Yi explained his follow-up arrangements. Just like the original Southwest barbarians, the Southwest barbarians had once strived for freedom. But now, the Southwest barbarians no longer wanted their freedom. They felt that points were rather useless. Instead of gaining freedom and living on their own outside, they might as well be captives of the Li family Zhuangzi. If the children studied well, they could be stewards in the future. As long as they didn't come into contact with too many Zhuangzi's technological secrets, they could even become officials of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi's purpose was to attract people to pick cotton and then settle down in the local area. Slaves had a transition period, but free people didn't. When the local area became prosperous, they could build bigger cities and expand their military forces. After speaking, Li Yi left to rest. He needed to relax. He had finally finished his work. He wanted to find a swimming pool to drink beer and eat meat skewers. He didn't want the big ones. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to drink when he was full. Tell Zhang Xiaosong to, why did you leave? Song Jing had an idea and told the little robots. In the end, except for one robot that stayed beside Li Longji and one in front of Li Dan, the others all left. I'm out of battery. I need to charge it. It's so cold in the house. I need to bask in the sun. I haven't eaten lunch yet. It's so pitiful. The little robots found excuses to leave. They didn't need to find excuses. If they wanted to leave, who could stop them? They just wanted to talk. The ministers could use the little robots to find Li, but they couldn't let the little robots do anything else. Unless it was in a state of service, such as delivering food. Why can't the war stop? Li Dan watched several little robots leave and pushed the little robot in front of her to the side to sit down. Everyone now knew the battery situation of the little robots. They couldn't use too much of it to charge. The little robots consumed the most power when they walked, so when they saw the little robots, if they weren't basking in the sun to charge, they could push them. The little robots could even chat with you. If you had something heavy to carry, you could put it in the drawer of the little robot's body or on its head. It was easier to push than to carry. When the little robots were not powered by themselves, others could also charge them when they pushed them. There are quarrels between husband and wife. Neighbors need to be maintained. Villages are villages, counties are counties. Everyone is competing, and then there are conflicts. Noble Consort Lu explained the relationship between each other from the lowest level of thinking. Between people, the children's studies had to be compared. Who made more money had to be compared. Then there were fights. For example, they were all pulling feet. From Luoyang City to Li Family Zhuangzi, 25 miles. Some others carried burdens, some pushed carts, and some animals pulled carts. They were all carrying burdens. Everyone agreed on 10 coins, and you couldn't do 8 coins. There were such contradictions in life, let alone between countries. The struggle had never stopped. Chapter 2004. Yellow? Black? Is there a conflict between them because they lost the war against the Tang dynasty? Li Yi returned to his place and ate skewers while drinking beer. His mind was filled with the purpose of Su Lu's cavalry. If there was no city and it wasn't the cold winter, the 20,000 cavalry could indeed cause damage to the nomadic tribes there. Usually, they would kill some of the people who resisted and take the rest as slaves. If there was a city and the cavalry didn't bring siege weapons, how could they climb up in the snow? Li Yi tried to imagine himself as Su Lu. If he was in Su Lu's position, he wouldn't have any troubles and thoughts. Li Yi couldn't figure it out. In history, Su Lu joined forces with the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty but was defeated. That didn't mean there would be any problems. Su Lu's position was still stable. Later, he married the princesses of Tubo, Abbasid Caliphate and Tang dynasty. He was addicted to beauty, just like Li Longji. However, the Tang dynasty princess that Su Lu married had the surname Ashina. She was the one who beat Su Lu up, but she wasn't his daughter. In theory, Su Lu should continue to live a good life. Why would he be scared away in the winter? The snow was fierce. What if he got lost and couldn't return home? In history, he wasn't worried when he lost, but now he was worried. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon accompanied Li Yi and listened to Li Yi's muttering. There was also a group of female special operations team and burly bodyguards around them. Princess Yongmu was in charge of grilling skewers. She grilled a bunch of small skewers. If there were too few skewers, she couldn't grill them. After grilling a bunch of skewers, Xiaolon distributed them to the bodyguards. If Princess Yongmu wasn't here, Xiaolon would call the bodyguards over to eat. Her status was high, so she didn't have to deliver the food personally. With Princess Yongmu around, her status was low. She said that the food was given by Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, when are you going to promote chili? You're still limiting the price. Princess Youngmu grabbed some chili powder and sprinkled it on the skewers on the grill. She used to eat it with a dip. At first, Li Yi had exchanged for it, and it tasted very good. Now, Princess Youngmu was starting to be wasteful. She directly threw it on top of her head. She knew exactly how many kinds of chili there were. You won't die if you don't eat chili. Besides, the chili used for medicine is very cheap. It's basically free. 3 yuan for a caddy of chili powder. It's very spicy. A caddy of chili powder is enough for you to use for a long time. In terms of business, once you reduce the price, the people who bought before will not be happy. Instead, they will feel that they have suffered a loss. Just like when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, they only bought things. It's because you know my identity. Li Yi still didn't let go of the chili seeds. He let go of the carrots because carrots were beneficial to the human body. Regardless of age, as long as there were no special diseases, people could eat carrots and get the nutrients they needed from the seeds. This was especially true for children who had just started teething. Babies needed to grind their teeth, try to bite things, and grab things with their small hands. For example, it was very painful to scratch an adult's face. Then, they would bite their own fingers. They needed to scratch and bite again to get used to their strength and senses. At this time, it was most suitable to cut a carrot stick and let the baby bite it. There wouldn't be any problems if they bit it. If they really bit it, they could just eat it. It wasn't poisonous. Therefore, after Li Yi made money once, he let out the carrots and gave them to people who were willing to plant them. This included Hunan province, where the seeds could be kept. They were different from green onions. Green onions were also kept for 2 years in the north and weren't afraid of the cold. Carrots couldn't survive the snowy winter. Green onions and wheat stubbornly survived, but carrots were frozen to death. As for chili powder, the medicinal ingredients were set aside. The other ingredients were still expensive. Medicine shops and medical centers didn't dare to sell chili powder casually. They bought it from the Li family Zhuangzi at a cheaper price. It was like arsenic. Medicine shops sold it casually. They would know if it worked after trying it. Li Lang, it's just that some people are used to some situations and can't adapt to the sudden change, right? Princess Youngmu finished roasting a bunch of meat skewers. She placed them on a plate and was about to bring them to the guard. Give it to me, give it to me. Put it on my head. I'll open up the round top and make it flat. The small robot had been motionless and silent, like a decoration. But when Princess Youngmu moved, it reacted. Princess Youngmu placed the meat skewers on the robot and took a bite off a bit of the meat skewers. Li Lang, when I was in the prince's residence, I always heard that someone's benefits were cancelled, including mine. When there was benefits, it was better. When the benefits were cancelled, I was afraid. I wasn't the only one who was afraid. The other servants were also afraid. Xiaolan was afraid, but she always told me that she wasn't. Princess Youngmu looked at Xiaolan as she spoke. Xiaolan was chatting with someone. She had to manage many people. When it was time to play tricks, she would play tricks. Li Yi looked at Princess Youngmu. He raised his wine cup and took a big gulp. Sigh. Su Lu didn't get any benefits from the Tang dynasty. The winter was hard, and Tubo wouldn't give him any benefits. What can the Abbasid Caliphate give? Li Yi sighed. Princess Youngmu was amazing. She actually thought of this. Su Lu was made an official by the Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, and Tang dynasty. Not only did he have his own salary, but he also had to pay the soldiers. He immediately understood that Su Lu didn't just get benefits after losing a war. In history, when Su Lu lost, he continued to enjoy the benefits from the 3 factions. Now that the Tang dynasty didn't give him any benefits, why should I give you benefits? Tubo didn't give him any benefits. I'm already like this. Why should I give you benefits? If you have the ability, you can hit me. I lost the source of the Yellow River. If you hit me, it's the same as attacking the Tang dynasty. If Su Lu lost something, how could he survive the winter? More importantly, he was beaten by Zhang Shaosong again and suffered heavy losses. Not many people died, but what about the provisions that were burned? There were so many people to feed. If they weren't careful, the Huang and Black clans might have differences and start fighting. Just like in history, Su Lu was killed by the Huang clans in the end. Then, when there might be internal problems, Su Lu wanted to use a small victory to stabilize the morale of the army. There was nothing wrong with that. Especially, send a report to Zhang Shaosong. Ask him which surname of the several hundred people who were killed and the 2,000 people who were captured belonged to. Li Yi thought and found a problem. He remembered that when Yang Guang fought Goguryeo, he had sent many people. Those people were actually from the various large clans. Those large clans wanted to trap Yang Guang, and Yang Guang sent their people to their deaths. Then, those large clans took care of Yang Guang, including Li Yuan. However, he wasn't the largest clan back then. Where did the largest clan go? Fighting Goguryeo. Then now, when Su Lu attacked the Tang dynasty, were the people killed and captured his black clansmen or the Huang clansmen of other clansmen? The knack for this was deep. The little robot quickly sent the telegram and said to Li Yi, "Why are you in such a hurry to fight against your own family?" "Yes. Wan Nan." Li Yi sighed. He knew that the little robot was not talking about the 7-step poem, but the one written by old Zhou. Chapter 2005. I'll grill some fat clams for you. I've been keeping them on the yacht. Li Yi poked Princess Yongmu's nose. This girl is not easy to deal with. She sees things very clearly, but she doesn't talk much, especially when it comes to politics and military matters. I want to cook it. Add some salt. Princess Yongmu shook her head twice. So Li Yi found a pot and started cooking. This thing cooked very quickly. Before the clams were cooked, Zhang Shaosong sent a telegram back. Only a few dead and captured people had the surname Black. Most of the others had the surname Huang and some other surnames. Brilliant, really brilliant. Li Yi expressed his admiration. Su Lu's methods were good. If he won, his prestige would increase. If he lost, the people who died would not be his people. It's also possible that he wants to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, and some people inside want to take the opportunity to join the Tang dynasty. If he attacks the Tang dynasty first, those who want to join him will be in trouble. If he turns around and attacks the Abbasid Caliphate, the people behind him won't dare to secretly join the Tang dynasty. After all, they have just fought a war. Xiaolan came back after sending the items, understood the situation, and gave her opinion. The clams are ready. Eat. Li Yi took out the clams and picked out a fat and tender piece of meat for Princess Yongmu and then for Xiaolan. If he wants to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, should we attack him from behind? Li Yi asked after feeding them. No, let him fight. Let him act big. If he finds out that the Abbasid Caliphate is the easiest to attack, he will attack them. If we attack him, he will lose a lot and might go crazy. Then, he will attack us regardless of the cost. Our soldiers need to rest for a while so that they can have a proper balance. Princess Yongmu gave her own considerations. They can't fight. Li Yi nodded. Yes, Maiwen Tian and Xiaolan are getting more and more powerful. Not long after, Zhang Shaosong sent back news that confirmed Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's guess. The people who were captured said that some people in the Tuki Shi were afraid and wanted to seek refuge with the Tang dynasty. Some people wanted to stay further away from the Tang dynasty and fight in the cavalry. Su Lu had actually come over to take a look at the situation. If he could fight, he would fight. In the end, for some reason, how did the smoke spread? When the main force came over, they were ambushed by Zhang Xiaosong again when they retreated. Now that everyone was clear, they could be at ease. There would definitely not be another war this year, unless Su Lu was tired of living. The locals thought the same. They returned to the city. The horses and sheep were all in the city. There were many haystacks. Silage made in the summer, hay harvested in the autumn, and so on. Because they had good tools, the sickles were issued by the court, and the silage ponds were covered with cement. There were also many wells. If they were placed in the house, they would be warm and wouldn't freeze. In addition to the stored food and dried meat, when the weather was good, they would go out to graze. When the weather was bad, they would stay in the city. The excrement of the livestock was specially processed and used for farming next year. You know what? We are all men, but when I see you, I still feel that I need to be protected. You are too strong. Child Piranugan sat in front of Jia Guiying on a sled. The weight of riding a horse was different from a horse-drawn sled. Their people knew how to be strong from a young age. When they see adults working, they must follow. Otherwise, they would be beaten. Most importantly, other children were the same. There was no difference. Living in this kind of environment, they would naturally adapt. Many times, they thought they were real men and could also kill enemies. For example, if the enemy attacked the city, would throwing a fist-sized rock be useful? Would the arrows they used to shoot rabbits kill people? But when they met Zhang Xiaosong's soldiers and saw the winged knights, the children developed a sense of dependence. Dong Zhu replied with a telegram saying that he will give you benefits. Next year, there will be more powerful things to help you farm. This winter, you will have a good time because His Majesty is in Hunan province. There are enough resources around. The things sent by the governor are relatively few, and the extra things will be distributed to other places. Jia Guiying knew the importance of Piranugan's thanks. It proved that the local people were educating their children. With this kind of education, the local people who also had a Turkic surname would not betray them in the future. For them, Dongzhu would definitely give them more benefits. This winter, there would be no shortage of soap, hand cream, and so on. In addition, there would be a lot of snacks for the children. There were no poultry here, and there were no eggs, unless they were wild eggs. Then, there should be a large number of spoiled and salted eggs. As for fresh eggs, they had a short shelf life and were easy to break on the road. Let's see how to transport them. The group entered the city. The area of the city was very large. Everyone had to leave behind horse pens and sheep pens. In the past, their sheep pens were made of wood and had straw mats on top. When there was heavy snow, it was likely to collapse. In winter, it was normal for people and sheep to freeze to death. This summer, they would build the city together. The people sent later helped. The main frames of the sheep pens and stables were made of concrete. Wood and straw mats were placed on top. Even if there was heavy snow, they would not collapse. A fire tunnel was built inside. If it was too cold, it would burn for 2 hours. The sheep could use this temperature to successfully keep warm. The dead enemies were buried by the captives. They did not take anything away, including shoes, hats, and so on. The injured captives received simple treatment. The other captives were not tied up. They just did not have their weapons. They were very obedient. They did not dare to take other people's weapons. That was purely seeking death. Being a captive did not mean that they would be killed. The people in the city were happy to make bonfires and eat skewers and barbecued meat. The horse bones with meat were stewed in a big pot. According to what was written in the newspaper, some mushrooms, vegetables, fungus were dried in the sun and in the shade. Now, the dried vegetables were taken out and placed in the stew. They even had a big pottery vat to make pickled vegetables. The vat was brushed clean. The cabbage was not washed. The roots were cut off. The outer stem was broken off and placed in the vat. Salt was added. Finally, a big stone was placed on top with boiling water. A lot of salt was used. After pickling, there was no salty taste. In the past, the locals did not want to live a better life. They really did not have anything. How many families could take out a big vat? There was also a big iron pot. A good life was built by piling up material things. Like a child coming back, wearing clothes, washing his hands with warm water, rubbing soap, and finally applying some hand cream. The whole set of actions, when the child did it, had a sense of sacredness. His hands really did not split. When the food was almost ready and ready to eat, the horse milk wine was also taken out. Today was a festival. Hundreds of people were killed. More than 2,000 people were captured. There were also many horses. The key point was that the city was easy to use. The enemy did not bring siege equipment and could not climb up at all. As for shooting arrows up from below the city, you guys would be exhausted. I built a straw shed on the city wall. You guys can shoot. What? Fire rockets? I poured water on the straw shed. There was another telegraph. Oh my God. After ticking, the news spread far and wide. With this thing, there was no need to be afraid that the enemy would not be able to send out the news. Chapter 2006. There's more fennel and salt now, so the meat doesn't taste so fishy. We also know how to marinate the meat before roasting it. The child, Piranyahan, found Jia Guixin and sat down next to him to talk. Now that everyone knows that your city is at the forefront, your city will be in danger the next time there's a battle. The enemy will bring siege weapons. Jia Guixin suddenly said something else and looked at Piranyahan. Piranyahan curled his lips. If you can think of it, how can Brother Dongzhu not think of it? We don't have enough people and can't stop them. Brother Dongzhu will send people to help. You're smart. Jia Guixin took a sip of the horse milk wine. Horse milk wine was brewed normally. Even now, the Li family Zhuangzi hadn't released the distillation technology. Because it involved toilet water and perfume, the perfume of Wen Tianlan Pavilion was better than all the perfume on the market. The sperm whale contributed some fixative, so a little bit was enough. Distillation was just distilling wine in daily life. Couldn't you live without distillation? These things always maintained the income of the Li family Zhuangzi. Petroleum was obtained through distillation to obtain kerosene, gasoline, and diesel. However, the current horse milk wine had a high alcohol content because it was made with good tools. The alcohol content of beer was more than 3%. Some people would get drunk after drinking 2 bottles. The malt content wasn't the alcohol content. The 11% malt content referred to the sugar content. The current horse milk wine was 15% or 16%. It was much more powerful than Li Yi's de Wusu beer. Piranyahan also took a sip of the horse milk wine and said with a comfortable expression, "Anda said that Brother Dongzhu will send people to build a bigger city here and then send people to plant and breed crops. We still have to continue to trade with other places through the roads on the ground. Our tea leaves and silk are all quite valuable. If we survive this winter, we'll be fine next year. Brother Dongzhu is more anxious than anyone else. Brother Dongzhu has us in his heart. He won't let us be exposed to danger. Even if God wants to kill us, Brother Dongzhu will tie us up and hold up the concrete roof." After Piranukan finished speaking, he looked around and took out a small clay jar tied with a straw rope. He carefully opened it and removed the lid. Inside was chili powder, the kind that was very fragmented. "Here, you can dip it in." In autumn, there were merchants coming over. Everyone else was in the same place, but there was one merchant who ran very far away. He said that he wanted to look for a mine or something. If he found it, he would be rich. He had gone too far. He hadn't found the mine, but the wolf had found him. The 4 of them were too bold. Furthermore, they were foreign horses. When faced with 11 wolves, foreign horses did not dare to move. Then, we met a flock of sheep here. My friends and I herded the sheep. 2 of our dogs were bitten to death. We killed 8 wolves at once, including the Wolf King. The 2 dogs that were bitten to death were the ones that bit the Wolf King. Later on, the wolves that ran away were specifically looked for by our people here. After finding them, we killed them without waiting for them to take revenge. The merchants gave us some chili powder, and they continued to trade with Sulu and the Abbasid Caliphate. Pirunyahan explained the situation and how he got the chili powder. Oh! I don't want to eat it. When I go back, I will have a lot of chili powder. You can eat it. 2 loyal dogs died. Jia Guixin looked at the chili powder and felt sorry for the children. This meant that there were many dogs. Then, the children herded the sheep on horseback. Their horses were not afraid of wolves when they had a master. The children used bows and arrows to hunt wolves. It was not easy to get the chili powder, but they could not eat it themselves. I want you to tell Brother Dongzhu that someone has opened up the trade route. We couldn't get through before. Pirunyahan said with a helpless expression, as if he expected better from Jia Guixin. Translation: How did you become the Winged Knights? Why are you so stupid? Did I say chili powder? I can even talk with Brother Dongzhu. Can't I ask him for chili powder? Am I drunk? Jia Guixin quickly put down his things and turned on his telegraph machine to send a telegram. Don't you all know the situation? Eat, I'll cook some more. Before Li Yi received the telegram, he was talking to a group of officials. Everyone sorted out their thoughts and began to look for opportunities. As they searched, they found Li Yi. Xiaolon was quite unhappy, but she did not show it. When the officials came, she became a maid again. Even if Li Yi asked her to sit, she felt that the officials did not take her seriously. Xiao Yi, the reason why Huge Stone City and Suaya City are always attacked is because they have cities. Now, the outermost cities have fewer people and are bigger. Yao Chong was the first to speak. He was very concerned about the situation there. Find the Ministry of War. Do as they say. The Winged Knights can only send telegrams. The 16 soldiers can't be moved. Didn't the soldiers who attacked Tubo come back? Let them guard the home. Send those who stayed behind. At most, I can give them things. If they leave from Chang'an, bring the steam engine and other supplies. Li Yi said clearly. Don't look for me. The handicraft industry has already cooperated with the Ministry of Revenue. You can just ask the local generals about the deployment of the army there. You ask me. How can I know the specific situation? There are so many generals. Aren't they better than me? Song Jing said with a thoughtful expression, Xiao Yi, since Sulu is willing to fight the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate, can we release the captives and give them some baggage? Why should we? Li Yi retorted. They make mistakes occasionally, so we should forgive them. Song Jing found a reason. Are you forgiving them for those who died fighting Sulu? If they surrender, I will forgive them. I believe that those who died are also willing to see a large piece of land belong to the Tang dynasty. They have come to fight on their own initiative many times. They take advantage of the benefits and I will spoil them. Old song, how about this? Tomorrow, we will go to the cemetery of martyrs. You will keep watch at night and ask them if it is okay. Li Yi thought of a way. Come on, old song, go to the cemetery of martyrs and convince yourself in the middle of the night. Anyway, I can't do it. I am an atheist and I am afraid. What I want to say is, repay evil with good. How should I repay good? Song Jing compromised. He was even more afraid. Brother Yi, do you want to bring the captives back to the place that Zhuangzi arranged for you? Li Longji never intended to give Su Lu anything else. He was just a plaything that could not be tamed. No, exchange with Su Lu. They send over slaves. 2 slaves in exchange for one of their people. 100 at a time, randomly selected. Food and weapons can be exchanged. The white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate slaves will be sent to Luoyang. I want to repair the bridges and roads. Li Yi suggested a way. They did not need the captives of the Abbasid Caliphate as slaves. Everyone frowned. Bai Gu reacted quickly, this plan is too vicious, but I like it. I agree. This is a good idea. Zhang Jiuling added. Force Su Lu to attack the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate crazily and capture them alive. Otherwise, there will be internal strife. If he does not capture the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate as slaves, he is not willing to save his own people. Su Yi had thought it through. And this was only the first step. Chapter 2007. Li Longji kept nodding happily as he listened to everyone's discussion. That's more like it. Don't keep asking my son-in-law for money. Su Lu is in trouble. He probably didn't expect the consequences of coming here to fight the Tang dynasty. He has his own schemes, but my Tang dynasty is also full of schemes. I can't possibly let you come here for nothing. Li Longji was in a good mood. He sat down and took a big gulp of beer, feeling refreshed all over. He knew what would happen next. The captured cavalrymen surnamed Huang were not stupid. As long as he told them that they had been sold by Su Lu, they would not be grateful to Su Lu even if they were traded back. Moreover, when Su Lu went to fight the Abbasid Caliphate, he allowed 2 slaves to trade for 1 captive, and he also allowed the slaves to trade for other things. The Huangs wanted to trade for their own people, but the Heis thought the things were important, so they traded for the captured Huangs instead. What other strategy could be more effective than causing internal strife among the enemy? It's the root of the problem. Su Yi said what Li Longji was thinking and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi and Su Yi looked at each other. What? Dr. Li, do you know where the root of the problem came from? Su Yi asked. Li Yi curled his lips. I don't know. It's not like I'm taking the imperial examinations next year. Oh right, the imperial examinations next year will be the Analects of Confucius. Su Yi was also looking for a drink. Whatever Kong Zhongni said, his descendants have actually done it before. Li Yi curled his lips again. He knew the history. After the Kong consortium split up, it was because of internal strife in order to survive. But later on, there was a need to pacify the people, so some excerpts of the Analects of Confucius were included in the textbooks again. The textbooks couldn't always say that the people do not fear death, so why fear death? Or, when an ordinary man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away, right? In that case, Su Lu's problem has been resolved. Song Jing was slightly relieved when he thought about the stability of the border. Dongzhu, telegram. Jia Gui reports that Perignahan has brought out chili powder. The little robot next to him suddenly made a sound. It had received the telegram again. The receiver of the telegram had just finished writing all the numbers. Before he could check the words, it had already finished translating. Li glanced at Song Jing and said to Li Longji, "Third brother, send someone to find out. We must control the smuggling channel." Okay. Li Longji replied. Gao Lisher picked up the walkie-talkie and took a few steps back to make arrangements. When it came to the types and quantities of smuggled goods, chili powder and toilet water were not a problem. Metals, herbs, and food, it all depended on the situation. Xiao Yi, stop the smuggling. Smuggling showed that there was profit to be made on both sides. Why would the Tang dynasty need money now? As soon as Bai Gu heard about smuggling, he was annoyed. The other party got the goods and could ease the tension. The profits from smuggling were dispensable to the Tang dynasty. Information, Yao Chong said. If the smugglers didn't go, the spies would definitely be found out. The Tang dynasty didn't know anything about the commandos. When the businessmen went there, they would look and listen during the process of contact and report local matters. Don't give them basic necessities. If they are willing to eat chili powder, sell more. Zhang Jiling suggested. If they didn't give them iron, they would give them kerosene lamps. Could iron bicycles be ridden there? If they wanted to drink hot water at any time in winter, a thermos was a good choice. I will provide a few sets of equipment. Our people will take them. There is no need to specifically inquire and record. Just stroll along the way. When we come back, I will take out the memory and use the computer to analyze the key images and what others said. In addition, send people to look carefully. The risk to our people is small. No one likes businessmen to ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Li Yi said that he had a pinhole camera. It was simple to generate electricity. It could generate electricity when walking, and it could also be charged by shaking it before going to bed at night. Where there were people, there was a market. Even in the concentration camps, the currency used to be cigarettes. There were many people in the commandos. They traded among themselves. The spies disguised as businessmen strolled around and recorded the situation. Or they didn't pretend to be businessmen, like Yu Huaid. They used to do a lot of trade. At the same time, they also inquired about information and bought back the captured Tang dynasty people. It was because of what they had done in the past that they were able to get enough opportunities for cooperation. Every captured Tang dynasty person was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. No matter what method was used, they were saved. Then, compensation was given. As for revenge, it had already been done. Now, no captured Tang dynasty person could be found in Tubo. Most of the troops had already arrived at the city. After that, the winged knights went to live in Princess Jincheng's palace. Under such circumstances, if there were still Tang dynasty slaves, it would be a joke. Who should we send? Yu Huaid and the others? Li Longji asked. He wanted to attack Yu Huaid before. Yu Huaid was too much. He didn't put Brother Yi in his eyes. However, before he could do anything, Yu Huaid could hardly move in Chang'an. He couldn't even enter Pyongkong Square. That was then. Now, Pyongkong Square. If he hid and didn't get beaten to death by the people, he would starve to death. Later, he changed. He helped Brother Yi cheat people and went outside to smuggle for the country. Li Longji didn't remember other businessmen, and he didn't want to see them. Yu Huaid should be here. Ask him if he's willing. Let him introduce people. He's now. Li Yi didn't plan to ask Yu Huaid and the others to do it personally. On the third floor of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, the little robot provided information at the critical moment. They ran in all directions. When others saw them, they would push them. Yu Huaid pushed 2 of them today. Invite him over. Li Yi knew that there was no time to lose and quickly did it. Not long after, Yu Huaid ran over with sweat all over his forehead. He was originally chubby, but now he looked a little thin because of the exercise. Greetings, county magistrate, ministers, and inspectors. Yu Huaid greeted them and bowed to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon. The 2 of them bowed back. Sit. Li Longji ordered. Thank you, county magistrate. Yu Huaid sat next to Li Yi, just half of his butt. It was convenient for him to get up at any time. Old Yu, there's such a thing. Li Yi explained the situation and finally asked, does anyone have a choice? Li Dongzhu, we have children in our families. Although they are allowed to take the imperial examination, they don't want to do it. However, there are people whose ambitions do not lie in this. They prefer to do business. Yu Huaid was worried about the people in his family. If he introduced the wrong person and delayed the Tang dynasty's national affairs, wouldn't he be a sinner? Did they follow? Li Yi asked. In Chang'an. Yu Huaid replied. Call them and tell them to prepare first. I'll send some things over by train. Li Yi didn't ask if Yu Huaid was safe or not. If Yu Huaid was worried, he didn't dare to introduce him. Yu Huaid happily went to make the call. His family had a chance. In the future, the businessmen would provide material help to the officials. The officials would ensure that the businessmen wouldn't be bullied under normal circumstances, unless someone did something illegal. If another generation of the family passed the imperial examination, their family tree would be different from the others. When they paid respects to their ancestors, they had to write something important in the family tree. After 100 years, the tombstone of their ancestors' graves had to be erected. Chapter 2008. In the middle of the night, the stars in Luoyang's sky were especially bright. Many commoners wore an extra layer of clothes and came out to stroll and eat snacks. The people who set up the stalls kept smiling. No one collected protection fees, only management fees. Before Li Longji arrived in Luoyang, the merchants in Luoyang had to pay protection fees in addition to taxes and management fees. In the past 2 days, as long as the weather was good at night, the stalls and shops would receive a 10% discount when serving customers. The 10% discount was not given at the end of the meal. Instead, it was given based on the cost of the meal. The protection fees they paid were returned. The people who collected the protection fees had accounts. After receiving the protection fees, they would lend money, buy land, or rent it from tenants. They did not collect much rent from tenants, afraid that no one would rent it. They were working in the underworld and doing business in the legal world at the same time. When they were arrested, their properties were confiscated. As for the small fries who followed them, they were sentenced and punished. Some of them were released after being whipped twice. The protection fees collected were returned to the people who paid them without interest. Even so, everyone was happy. They regained what they had lost. It was a huge sum of money, more than a tax refund. In their happiness, they decided to give a 10% discount during the new year until the first lunar month. Of course, the price would still increase during the new year. They would give another 10% discount compared to last year. Newcomers from other places could enjoy a 15% discount with their new certificate of origin. They did not have much money. As they had just arrived, the discount was considered snatching customers. Once a newcomer ate well and got used to it, there was a high chance that they would return in the future. It was difficult to buy a repeat customer with money. Children ran around and were not afraid of being abducted. The people who could abduct them were now abducted. Petty thieves were also not seen. The Yamen spread the word that whoever dared to cause trouble for them would be punished. They had just dealt with a group of officials. If they did not manage them well, would they be dissatisfied with Her Majesty? Provocation. Therefore, all the commoners in Hunan were happy. They did not snatch things from the monasteries. The people who believed in Buddhism and Taoism were waiting. They did not add incense to the monasteries. It was not that they did not believe in Buddhism, but that they did not believe in monks and Taoists. In the city where Pirunyahan was, everyone was eating when the snow suddenly became heavier. The bonfire party ended abruptly for some reason. Everyone checked the situation and began to clear the snow on the streets. The snow was transported to the southeast outside of the city. The patriarch had arranged this through the child's pledge of loyalty. It was not the child's behavior before. When the snow was heavy, Piranugan was called away for a period of time. When he came back, he led Jia Guixing into the house. Jia Guixing did not see through it. He believed that the patriarch could guess that he would judge the situation. Will Brother Dongzhu really fly to a faraway place to kill people? Piranugan asked. This was what he wanted to know. Yes. In the future, if there is a chance, I will take you to see Dongzhu. Dongzhu is gentle to his own people. Before the end of this year, a large number of soldiers and things will arrive. You can live in peace. As for you, because you can talk to Dongzhu, your status in the tribe will rise. You can't bully others like this. Jia Guixing first told him the truth. At the same time, he was afraid that the child would be too arrogant. I won't, because I don't usually use my status as the grandson of the patriarch to bully others, Piranugan promised. Jia Guixing was speechless. He lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not want to say anything. I have brothers, but I am being groomed as the future patriarch. I want to learn from brother Dongzhu. Piranugan was no longer modest. He told the other party that his status was different from the other brothers. Even so, he had to work hard to learn. I think that's fine. Jia Guixing admitted. This child was truly smart and could endure hardship. In this tribe, you could not be the patriarch just because you wanted to. If you did not agree with the majority, you might be killed. The child was already so old, but he already knew how to improve himself. Was there anyone more knowledgeable than Li Dongzhu in the world? Once he learned from Li Dongzhu, he would not only gain knowledge, but also status. The people working outside, including the patriarch, did not know the conversation between the two in the room. The patriarch only asked his grandson to speak, but his grandson knew how to find a backer. When the time came, even if other people were stronger in some aspects, would he dare to kill Piranugan and become the patriarch? Would he ask Li Yi if he agreed? Li Yi had a purpose in grooming children. If the children of the tribe were well groomed, it would be beneficial to the unity of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 2009. There were pendants under the lanterns that were filled with wax. When the wind was strong, they would only sway slightly. The people removing the snow used the light to chat. Even the adults liked the feeling of huddling together for warmth. After today's victory, and with so many elite soldiers, they did not feel tired working together. Wild geese, in the sky, in a row, the autumn grass is yellow. Some people hummed a song as they went to the stables to feed the horses. There were also people in charge of the sheep pens. The city walls and the houses in the city blocked a lot of the wind. The lanterns in the stables were fixed with ropes. Eat, eat, eat more grass, you'll get fat. The people feeding the horses put grass in the manger and mumbled, hoping that the horses would be happy. Whether it was the new horses or the original horses, they all wanted to eat. Even the injured horses endured the pain and ate until they were full. Injured horses would usually be given beans. Fried bean powder increased protein and was good for wound recovery. Horses that were too heavily injured were already given a satisfying meal. The sheep in the sheep pens were more sensitive to the weather than humans. They knew the current situation and were very obedient. Give them some grass and they ate silently, not shouting loudly. However, the injured captives who were temporarily alive groaned and wailed in pain. After a batch of snow was cleared, everyone waited for a while to continue to clean up. The Yulin Royal Cavalry took things to the place where the captives and wounded were. The captives had their wounds stitched up. The stitched area was actually more painful than the wound. If it was not stitched up, it would not be a problem of pain. It might be better now, but after a day, the wound would start to leak fluids. Whether the temperature was high or low, there was a possibility of infection. Cold temperatures could cause frostbite. As soon as the winged knights appeared, the captives who were groaning and wailing immediately stopped and looked at the winged knights with frightened eyes. The winged knights spread out, checked the wounds, and felt the temperature of the captives. Don't worry, there's no infection. You won't die under normal circumstances. I'll change your bandages tomorrow morning. You have a fever due to stress, so you don't need to cool down physically. Drink more water. Don't press on the wound when you sleep. Don't move too much. If you move too much, it will increase muscle movement and secrete fluids. A winged knight looked at the captive's wound and patiently said to him, "It hurts. I can't sleep at all. I vomit every time I eat. Can I still live?" The wounded looked at the winged knights like a sick person looking at a doctor, hoping that the winged knights would give them a definite answer. Featherwood Flying Cavalry took out something from his bag, which was the size of an ink stick. He pulled out his tactical saber and twirled it in his hand. "I'm not in pain anymore. I won't make a sound. I'll sleep immediately. I'm asleep." The captive was afraid. He closed his eyes and said, "No, it doesn't hurt at all. I'll give you some medicine. I won't kill you." As the winged knights spoke, they found a blanket for the captives to drink and used a knife to scrape powder from the ink stick. After scraping a few times, he scooped some water from the pot that had been boiling and poured it into a cup. Army Knife stirred the water a few times. "Blow on it. If it's not hot, drink it." The winged knights passed the cup over. The other winged knights operated in a similar manner. They were all made of ink, and the ink looked more like coal essence. Coal essence was not amber. In Li Yi's time, it was valuable and could be used as a material for art. The wounded man who had closed his eyes earlier drank 1/3 of the water. His leg was injured. He looked at his leg and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off. "Are you hot?" the winged knights asked. "Yes, my stomach is hot," the wounded man replied. "I'm asking, do you feel warm in your stomach?" "It's not the warmth from drinking hot water," the winged knights asked again. "Then what's the warmth?" The wounded man did not understand. After a while, he felt something new. The warmth from drinking horse milk. "It doesn't hurt as much. It's just a little, how do I put it, is it the excitement of riding a horse and running a few hundred meters and getting faster and faster?" The winged knights thought about it and gave a comparison. "Yes, it hurts less now. It's a miracle medicine." "What kind of medicine is this?" The captive realized that his stomach was warm and he did not feel hungry anymore. Then, he felt comfortable all over. The wound did not seem to hurt as much. "Continue to drink water. The medicine is working. Tomorrow morning, change your bandages and take this medicine. Then, eat your meal." The winged knights did not answer. He only gave medical advice. He could not say anything. The black block was made from opium poppy. It was thick, dried, and preserved. To put it bluntly, it was opium paste. When it was baked, it would be like a paste. When it was not baked, it would be as hard as asphalt in winter. If one ate it on an empty stomach, it would be absorbed quickly. If one ate too much, they would feel stimulated. There would be no pain, no sleepiness, no hunger, and more energy, the winged knight's standard medicine, but they had never used it. They had tried to eat it before, so they had to understand the reaction. "It's the miracle medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi, right?" The captive's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Drink water and increase your metabolism. If you can't sleep, count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, until 10. If you're sleepy, don't count anymore." The winged knights wanted to count to 10,000, but he was afraid that the captive would be sleepy when he counted to 1,000. He forced himself to count and even touched his wound to wake himself up. He might as well count to 10 and start from the beginning. If he was sleepy, stop counting and go to sleep. "I understand what you mean. I'm not stupid. I don't need to count to 10. I'll keep counting and I'll fall asleep." The captive felt insulted. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "I'm sorry." The winged knights nodded and turned to the next patient. He had just taken 2 steps when the patient's voice came from behind. "Excuse me, how do you count after 1,000? "Count from the head." The winged knights staggered and gave the answer. He almost fell down. Thank you. The patient thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. The winged knights quickened his pace. The opium was good. After a round of feeding the patient, the moaning stopped and the sound of counting sheep and groaning could be heard. The sky was bright and the snow stopped. The people who took turns to rest stewed horse meat soup and put in dried scallions and coriander. There was no wheaten food, including Highland barley noodles. It was rice cooked with japonica rice and oily salted duck eggs. Perunyahan came to Jia Guixing again. We'll deal with the goat and mare milk we saved today. We'll make cheese with goat milk. Mare milk can also be used to make cheese, but it takes a lot to make it. It's not easy to dry, so it's better to make wine. We usually eat Highland barley, but we're happy today, so we cooked the japonica rice sent from other places. What do you do after eating? Jia Guixing did not care about what he ate, as long as he could eat. Classes. We stopped classes 2 days ago because of the war. Now it's peaceful, so we have to study, mainly learning how to write the characters of the Tang dynasty. Perunyahan took a leather bag from the side. The bag was made of pure leather and handmade. Do you have a pen and ink? Jia Guixing had just arrived and was not clear about the situation. Yes. There are also colored pens, which can be used to draw beautiful pictures. I know where you're going to ask. The Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund gave it to us, so we won't betray the Tang dynasty. Perunyahan patted his school bag and said happily. Chapter 2010. Yesterday, you said that you have a brother. Do you think you can? Jia Guixing stopped before he finished his sentence. Taizong and His Majesty are very good. Perunyahan mentioned 2 people. As for Li Shimin and Li Longji, one was the second son, while the other was the third son. Both of them had become emperors. But Taizong and His Majesty were. Jia Guixing couldn't continue. He wanted to say that they had experienced the Xuanwu Gate. In fact, my eldest brother is similar to King Tan. King Tan was injured while hunting. My brother fell ill not long after he was born. It took a long time for him to recover. Then one of his legs couldn't move and he always drooled. Perunyahan talked about the situation of his brother. He continued, my second brother is more than a year older than me. He is brave and fierce. He caught a rabbit and cut its hind leg, watching it struggle to run away. But his horsemanship is not as good as mine, and his archery is not as good as mine. He was stronger than me in lifting the stone, but I could always beat him in wrestling. When I become the chief, he can live in the clan. When he becomes the chief, I can only run to other places. Perunyahan introduced the situation of his family. His eldest brother was disabled, and his second brother was cruel. He was sensible. He was so young, but he already understood the situation. Eat meat and vegetables. 1 year older doesn't have an absolute advantage in strength. After dinner, I will teach you some simple fighting skills. We won't leave in the next few days. Now we are waiting for the main force to arrive. Jia Guixing chose to train Perunyahan. He was not afraid that he would be too smart and not listen to the Tang dynasty in the future. Dongzhu would teach Perunyahan some skills. If there were any problems, Dongzhu would be responsible. He taught the child to show others. At the same time, he would ask people about the child's family in case the child lied. I am very good at archery. Perunyahan was eager to try. He felt that his archery skills were superb. Then I will have to ask for advice. Jia Guixing smiled. Archery? We were selected to be trained as winged knights because of the archery test. Don't laugh. I can shoot left and right. Perunyahan was not convinced. What was there to laugh about? Good. Jia Guixing gave him a thumbs up. I will take it as a compliment. Perunyahan said doubtfully. Compared to the northwest, the sun rose earlier in the northeast. Therefore, while they were having breakfast in the northwest, the northeast was also having breakfast. The Tang dynasty in the northwest had 3 meals a day, while the Prince of Bohai County in the northeast had 2 meals a day. In summer and autumn, he could still eat 2 meals to fill his stomach, but in winter, he would not be too hungry. They were afraid that they wouldn't have any food to eat in spring, and if they didn't have any necessary activities in winter, they would stop whenever possible. When there was not a large amount of coal and fireplace, the number of people in Chang'an who died of suffocation or freezing in the winter was not small. The living conditions of the people in Bohai Sea could not be compared to those in Chang'an. The winters here were long, so the people could only think of ways to save food. There were wild animals on the mountain, but they were not easy to catch. The snow was too thick, and most of the wild animals nearby had been caught. If they went further away and encountered wild boars, it was hard to say who would take care of who. The local grain industry was poor and the crop yield was low. The methods of redding and fertilizing introduced in the newspaper were a great help to the local people. Li Endong and the rest had already finished their breakfast, but they were still cooking. They caught some pheasants to make chicken soup, while Lacha's tribe provided them with dried vegetables. Lacha's tribe decided to follow them. They were the 7th tribe. The large amount of things they had prepared was not of much use. When the Tang dynasty arrived, they would be given a one-time subsidy. De Zhuorong did not come today, probably because he was in the palace looking for something. Li Longji, as one of the Tang emperors, rewarded him with something. In addition, Li Yi, as a trade partner, also gave him a lot of luxurious goods. For example, mirrors, diesel oil, perfume, and some items sold in Wen Tianlan Pavilion. The other high-ranking officials and leaders of the big clans in Bohai Sea all came to trade. The ordinary people took out pine nuts, dried blood-red rivet mushrooms, ginseng, deer antler, and mink fur that they had stored at home to trade. Previously, the big clans in Bohai Sea received these things once, but the people were afraid, so they took out a small portion to trade with the big clans, especially the officials. The people who received these things earned the difference in price, and the other things were hidden by the people. The ordinary people mainly wanted to trade for soap and medicine, and kerosene lamps were not something they should use. There were also some people who were smarter. They knew that the Tang dynasty's team would come to trade again this year, so they prepared silage and hay in advance. They did not raise livestock themselves, but purely for trade. For the rest of the bad stuff, they would discuss with the people who had livestock. Next year, they would borrow the livestock for farming and give the rest to the other party's livestock to eat this year. Li Endong and the others exchanged things with the big clans and officials. The price was fixed, and they did not bargain. For the ordinary people, they gave a little more. Fan Fan and the other winged knights looked for the locals to trade for hawthorn and made small tools to pick the seeds. Looking for branches to make sticks, picking seeds, and cutting sticks were all done by the people who were going back with them. It was their wages, and they would pay them when they returned home. One by one, the hawthorn skewers without dipping in sugar were made. The winged knights boiled sugar and made candied hawthorn skewers that were not big. A big piece of candied hawthorn skewers consumed too much sugar, so they could only be eaten in the capital office. If they wanted to eat it in Hunan, they had to wait until the weather turned cold. There were big skewers of candied hawthorn skewers, each with more than 20 big hawthorns, trembling. There were also small skewers, 2 hawthorns for a skewer. The big ones were traded with the medium ones, and the small ones were given to the children. Many children had never eaten rock candy since they were young. Children over 5 or 6 years old licked the candied hawthorn skewers, and this moment was fixed in their memory. In their memory, there was a Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu, and a relatively specific Tang dynasty. The people of Daleka, Brailo, Ajin, and other tribes were also busy. They wanted to sell the things they did not need on the road, and the price was cheap. Originally, 5 big bowls of rice could be exchanged for rabbit skin, but now, 2 bowls were enough. There were many people and goods on the return journey. The people needed to eat, and the horses had to be fed. The grass that the horses ate now was good enough. When they returned, they would only bring some green hay and then eat food. Including the dried meat that they had started to make now, they steamed it in a pot with a little salt. There was no visible fat on the surface, and it was all muscle fiber. They were cut into small cubes and frozen outside for the horses to eat. The horses ate meat, but they could not eat too much. If the horses saw the newly hatched chicks when no one was watching, they would eat them directly. When the horses were eating grass, they would also eat grasshoppers and insects without any hesitation. If you rode a horse that was not willing to let you ride it, you could beat 10 raw eggs and put them on the grass in the trough. After the horse ate the eggs, it would take the initiative to look for you the next day when it saw you. Yesterday, it was not happy, but today, it rubbed its big head against you. Hurry up, it's not convenient for you to walk, right? I'll lie down, hurry up, I'll take you for a lap. Of course, the horses of the Li family Zhuangzi could not be fed by ordinary people. Horses had their own pride. How many eggs do I lack? Do you know what I usually eat? Chapter 2011. Here, take a bath in the big tent first. There are clothes inside. Throw your clothes aside and shave your hair. Wash the hair on the arms and legs of the men and women. Lianzhong stood outside a few tents and shouted to a group of people in a commanding manner. These people were slaves and were exchanged by the Li family Zhuangzi. There was no time to clean them up bit by bit, so all their hair was shaved. He found a few local women who knew how to comb their hair to shave the female slaves. The male slaves were handled by the Southwest barbarians. Now they couldn't be polite. If they were too polite, the slaves wouldn't be used to it. Many times, the slaves would take the initiative to protect the slave master's position, just like Stockholm Syndrome. Lianzhong watched the people line up to take a bath in the wooden bucket and was in a good mood. Cheap. The price of a slave in winter was lower than a sheep. Sheep could be eaten, but slaves were inconvenient to eat. There wasn't much work to do in winter. It was a loss for the slaves to starve to death. If they didn't starve to death, they would be eating for free for several months. Those who raised slaves sold them. There were also those who specialized in selling slaves. Now they were the most worried, unless they were beautiful women or men. Others were not willing to raise them well, but Lianzhong was willing to take them back. He understood the importance of a person's manpower. Not to mention a sheep, even 100 sheep wouldn't be exchanged. Dongzhu couldn't continue to look for slaves in the Tang dynasty. When he encountered slaves, he had to rescue them. He bought them and arranged jobs for them. This referred to the people of the Tang dynasty, who became slaves for various reasons. Dongzhu didn't care about foreign slaves. Anyway, he didn't buy them. He was afraid of spies. It was the first time he bought slaves in Bohai country, so it was too late to arrange spies. The slaves in front of him were brought back to rest for a period of time. When their bodies recovered, they could arrange jobs and teach them knowledge. They were the slaves of the Li family Zhuangzi. How many sheep were they worth? The slaves obediently went in to take a bath. They were already used to it, or numb. They only had one thing to pursue, to live. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, the slaves put on their leather hats and ate at the side. The chicken soup was free. Whoever wanted to drink it, it was oily and smelled fragrant. The slaves ate and scooped chicken, rice, and pickles. There were limited quantities. The Southwest barbarians were responsible for the food. They judged how much the slaves should eat based on their height and weight. They weren't allowed to eat too much and die. Some slaves with their children. The children were not necessarily born of slaves and slaves, but could also be born of the master and female slaves. Usually, in this kind of situation, those with status would not admit it, even if the child was his. He would line up a male slave and make him marry a female slave. He would even directly say that the female slave had done something with someone, and then kill the female slave and her child. The Bohaisi had a king, and the social hierarchy was even stricter than the Turks. The Turks were not afraid. Even if a female slave gave birth to a child, it was still their child. Such children were arranged to stay with their mothers, and the older ones were given a chicken leg to chew on. It was difficult for the young ones to eat meat, unless they ate meat porridge. Otherwise, they would be given tofu made by the Southwest barbarians themselves. The tofu was still warm. She boiled the fermented beans in water and drizzled a little juice on the tofu. The child used a spoon to scoop and eat. Unfortunately, it was winter now, and the pheasants did not lay eggs. It was difficult for them to survive. They had to wait until spring, or else they would be fed eggs. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were afraid that the slaves would wolf down their food, which was not good for their stomachs. As a result, the slaves ate in small mouthfuls and chewed carefully after taking a bite. "They are eating elegantly." Li Enshi looked at them and said. Li Enan stared at him. "In the past, when you were working hard in other people's houses, if they gave you a caddy of marinated beef, you would eat it in big bites." "What? There is no marinated beef. Dong Zhu made the stew and sauce, and no one gave it to me." "Beef?" Li Enshi said. "What if there is?" Li Enan emphasized. "I will hide it and eat it secretly. I will eat it a little at a time." "Oh, right. They are not willing to eat it now." Li Enshi reacted. The slaves had not eaten much food until now, and they were afraid that they would eat too much. They were also worried that they would not be able to taste the food. Only the rich could eat tofu and bean sprouts in the past. Li Enan sighed. When there was no dongzhu, tofu and bean sprouts could be eaten once every half a month, and it was considered good. Now, it had become the food of the ordinary people in the capital and Hunan government. With so many small tools, it saved a lot of time for the people. The people's income increased, and they could afford to eat it. The two people chatted. The slaves did not care about what the new masters were talking about. Anyway, they felt that the food was delicious. They had eaten it before. When the masters were happy, they would give the leftovers to the slaves to eat. At that time, they were fighting with each other. If they did not fight, they would not be able to eat it. Now that it was in front of them, it belonged to whoever owned it, and no one else was allowed to touch it. The children among the slaves lowered their heads to eat. The tofu was shaved with their teeth, bit by bit. Their tongues licked the tofu that entered their mouths. The tofu was crushed on the palate before it was chewed into the stomach. After eating, the slaves were arranged to rest and sleep. They knew that they did not eat well, and they had to remove the snow and carry things to exchange. They were very tired, and by the way, they were sold. They were full of worry and fear for the future. After eating, they slept. When they woke up, they would be fine. Don't let yourself think about things when your body is in the worst state. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were familiar with this operation because Li Yi deliberately let them feel it. When they were tired, someone sent a message that they were going to be driven away overseas. In such a state, they were not pleasing to the eye and felt that they were abandoned by the whole world. Later, they found out that it was not so. It was said that they would be given more monthly allowance, and that the female slaves liked whoever they liked. At that moment, they felt that the sky was clear and they had the whole world. This was the state. After they knew, they began to strengthen their confidence. I am the strongest. I will not fall, no matter what I face. The commander of the three armies could be taken, but the common man could not take away his will. Even if he was a woodcutter cutting firewood in the mountains in winter, he had to be strong in the face of danger. He could not give up because he still had his wife, children, and parents at home. Don't look down on yourself. Don't think that you are a waste. You have strength. You are not stupid. You just lack an opportunity. If others do not give you an opportunity, you will get an opportunity through other means. Tell yourself that you have a strong place. Don't be discouraged. Otherwise, you will become the depression that Dongzhu said. Li Endong and the others received this kind of education. They were tenacious and lacked understanding. Others might not be like them, unless the slaves succeeded in following them back. At that time, Dongzhu would teach, and Dongzhu would encourage. Oh, his ability to pacify people's hearts was great. On the other side, Fan Fan continued to recruit people with the Winged Knights. Do you want to go to the Tang dynasty? In the Tang dynasty, there will be meat to eat. It will not be cold in winter or hot in summer. Don't doubt it. Do you know the Book of Songs? It says, the winter thunder shakes the summer snow. See, right? Come with me. We have to set off at dawn. Anyway, in order to trick people into going to the Tang dynasty, Fan Fan was shameless. He twisted all kinds of explanations and took the words out of context. There isn't much iron now. Everyone says that Li Dongzhu knows all the mineral resources in the world. Everyone complains that the newspapers don't write about us. Bolero took out a small knife to cut the cocoon. There was a chrysalis inside, but the chrysalis was unwilling to move. In the spring of the following year, the cocoon would break, and a moth with wings would appear. This moth was edible. The most common way to eat it was to roast it over a fire and then stuff it into one's mouth. One couldn't open one's mouth, otherwise, the moth's juice would spurt out. When Li Yi was young, 1 in 10 people could eat it like this. It was a tussa moth from the northeast. One would grab something to roast, and the moth would move in the palm of one's hand. By the time Li Yi grew up, only 1 in 100 people would dare to do it. That would be awesome. Li Yi dared. He had been wild since he was young. As long as he was told that this thing could be eaten, he would be like a cicada monkey. What was there to be afraid of? What everyone was afraid of was that it was difficult to distinguish the species. There was no problem with silkworm moths, and there was no problem with the sky bee moth, but there was no problem with the sky frost moth. Fan Fan picked one up. You changed it? There's no need. Dongzhu doesn't actually care about this kind of appetite. I picked it up and hung it on a tree. Its color is about the same as snow. It's warm, and some of the insects inside can survive. Bolero felt wronged. Why would I change it? I don't want anything. I just want to bring my people to the Tang dynasty alive. This is the use of resources. The importance of sales channels and logistics. Some things around you are worthless, but they can be sold at a high price elsewhere. Whoever controls this channel can control both the seller and the buyer. Fan Fan pointed at the cocoon with his finger. The cocoon had been in a dormant state before, but now it was awakened. Its head, or rather, its tail, moved back and forth. Bolero wasn't interested in the cocoon. He asked Fan Fan, does Li Dongzhu like to eat it? Dongzhu can eat anything. Dongzhu doesn't like to eat things from the northeast. Dongzhu likes the land in the northeast, Fan Fan told Bolero bluntly. Has Dongzhu eaten now? Bolero understood and wanted to inquire more about the details of life there. God knows. It's like you asking me if there will be heavy snow tomorrow. Fan Fan gave this answer after some thought. At noon in Luoyang, Su Yi asked Li Yi, is it going to snow tomorrow? From the current situation, it shouldn't be. The humidity and temperature aren't enough, but if warm and humid air suddenly arrives, it will be different. Li Yi replied. He was actually in a difficult position. He didn't have a satellite cloud picture, so he could only analyze it through another system. Most of the villagers had the surname Yang. It was already good enough for a person with the surname Huang to live there. How could they steal? Chapter 2014. The hunters of Hunan province listened and thought with smiles on their faces. They hunted for a living, and their families were worried every time they went into the mountains. Hunters' huts were far apart, and some of them could not be reached in a day. How could they have the energy to build a small house in the deep mountains and forests? The main reason was that there was no organization. Everyone just followed the same rules. When a hunter's hut was being built, a hunter would usually build a temporary hut first, and the hunter behind him would go to the place to look before building another hut. Once the number of times increased, it would become fixed. Some people just happened to hunt a lot of prey and put them in. It was formed slowly and not fixed all at once. Now that there was an organization, there would be ample resources for the later stages. Not only would hunters like himself go up the mountain, the winged knights and the other 16 would also follow. Then, they would hire woodcutters and porters to deliver large amounts of goods. According to the plan, a small house would be built every 20 to 30 li, and the place would be densely packed. It's said that it was dog food, good food that was specially made to feed dogs. Hunting was safer. With more prey, their income would increase and their lives would become better. Hu Feng chimed in from the side, let's make something clear first. In the past, when wild beasts hurt people and wild boars came down from the mountains to harm crops, the Yamen offered a reward. Once the hunters' huts were completed, if similar situations occurred again, the Yamen would not offer a reward. We have to go out and help. If we can't get the reward, we can only get the reward from the government. Of course, after entering the mountain, the prey will belong to you. If everyone cooperates, we will divide it according to the rules. That's right. Since I've given you benefits, I have to contribute. Basically, there won't be any wild boars coming down the mountain. As long as the huts are built inside, we will be responsible for cleaning them up. Just drive them out. There are a lot of wild animals on the mountain. It won't make a difference. The local hunters started to talk about it. They didn't care about the reward. A reward was a special case. Usually, a reward would only be offered for a dead person. The Yamen could not sit by and do nothing. The hunter's hut was the foundation of their livelihood. With a hut, everyone could work together to hunt the big prey. In order to ensure everyone's safety, all the hunters' huts in the future, including the ones in the capital, will be equipped with 2 crossbows. A voice rang out. Everyone immediately looked over. Who was it? Daring to equip them with crossbows? Dongzhu. Zhuangzi's craftsmen said in unison. Li Dongzhu. The others understood the identity of this person and hurriedly bowed. He knew that the situation would change. If that was the case, it would not be good to continue using the original hut. When we reach the Li family Zhuangzi, we will arrange for people to go over and take a look. Before the hut is built, no one else is allowed to raise any ideas. Li nodded in agreement. No problem. You know your own hut best. I will not restrict you. I am only responsible for providing things and logistics. Why should I insist on other aspects? I am not some self-righteous official. When those officials are not willing to change, they will think that they have been slapped in the face and will not admit their mistakes. Li Dongzhu, I heard that many hunters in the imperial government are skilled in using tools and medicine to treat external injuries. We don't know how to do it now. Can you give us some training? External injuries are often fatal. Especially in the mountains, people will start to have a fever and talk nonsense. Pus and blood will not stop flowing out of the wounds. Another hunter made a request. He did not know how to use alcohol, suture needles, or gauze. He heard from others that the hunters in the imperial government were very skilled. They seemed to have specially learned it. Li Yi nodded again. After the meeting tomorrow, the nurses in the Li family Zhuangzi will explain it to everyone. It is actually not difficult. There are pigs and rabbits for you to practice. If you are really injured, there is no anesthetic. Everyone, bear with the pain. Actually, at that time, you will not feel pain for a short period of time. You will be in a state of excitement. In order to survive, you have a lot of potential. You can bear with it. As Li Yi spoke, he recalled some of his situations. He was in danger. Someone's arm was stuck and injured. He could not take it out and could only watch as it bled. Ruthless people did not care about the pain at that moment. They used a small knife to cut off their injured arm from the wound. They even broke the bone and broke the arm in order to survive. When their arm was cut, they went to the hospital and said that it was too painful and they needed anesthetic. What about when they encountered a disaster? Without anyone to rely on, they did not say anything about anesthetic and endured it. The hunters did not know what Li Yi was thinking. When they heard Li Yi say that there would be special training, they smiled again. This was medicine. If they learned well, not only would they be able to treat their own wounds, they would also be able to help other villagers who were injured. In the past, they knew how to set bones. It was just that they did not know how to suture external injuries. They could only bandage them. If they were not treated well, they would swell and bleed. Then, they would not be able to survive and die. There is one more thing. If you find herbs along the way, you need to pick them and send them to the yamen. The Li family Zhuangzi will take them. For this, we will teach you more about how to identify herbs. There are pictures and you know a little about it, but it is not enough. It is dangerous for others to go deep into the mountains to pick herbs. You are just doing it conveniently. Li Yi said another thing to let the hunters familiarize themselves with large amounts of herbs. Chapter 2015. Li Yi had just thought of it. He had never thought about it before. It was not easy for herb gatherers to gather herbs. They had to face wild beasts and other dangers. In the Tang dynasty, it took time to plant and cultivate herbs in large quantities. Some herbs were not for rice and could only be harvested several times a year. The roots of dandelions could only be harvested once a year. Scutellaria was harvested once a year. It was not effective enough. Ginseng needed at least 5 years to be cultivated. Some even needed 30 years. There was not enough time to cultivate them. They could only continue to find them in the wild. Hunters knew some herbs but were not professional enough. They could be taught. After learning, they would go up the mountain to gather herbs. In the Tang dynasty, there was always a shortage of herbs. Although there were so many herbs in the local medicine shops, the people could not afford medicine. The people who had headaches and fever endured it. The injured people also endured it. When they were seriously ill, they would find a doctor to treat them at home. They spent a lot of money, but they could not be saved. If they had just fallen ill, they would have immediately hired someone to treat them. After spending some money, they would have recovered. The number of people who died of illness in the capital government was much less than when medical books were published. The imperial physicians of the imperial medical department treated people for free, but the medicine was not necessarily free. As long as the people in the other medical centers and medicine shops learned medical books, they would not be allowed to receive treatment fees for a few years according to the regulations. Or, if the treatment period was extended, they would receive less treatment fees. They were considered to be paying tuition fees. When they were disciples, they only received a monthly allowance from their master. They did not receive a salary. When the people in the capital government felt uncomfortable, they would immediately find someone to treat them. After all, it was free. When some illnesses were treated, they would say that they should buy medicine. After spending 5 or 6 yuan, they would recover quickly. When the people heard that, they would only have this little money, they would buy medicine and boil it at home. The examination was free. Whether they could afford the medicine was another matter. A minor illness would not be dragged into a major illness, a major illness would be dragged into a serious illness, and a serious illness would become a swona. You will enter the mountain once and bring out your prey. You will not immediately enter the mountain again. You will take advantage of the rest time to learn. Mastering a skill is not a loss. Don't wait until you need it and regret that you did not learn it properly. Take me for example. I had many good opportunities to learn skills, but I did not know how to cherish them. Until now, I have suddenly realized that it is a pity that it is difficult to return to the past. Otherwise, how could I be so weak? Li Yi spoke earnestly to the hunters and used himself as an example. The hunters and craftsmen, Dongzhu, are you sure you're not trying to attack us? Your little dolls might know, but why can't your weak dolls see it? You can already fly in the sky, and you're telling us that you're not skilled enough? Onara, please leave a way out for people to live. How suffocating. Brother E, let's get down to business. It's not easy for the common people. Why do you have to do this? A voice sounded. Everyone nodded and looked toward the source of the voice. Third brother, where are your guards? Li Yi quickly put his hands into his pockets and took out a small pistol in each hand. I'm surrounded by the people of the Tang dynasty. How could they hurt me? Li Longji shook his head slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi did not bow. They looked at the people who were not from the Li family Zhuangzi and greeted them. Greetings, Your Majesty. The others bowed and placed their hands in the most conspicuous position, palms facing upwards. Li Yi took a closer look. What the fuck, you guys have started to put on makeup? What's on Guazi's face? It's waxy yellow. Is it some kind of anti-cold wax? The hunters were excited to see the Tang emperors. At the same time, they looked at the small pistol in Li Yi's hand. They knew that it was a weapon. They did not know how powerful it was, but they guessed that it was extraordinary. Li Yi put away the gun and stood beside Li Longji. Third brother, why don't you rest? You must be tired from the journey back. It's been less than an hour by car. I couldn't find you, so I asked the little robot and came to take a look. Li Longji waved his hand. He was young and full of energy. Let's get down to business. Li Yi responded. Business is to train more herb gatherers. Medical apprentices from the capital and Hunan are the most suitable candidates. They follow the hunters into the mountains and listen to their words. They must not act on their own. Survival and safety are the priority, and herb gathering is secondary. They must not overshadow the main task, and they must not put the cart before the horse. For example, if the hunters say that we can't pick the herbs on the edge of the cliff, the herb gatherers can't go. Li thought of cooperation. The herb gatherers had strong survival skills in the wild, but their ability to deal with wild beasts was not as good as the hunters. If the two sides cooperated, the hunters would learn about herbs, and the herb gatherers would be familiar with hunting skills. There was no such thing as industry impact. Industry impact would only occur when supply exceeded demand. No matter how many herbs the hunters picked and how many animals the herb gatherers hunted, society could easily digest them all. How could there be an industry impact? That's how it should be. Come with me over there. Li Longji agreed. He pointed to the shore of the mountain spring. He had something else to say. Okay. Let's see what else the hunter's hut needs. Don't worry about the cost. Li Yi said and walked over there with Li Longji. Brother Yi, the Tang dynasty is too stable. I don't feel at ease. Li Longji looked at the spring and said. Warmongering will lead to death, forgetting to fight will lead to danger. Whether it's a person or a country, it's the same. In fact, the crisis has always been there. It's just that the capital and Hunan are fine, and you don't go out. You don't have to think about war now. It's just temporary. I'm accumulating strength. When the time comes, you'll know how much money you need to invest. Next year, the maritime trade will start. I hope there won't be any casualties among our soldiers. Li Yi understood Li Longji's thoughts. Tubo, later Turkic, Shi, Khitan, Bohai, and Tukashi were all under control. They were used to the pressure of war. When it suddenly disappeared, they felt empty and uneasy. They had to find an enemy, even if it was an illusion. The best example was his breach of contract at that time. Breach of contract meant that he always used various excuses and reasons to violate the contract. Those countries had to find a country to resist, so that they could survive. Sometimes, when it was not easy to find, they would fight among themselves and cheat each other. Ever since Li Yuan established the Great Tang, it had been fighting non-stop against the foreign races. Now that other people could not defeat the Tang dynasty, including Li Longji, the people in the imperial court were not used to it. In fact, it was an illusion. The people of the Tang dynasty were not completely out of poverty yet. It was not enough to only consider the external situation. The internal situation was more important. Oh, Li Longji suddenly understood. Yes, I'm indeed like this. It's my fault. He lowered his head and looked at the small stream formed by the mountain spring. Who has fish in it? Yes, there are no fish if the water is too clear, but it's impossible for the water to be too clear. The water without fish is not clear, it's poisonous. For example, a lake with a high salt content belongs to the category with a lot of sodium chloride. Not even a blade of grass grows around it. There are no living things in the water. There are small fish in the water that swim up from downstream. There are no fish in the spring. Because this spring belongs to the seepage spring on the mountain, it has been tested and meets the drinking standards. Li Yi knew that water in nature could not be too clear. Without living things, it could not be clear. Yes, water can't be too clear. If it's too clear, it's poisonous. Then, can the administration be too clear? Li Longji found an excuse to ask about politics. His question was in the category of philosophy. It's not left, not right, not in the middle. Li Yi replied. Chapter 2016. The dew at night seemed to be extra heavy. The sun came out in the morning and didn't dissipate for a long time. The people who were going to feed the rabbits had to continue waiting. Feeding the rabbits grass with dew would cause them to have diarrhea and die. The hunting dogs ran with their owners. After cleaning up, they came back to wait for food. The owners ate first, then went to the meeting for food. The hunting dogs normally had 2 meals a day. Before entering the mountains, they would be fed a good meal. They were similar to wolves. They could go without food for 10 days to half a month, but they had to drink water. When the dogs didn't finish the food fed by their owners, the hunter conference began. Li Longji and the others watched from behind the scenes. Li Yi sat in front of the stage and didn't say anything. The host started to talk. First, he talked about what kind of conference it was. Then, he talked about why it was held. Then, he talked about the content of the conference and how to hold it well. In fact, it was to change the unspoken rules between hunters into open rules. Everyone had an organization. It was similar to the various associations under Li Yi. Zhong Xiaojing had a calligraphy association. Li Longji was the president. Li Longji was not the president. Li Yi was not the president either. The next process was to ask who was the most suitable president. Everyone looked at blind Fong Daoshi. Old Shi sat on Li Yi's left side. Hu Feng sat on Li Yi's right side. The left side was the leader. The things inside the hut were all provided by Li family Zhuangzi. The key was that blind Fong had a lot of dogs guarding the mountain. If he became the president, everyone would have a reason to ask him to watch the dogs. If someone else became the president, they wouldn't be able to order blind Fong around. Blind Fong's home was in the capital. The hunter conference belonged to Hunan province. Only when blind Fong became the president would he be a part of Hunan province. After the president of the association, the vice president was chosen. Hu Feng was chosen. He was blind Fong's junior. He had made contributions to the Tang dynasty. Another local who was good at hunting became the second vice president. He was chosen based on his own ability. The last vice president position was given to Fong Taozheng. Fong Taozheng had set up a monument to save the dead dogs. It was next to the cemetery of martyrs. How could a person who fought to the death for ordinary people not be trustworthy? Now that he had become the vice president, he would definitely help others if they needed help. What's more, his white-furred dog had become a mountain guard dog. In the future, it might breed another mountain guard dog. Next up were the directors, who were in charge of the specific affairs of various aspects. Everyone could make their own choices. Some people were born to communicate with others, so it would be very convenient for them to communicate. After selecting the candidates, the most important thing was that the membership fee had not been collected. In the past, there was no charge. Everyone hunted by themselves and followed the rules. There was no mention of how much the membership fee was to be paid or how it was to be paid. All that was said was that it was to be paid. Everyone looked at Li Yi again. You have a lot of money, so tell me. Li Yi moved the microphone closer to him and coughed. Aha! It's about money. Born without bringing it, dead without taking it away. Therefore, as long as the person is not dead, it is very important. Everyone, are you sure your two sentences can connect? Don't you find it contradictory? Just ask them to pay. It's hard to measure how much they have to pay. Some people are good at hunting and have a small family, so it's fine to pay more. On the other hand, some people have a large family and need to feed their family. As for the association, they don't want to join, but they don't dare to. Everyone else is a member, but he isn't. How will he interact in the future? Li Yi was telling the truth. If they didn't join the association, they would have to leave the industry. The hunters nodded. Yes, if they refused to join the association, would they be able to enter the hunter's hut in the future? I have an idea. It's like renting a lease. Every year, everyone will take time out to do things according to orders. For example, they will be responsible for scouting, protecting herb gatherers when they enter the mountains, cleaning up large beasts in a certain area, and so on. There must be money to maintain this association. I will pay. I only have one request. If the price is the same, the Li family Zhuangzi will have the priority to purchase. Zhuangzi will look at the prey first, especially the good stuff. If others offer 10 grams, Zhuangzi will also offer 10 grams and sell it to Zhuangzi. Li Yi came up with a plan. No one would be at a disadvantage. It was just that he would have less profit. He would never do this for money. When the hunters were rich, their lives would be better. Wouldn't society develop? With a large number of hunters' huts, the probability of hunters dying from hunting would be reduced, and their families would be stable. If he earned a little money, he would earn a lot more. Standing at the top of the world, he would have a sense of accomplishment and eat game while he was at it. When the hunters heard this, they were indeed happy. They felt that it was better to work than to ask them for money. Their hearts ached when they had to fork out money, but they had no problem with working. Many people actually had the same idea. Even if they could earn enough money from hunting for 10 days, they would be willing to spend 20 days to pay the fee. Li looked at everyone's expression. If we help herb gatherers go up the mountain or scout, we will try to arrange it when the imperial court does not allow hunting. Li Dongzhu, is what you said true? That's great. It won't affect our hunting. What if prey jumps out when we are protecting people? It's not prey, it's a beast. Li Dongzhu, although there is no hunting ban this year, we are willing to hunt while leading people. We won't be afraid if we have more huts. Yes, Li Dongzhu, herb gatherers know a lot. Sometimes they also hunt. Otherwise, there will be no food. Li Dongzhu, the membership fee is not too high. Actually, we don't need the association's money. We will maintain the hunters' huts in the future. We guarantee that there will be more and more food, especially jerky. Sometimes, when we are lucky, we will get a lot of prey and can't bring them down. We can only skin some and sell them at the foot of the mountain. It's a pity that the meat is far away from the huts. Now that there are so many huts, we can only find a square place. The hunters spoke one after another. They were simple and honest and were unwilling to let Li Yi spend more money. Li Yi heard the shouts of the people near Li Yi. He thought for a moment and turned his head to ask the person behind the scenes, "Old Bai, should we advertise the crab cakes and prawn crackers sold by the Ministry of Revenue?" "What advertisement?" Bai Gu's voice sounded. "You pay for the advertisement. The hunters' clothes will be embroidered with your brand's logo. When people ask, the hunters will say that the ones from the Ministry of Revenue are delicious." Li Yi asked Bai Gu according to the E-League's operation. There were clothes, food, and things from the 3 E-Leagues in Chang and at the Luoyang docks. The hunters were so considerate of themselves. Advertise. Is it useful? Don't tell me that the results are the same regardless of whether they have the money or not. Bai Gu was skeptical. The things sold by the Ministry of Revenue were different from the E-League. The E-League relied on advertisements to buy clothes in bulk. The E-League was a labor-intensive industry. The price of buying goods in bulk was low, and the production cost was even lower. Everyone was only responsible for one step. If the price of the same style of clothes was lower than others, the merchants would buy more. The Ministry of Revenue sold noodles and fried food. Why would the merchants buy in bulk? Why didn't he realize this before? As long as the advertisement fee is paid, I guarantee that there will be a way to increase sales. How much can you sell without advertising? Compare after advertising. Li Yi guaranteed. The higher the advertisement fee, the better the effect. Chapter 2017. How much? Bai Gu agreed. One is the buyout price, and the other is the share price. The buyout price is a one-time payment, and the share will depend on your increased sales. You are not allowed to fake the accounts. Li Yi gave 2 methods. He directly collected money from others, so how could he have the time to check the accounts and share the shares? How much is the difference? Do you need to consider the increase in spending after a month for people who come from other places to Luoyang? Bai Gu was cautious. He was no longer stupid when it came to economic matters. People who came to Luoyang had not made much money yet, so it was impossible for them to buy other consumer goods. After a month, when they had money, they would have to take the advertising sales into account. Wait for another month to give you time to collect data. Li Yi was easy to talk to and was not in a hurry. After another month, it will be the new year, and the consumption will naturally increase. How do I calculate it? Can I calculate the first month? Then you can advertise at the beginning of February and see how much more there is in February compared to the first month. Baigu gave a time frame. The consumption in the first month was the highest. In February, the products sold after advertising might not even be as good as those in the first month. Refund? The advertising was not effective. No hurry. I will advertise for others first. You can compare similar products. If there is a trap and others jump in, you will be able to avoid it. If you think the advertising is okay, after the first month, I will advertise for you in February according to the share price. Li Yi considered the problem from the customer's point of view. Everything was for the sake of the customer. Okay, ahem. Baigu was about to agree when someone coughed. The sound came from Yao Chong. The cough was full of energy. That doesn't sound right. Let's talk about it later. We are in a meeting. It's your turn to be born. Baigu immediately changed his words. He was in a dilemma. Li Yi ignored Baigu and turned on the microphone again. Let's celebrate today and have a bonfire party tonight. Tomorrow, everyone, the 16 guards, and the winged knights will enter the mountains to build a hut. The young hunters cheered, and the older ones smiled. The hunter's hut was their foundation. No hunter could leave the hunter's hut and go deep into the forest. They were different from the winged knights. When the winged knights went into the mountains, they were special forces. Their efforts and returns were different. How much would it cost to train a winged knights? They went into the mountains to hunt, and according to individual calculations, the prey they obtained was not enough to feed themselves. Hunters had strong survival skills in the wild. They went into the mountains to earn money. It was easy to survive, but it was difficult to feed their families by hunting. Even when Li Yi's scientific research team entered the mountains, it was like exploring a sinkhole. The physical fitness of the team members had to be good, and they had to find a wilderness survival expert to accompany them. When they reached the place, they had to spend money to hire local hunters. They didn't call them hunters, but locals. He had always hunted since he was young, even though the country did not allow him to hunt. Some people died in the process of gathering wild honey and herbs, and those who survived understood the situation there. In the mountains of Luoyang, in a one-on-one fight, hunters with hunting dogs and winged knights, it was not certain who would survive. If it had been Blind Shi in the Qinling Mountains with his group of mountain guard dogs and a small team of 5 winged knights, the winged knights would have directly retreated. There was no point in sending themselves to their deaths. Unless they brought guns, binoculars, and night vision devices. Otherwise, the longer the group of mountain guard dogs stayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the winged knights. Did they rest at night? Did they take turns keeping watch? They were so tired that they died. After Li Yi announced the end of the meeting, the hunters went to find their dogs and tell them the good news. Dogs could not understand complicated words, but they could feel their owner's emotions. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes. He went to the hospital to teach the nurses about the cadavers. The cadavers who had passed away in grief Tianfang. When they were still alive, they were asked if they were willing to become cadavers. Usually, they were buried in half a month. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi would burn incense and add to the grave during festivals. If they were unwilling, they would be buried in coffins. After all, there was a lot of land now. When it came to matters of faith, one was that the corpse had many cuts and then enjoyed the incense. The other was that the corpse would not be passive, but there would be no incense. Those who could enter grief Tianfang basically had no relatives. They had even lost their clansmen. Without incense, wouldn't they become lonely ghosts? As for being cut, wouldn't it be stitched up? The people in Grief Tianfang all chose to enjoy the incense. There were many cadavers, and no one jumped out to say no. No official dared to impeach Li Yi. He could only pray that he and his family would not fall ill. Especially for diseases like appendicitis that required surgery, those who could perform such operations would use cadavers to practice. After Li Yi left, Bai Gu asked Yao Chong, "Yung, is it inappropriate? Just now, I wanted to promise to advertise in the first month, and you coughed to remind me. What's wrong? When Shao Yi finishes advertising for others, can the Ministry of Revenue still sell things?" Yao Chong was different from Bai Gu. Bai Gu was always thinking about making money. Yao Chong originally wanted to contain Li Yi and even kill him. Yao Chong came to a conclusion after repeated failures and summaries. Under normal circumstances, Shao Yi would not scheme against others. Unless you were scheming against him and affected his arrangements, otherwise, he would not care about you. Long Zhe, Shao Yi suggested advertising. He will not let the imperial court suffer losses. Yao Chong recognized Li Yi's quality in this aspect. Oh! Bai Gu's eyes widened. I didn't expect that Shao Yi would dare to scheme against me. Thank you, Yung. He figured it out. That's right. Shao Yi advertised for others. It was unknown whether his sales would be seen through the advertising effect, but other people's sales would definitely increase. Song Jing interrupted, Long Zhe advertised in the newspaper. He doesn't have to pay the Hunter Association. I'm afraid that the advertising in the newspaper is not as effective as the Hunter Association. He didn't say how to operate it. Bai Gu continued to struggle. What was the difference? Bai Zaifu, Blue Sky Fragrance Pavilion is preparing to sell crab-flavored snacks and prawn sticks. Princess Yongmu was unhappy. I gave you a chance to make money, but you were scheming against me. It's just selling fried food. Do you think I don't know the recipe you have? Do you believe that I can have better things? Princess, please have mercy. I can't afford it. Bai Gu cupped his hands at Princess Yongmu. Don't mess around. The Ministry of Revenue is counting on the income to increase its finances. I'll go find Li Lang, Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu called out and pushed the little robot that accompanied her away. Old Bai, hurry up. Otherwise, my Dongzhu won't care about you. The little robot suddenly shouted Old Bai when it was being pushed away. You're going too far. Do you believe that I won't use a bucket to water you? Bai Gu threatened. I'm waterproof. I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha. The little robot replied again. It's just a small matter. Why are you so upset? Zhang Jilin couldn't stand it anymore. It's not about the money. Let's discuss the idea that Shao Yi came up with. Bai Gu stated his purpose. He was learning Li Yi's way of thinking and operation. It was like watching a magic show. He knew that it was fake, but he had to figure out how it was done. Chapter 2018. Princess Yongmu led a group of people to the outside of the hospital. If they didn't go in, the smell would be unpleasant. The strong female bodyguard stood at the closest position, while the other special forces members spread out. Unless Li Yi flew alone with her, she would definitely be accompanied by a group of guards when she went out. She was the weakest link and was easily targeted. This included the members of Wentian Orchid Pavilion. Now, they needed someone to recommend them, and then they had to check. It was impossible to apply for a membership without half a year, but they could go to Wentian Orchid Pavilion to buy things. Princess Xiaolan took a few popcorn sticks out of nowhere and handed one to Princess Yongmu. Xiaolan, I suddenly feel very disgusted with religions. They can't help the lives of the people. Instead, they make the people pay. Princess Youngmu took the popcorn stick and looked at the people shuttling back and forth like ants at the foot of the mountain. Yes. I hate it too. Xiaolan echoed first. Then she said, in the past, it was Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Everyone had to believe in one, and I didn't know what to do. It was only after Li Lang came that we realized that our civilization itself was a form of faith. The great etiquette is called xia, the beauty of the dress is called hua. After the discussion and teaching, other religions will have to stand aside. Our Li Lang will do whatever he says. They're still there. In the past, the people of the Tang dynasty needed them to stabilize the situation, but now they don't need them. Princess Youngmu used the popcorn stick as a monocular. She saw a blurry person in a monk's robe and curled her lips. She knew how the monks and Taoists operated. The rich people put their land under the temple's name and didn't have to pay anything. The land continued to be planted. The monks and Taoists took part of the benefits, and the rich people took part of the benefits. They took the Tang dynasty's money. There were also all kinds of money given by the people. The temple didn't share it with the Tang dynasty and kept it all for itself. She saw the monks rushing west to participate in the setting of the magic show. The camera turned and she saw a child waving a popcorn stick in his hand. She turned and asked Xiaolan, "You're not going to snatch the child's snacks, are you?" I arranged for someone to bring them popcorn sticks and a few for myself. Under normal circumstances, Li Lang would rest for half a day after giving the nurses a cadaver lesson. Where are we going this afternoon? We can't always let them interrogate Li Lang. Li Lang needs to relax. Xiaolan looked at the hospital door and found an excuse for her to go out to play. Into the mountains. The hunters will go into the mountains to build huts. Let's find a place and stay in the mountains for the night. Princess Youngmu had the same playful heart. She even wanted to live in the mountains outside. At noon, Princess Youngmu and Xiaolan fell asleep in their chairs. Li finally ended his class. There were new nurses from Luoyang's Imperial Medical Bureau. Men and women came out with pale faces and found a trash can to vomit. Fortunately, he had eaten in the morning. Now that it was noon, there was nothing in his stomach and he vomited acid. Some people took deep breaths and didn't vomit. It was still okay, they could hold on. The most special person's eyes lit up. He had discovered a new continent. It was so much fun. Why are you vomiting when you're dissecting a corpse? Princess Youngmu was woken up by the sound of vomiting. She thought about it and understood the reason. The dissection position is a bit special. At the beginning, I didn't dare to vomit because I was afraid that the mask would fall on the cadaver. Li Yi explained. It was not the fault of the newbies. Some people were obsessed with cleanliness. This was a good thing. In the future, he could use this obsession on himself to keep clean. He couldn't be obsessed with cleanliness. If the patient had no problems, why would they come to see a doctor? There was no physical problem, but there was a mental problem. Li Lang, Bai Zaifu will probably agree to advertise. What are you going to do? Princess Youngmu provided important information. Everyone will know in 2 days. The advertising fee is not for nothing. In the afternoon. Go up the mountain in the afternoon to build a hunter's hut. Don't come back at night. Princess Youngmu pointed at the mountain. The Li family Zhuangzi had bought all the mountains around it. There was no need to build a hunter's hut. The place that needed a hunter's hut had to be very far away. Luoyang included the other side of the river. The mountains to the north included Taihang Mountain and other mountains. Li nodded. There was nothing to it. Wasn't it the same everywhere? As long as he brought a small robot out, the telegram signal would be quickly converted. It was no different from chatting. The small robot used telegram to transmit information internally. It was like a satellite phone, but the further the distance, the more power consumption. The hunters who were ready to set off fed the dogs. The dogs seemed to understand and ate hard. They ate in the morning and at noon, all of which were good meat. When Bai Gu wanted to talk to Li Yi about the advertising cooperation, Li Yi's family of 3 had already gone more than 30 miles. 4 small robots were carried by people and sat on poles. They were responsible for finding dangerous things. No matter how well they hid, poisonous snakes and locusts would immediately show their original forms when they were scanned. The people in the team didn't think that the small robots were a burden. They could warn them of danger in advance and help them find herbs.